Chapter 23. Milk fever is one of the straightforward conditions. But looking down into the beck in the dreary dawn light, I realized that this was one of its more bizarre manifestations. The illness had struck immediately after calving, and the cow had slithered down the muddy bank into the water. She was unconscious when I arrived, her hindquarters completely submerged, the head resting on a shelf of rock. Her calf, sodden and pathetic in the driving rain, trembled by her side. Dan Cooper's eyes were anxious as we made our way down.
"I doubt we're too late. She's dead, isn't she? I can't see her breathing."
"Pretty far gone, I'm afraid," I replied, "but I think there's still life there. If I can get some calcium into her veins, she might still come round."
"Damn, I hope so,"
Dan grunted.
"She's one of my best milkers. It always happens to the good uns."
"It does with milk fever anyway. Here, hold these bottles for me." I pulled out the syringe box and selected a wide-bored needle. My fingers, numb with the special kind of cold you felt in the early morning, with your circulation sluggish and your stomach empty, could hardly hold it. The water was deeper than I thought, and it was over my Wellington tops at the first stride. Gasping, I bent down and dug my thumb into the jugular furrow at the base of the neck. The vein came up, and as I pushed the needle in, the blood ran warm and dark over my hand. I fumbled the flutter valve from my pocket, pushed the bottle into the cup end, and inserted the other end into the needle. The calcium began to flow into the vein. Standing there in the icy beck, holding the bottle aloft with bloody fingers and feeling the rain working its way inside my collar, I tried to keep out the black thoughts. About all those people I knew who were still in bed, and would only leave it when their alarm clocks rang. And they would read their papers over breakfast and drive out to their cosy banks or insurance offices. Maybe I should have been a doctor. They treated their patients in nice warm bedrooms. I pulled the needle from the vein and threw the empty bottle onto the bank. There was no response to the injection. I took the other bottle and began to run more calcium under the skin. Might as well go through the motions, futile though it seemed now. It was when I was rubbing away the subcutaneous injection that I noticed the eyelids quiver. A quick ripple of relief and excitement went through me. I looked up at the farmer and laughed.
"She's still with us, Dan."
I flicked her ear and her eyes opened wide. "We'll wait a few minutes and then try to roll her onto her chest." Within a quarter of an hour she was beginning to toss her head about, and I knew it was time. I caught hold of her horns and pulled while Dan and his tall son pushed at her shoulder. We made slow progress, but after several concerted heaves, the cow took over herself and settled on her chest. Immediately, everything looked rosier. When a cow is lying on her side, she always has the look of death on her. I was pretty sure then that she would recover, but I couldn't go away and leave her lying in the beck. Milk fever cows can stay down for days on end, but I had the feeling that this one would be up soon. I decided to stick it out a bit longer. She didn't seem to relish her situation in the peaty water, and began to make determined efforts to rise. But it was another half hour, and my teeth were chattering uncontrollably before she finally staggered to her feet.
"Well, that's a licker," Dan said. "I never thought she'd stand up again. Must be good stuff you give her."
"It's a bit quicker than the old bicycle pump," I laughed. The spectacular effects of intravenous calcium were still enough of a novelty to intrigue me. For generations, cows with milk fever had just died. Then inflation of the udder had saved many. But the calcium was the thing. When they got up within an hour like this one, I always felt like a successful conjurer. We guided the cow up the bank, and at the top, the full force of the wind and rain struck us. The house was only 100 yards away, and we battled towards it, Dan and his son leading, holding the calf in a sack slung between them. The tiny animal swung to and fro, screwing up its eyes against the hard world it had entered. And close behind followed the anxious mother, still rocky on her legs, but doing her best to poke her muzzle into the sack. I squelched along in the rear. We left the cow knee-deep in straw in a warm shed, licking her calf vigorously. In the porch of the house, the others dutifully pulled off their Wellingtons. I did the same, pouring about a pint of beck water from each boot. Mrs. Cooper had the reputation of being a firebrand, who exercised an iron rule over Dan and her family. But from my previous contacts with her, I had the feeling that Dan didn't do so badly. I thought so again as I saw her, square-built but comely, plaiting a little girl's pigtails in readiness for school. A crackling fire was mirrored in the gleaming brass of the hearth, and above the clean farmhouse smell there was a hint of home-cured bacon just beginning to fry. Mrs. Cooper sent Dan and the boy scurrying upstairs to change their socks. Then she turned a calm gaze on me as I dripped on her linoleum. She shook her head as though I were a naughty child. "All right, off with your socks," she rapped out. "And your coat, and roll up your trousers and sit down here and dry your hair with this." A clean towel landed on my lap, and Mrs. Cooper bent over me. "Don't you ever think of wearing a hat?" "Not keen on them, I'm afraid," I mumbled, and she shook her head once again. She poured hot water from a kettle into a large bowl and added mustard from a pound tin. "Here, stick your feet in this." I had obeyed all her commands with alacrity, and I gave an involuntary yelp as I made contact with the bubbling mixture. At this, she shot a fierce glance at me, and I took care to keep my feet in the bowl. I was sitting, teeth clenched, enveloped in the steam when she pushed a pint pot of tea into my hand. It was old-fashioned treatment, but effective. By the time I was halfway down the pint pot, I felt as though I was being consumed by fire. The riverbed chill was a dream which vanished completely as Mrs. Cooper topped up my bowl with another scalding quart from the kettle. Next, she grabbed chair and bowl and swivelled me round till I was sitting at the table, still with my feet in the water. Dan and the children were already at their breakfast, and in front of me was a plate with 2 eggs, a rough-cut piece of bacon, and several sausages. I had learnt enough of Dale's ways to keep quiet at meals. When I first came to the district, I had thought it incumbent on me to provide light conversation in return for their hospitality, but the questioning glances they exchanged with each other silenced me effectively. So this morning I attacked the food without preamble. But the first mouthful almost made me break my newfound rule. It was the first time I had tasted a homemade Yorkshire sausage, and it was an effort to restrain the cries of congratulation which would have been natural in other circles, but Mrs. Cooper had been watching me out of the corner of her eye, and she must have noticed my rapt expression. Casually, she rose, brought over the frying pan, and rolled a few more links onto my plate. "Killed a pig last week," she said, pulling open the pantry door. I could see the dishes, heaped with chopped meat, spare rib, liver, the rows of pies with the jelly gleaming on their pale gold crusts. I finished my meal, pulled on a thick pair of socks borrowed from Dan, and my dry shoes. I was about to leave when Mrs. Cooper tucked a parcel under my arm. I knew it contained further samples from the pantry, but her eyes dared me to say much about it. I muttered a few words of thanks and went out to the car. The church clock was chiming 9:15 when I pulled up outside Skeldale House. I felt good, warm, full of superb food, and with the satisfying memory of the cow's quick recovery. And there was my parcel on the back seat. It was always a stroke of luck to land on a farm after a pig killing, and there was usually a gift from the hospitable farmers, but these sausages were something I would never forget. I took the surgery steps at a jump and trotted along the passage, but as I rounded the corner my progress was halted. Siegfried was standing there, rigid, his back pressed against the wall. Over his shoulder dangled a long, flexible leather probang. Between us was the half-open door of the office, with Miss Harbottle clearly visible at her desk. I waved cheerily. "Hello, off to a choke!" Siegfried's face twisted in anguish, and he held up a warning hand. Then he began to creep past the door, balancing on the balls of his feet like a tightrope walker. He was beyond the door, and the tense lines of his body had begun to relax when the brass end of the swinging probang clattered against the wall, and, as if in reply, came the familiar rumble from Miss Harbottle's corner. Siegfried gave me a single despairing glance, then, shoulders drooping, he went slowly into the room. Watching him go, I thought wonderingly of how things had built up since the secretary's arrival. It was naked war now, and it gave life an added interest to observe the tactics of the two sides. At the beginning it seemed that Siegfried must run out an easy winner. He was the employer. He held the reins, and it appeared that Miss Harbottle would be helpless in the face of his obstructive strategy. But Miss Harbottle was a fighter, and a resourceful one, and it was impossible not to admire the way she made use of the weapons at her command. In fact, over the past week the tide had been running in her favour. She had been playing Siegfried like an expert fisherman with a salmon, bringing him repeatedly back to her desk to answer footling questions. Her throat-clearing had developed into an angry bark, which could penetrate the full extent of the house. And she had a new weapon. She had taken to writing Siegfried's clerical idiocies on slips of paper. Misspellings, errors in addition, wrong entries. They were all faithfully copied down. Miss Harbottle used these slips as ammunition. She never brought one out when things were slack and her employer was hanging about the surgery. She saved them until he was under pressure. Then she would push a slip under his nose and say, "How about this?" She always kept an expressionless face at these times, and it was impossible to say how much pleasure it gave her to see him cower back like a whipped animal. But the end was unvarying. Mumbled explanations and apologies from Siegfried, and Miss Harbottle radiating self-righteousness, correcting the entry. As Siegfried went into the room, I watched him through the partly open door. I knew my morning round was waiting, but I was impelled by morbid curiosity. Miss Harbottle, looking brisk and businesslike, was tapping an entry in the book with her pen, while Siegfried shuffled his feet and muttered replies. He made several vain attempts to escape, and as the time passed, I could see he was nearing breaking point. His teeth were clenched and his eyes had started to bulge. The phone rang, and the secretary answered it. Her employer was making again for the door when she called happily, "Colonel Brent for you." Like a man in a dream, he turned back. The colonel, a racehorse owner, had been a thorn in our flesh for a long time, with his complaints and his continual questioning and probing. A call from him was always liable to send up the blood pressure. I could see that it was that way this morning. The minutes ticked away and Siegfried's face got redder. He made his replies in a choked voice, which finally rose almost to a shout. At the end, he crashed the receiver down and leant on the desk, breathing heavily. Then, as I watched, unbelieving, Miss Harbottle began to open the drawer where she kept her slips. She fished one out, coughed, and held it in Siegfried's face. "How about this?" she asked. I resisted the impulse to close my eyes and stared in horror. For a few seconds, nothing happened, and there was a tense interval while Siegfried stood quite motionless. Then his face seemed to break up, and with a scything sweep of his arm, he snatched the slip from the secretary's hand and began to tear it with fierce intensity. He didn't say a word, but as he tore, he leant forward over the desk, and his glaring eyes approached even nearer to Miss Harbottle, who slowly edged her chair back till it was jammed against the wall. It was a weird picture. Miss Harbottle straining back, her mouth slightly open, her tinted curls bobbing in alarm, and Siegfried, his ravaged features close to hers, still tearing with insane vigour at the piece of paper. The scene ended when Siegfried, putting every ounce of his strength into an action like a javelin thrower, hurled the torn-up slip at the wastepaper basket. It fell in a gentle shower like confetti, in and around the basket, and Siegfried, still without speaking, wrapped his probang around him and strode from the room. In the kitchen, Mrs. Hall opened the parcel and extracted a pie, a chunk of liver, and a cluster of the exquisite sausages. She turned a quizzical eye on me. "You look kind of pleased with yourself this morning, Mr. Herriot." I leant back against the oak dresser. "Yes, Mrs. Hall, I've just been thinking. It must be very nice to be the principal of a practice, but you know, it's not such a bad life being an assistant." Chapter 24. The day had started badly. Tristan had been trapped by his brother at 4 a.m., returning from the bell-ringers' outing. This function took place annually when a busload of the bell-ringers of all the local churches made a trip to Morecambe. They spent very little time on the beach, however, and when they weren't working their way from one pub to another, they were attacking the crates of beer they'd brought with them. When they rolled into Darrowby in the small hours, most of the occupants of the bus were unconscious. Tristan, an honoured guest of the party, had been tipped out in the back lane behind Skeldale House. He waved weakly as the bus moved away, but drew no response from the unseeing faces at the windows. Lurching down the garden path, he was horrified to see a light in Siegfried's room. Escape was impossible, and when asked to explain where he had been, he made a series of attempts to articulate "bell-ringers outing" without success. Siegfried, seeing that he was wasting his time, had saved his wrath till breakfast time. That was when Tristan told me the story, just before his brother came into the dining room and started on him. But, as usual, it seemed to take more out of Siegfried, who went off on his rounds, glowering and hoarse from shouting. 10 minutes after he'd gone, I found Tristan closeted cheerfully in Boardman's cubbyhole, Boardman listening to some fresh material from the backs of the envelopes and sniggering appreciatively. The old man had cheered up greatly since Tristan came home, and the two of them spent a lot of time in the gloom, where the light from the tiny window picked out the rows of rusting tools, the Bairnsfather cartoons looking down from the wall. The place was usually kept locked, and visitors were not encouraged, but Tristan was always welcome. Often when I was passing, I would peep in and see Tristan patiently pulling at a woodbine while Boardman rambled on. We were 6 weeks up the line. The French was on our right and the Jocks on our left. Or, poor old Fred. 1 minute he was standing by me, next he was gone. Never found so much as a trouser button. This morning, Tristan hailed me boisterously, and I marvelled again at his resilience and his power to bend like a willow before the winds of misfortune and spring back unscathed. He held up 2 tickets. "Village dance tonight, Jim, and I can guarantee it. Some of my harem from the hospital are going, so I'll see you're all right. And that's not all. Look here." He went into the saddle room, lifted out a loose board and produced a bottle of sherry. "We'll be able to have a toothful between dances." I didn't ask where the tickets or the sherry had come from. I liked the village dances, the packed hall with the 3-piece band at one end, piano, scraping fiddle and drums, and at the other end the older ladies looking after the refreshments. Glasses of milk, mounds of sandwiches, ham, homemade brawn, trifles heaped high with cream. That evening Tristan came out with me on my last visit, and in the car the talk was all about the dance. The case was simple enough, a cow with an infected eye. But the farm was in a village high up the dale, and when we finished it was dusk. I felt good, and everything seemed to stand out, clear and meaningful. The single empty grey stone street, the last red streaks in the sky, the dark purple of the enclosing fells. There was no wind, but a soft breath came from the quiet moors, sweet and fresh and full of promise. Among the houses, the thrilling smell of wood smoke was everywhere. When we got back to the surgery, Siegfried was out, but there was a note for Tristan propped up on the mantelpiece. It said simply, "Tristan, go home, Siegfried." This had happened before, everything in Scaledale House being in short supply, especially beds and blankets. When unexpected visitors arrived, Tristan was packed off to stay with his mother in Broughton. Normally he would board a train without comment, but tonight was different. "Good God," he said. "Somebody must be coming for the night, and of course I'm the one who's just expected to disappear. It's a nice bloody carry-on, I must say. And isn't that a charming letter? It doesn't matter if I've made any private arrangements, oh no. There's no question of asking me if it's convenient to leave, it's just, Tristan, go home. Polite and thoughtful, isn't it?" It was unusual for him to get worked up like this. I spoke soothingly. "Look, Tris, maybe we better just skip the dance. There'll be others." Tristan clenched his fists. "Why should I let him push me around like this?" he fumed. "I'm a person, am I not? I have my own life to lead, and I tell you I am not going to Broughton tonight. I've arranged to go to a dance, and I am damn well going to a dance." This was fighting talk, but I felt a twinge of alarm. Look, wait a minute. What about Siegfried? What's he going to say when he comes in and finds you still here? "To hell with Siegfried," said Tristan. So I left it at that. Siegfried came home when we were upstairs changing. I was first down, and I found him sitting by the fire reading. I said nothing, but sat down and waited for the explosion. After a few minutes, Tristan came in. He had chosen with care among his limited wardrobe, and was resplendent in a dark grey suit. A scrubbed face shone under carefully combed hair. He was wearing a clean collar. Siegfried flushed as he looked up from his book. "What the bloody hell are you doing here? I told you to go to Broughton. Joe Ramage is coming tonight." "Couldn't go." "Why not?" "No trains." "What the hell do you mean, no trains?" "Just that. No trains." The crosstalk was bringing on the usual sense of strain in me. The interview was falling into the habitual pattern. Siegfried, red-faced, exasperated, his brother expressionless, answering in a flat monotone, fighting a defensive battle with the skill of long practice. Siegfried sank back in his chair, baffled for the moment, but he kept a slit-eyed gaze on his brother. The smart suit, the slicked hair, and polished shoes all seemed to irritate him further. "All right," he said suddenly. "It's maybe just as well you are staying. I want you to do a job for me. You can open that hematoma on Charlie Dent's pig's ear." This was a bombshell. Charlie Dent's pig's ear was something we didn't talk about. A few weeks earlier, Siegfried himself had gone to the small holding halfway along a street on the outskirts of the town to see a pig with a swollen ear. It was an oral hematoma, and the only treatment was the lancet, but for some reason Siegfried had not done the job, but had sent me the following day. I had wondered about it, but not for long. When I climbed into the sty, the biggest sow I had ever seen rose from the straw, gave an explosive bark, and rushed at me with its huge mouth gaping. I didn't stop to argue. I made the wall about 6 inches ahead of the pig and vaulted over into the passage. I stood there considering the position, looking thoughtfully at the mean little red eyes, the slavering mouth with its long yellow teeth. Usually I paid no attention when pigs barked and grumbled at me, but this one really seemed to mean it. As I wondered what the next step would be, the pig gave an angry roar, reared up on its hind legs and tried to get over the wall at me. I made up my mind quickly. "I'm afraid I haven't got the right instruments with me today, Mr. Dent. I'll pop back another day and open the ear for you. It's nothing serious, only a small job. Goodbye." There the matter had rested, with nobody caring to mention it till now. Tristan was aghast. "You mean you want me to go along there tonight? Saturday night? Surely some other time would do. I'm going to a dance." Siegfried smiled bitterly from the depths of his chair. "It has to be done now. That's an order. You can go to your dance afterwards." Tristan started to say something, but he knew he had pushed his luck far enough. "Right," he said. "I'll go and do it." He left the room with dignity. Siegfried resumed his book, and I stared into the fire, wondering how Tristan was going to handle this one. He was a lad of infinite resource, but he was going to be tested this time. Within 10 minutes he was back. Siegfried looked at him suspiciously. "Have you opened that ear?" "No." "Why not?" "I couldn't find the place." "You must have given me the wrong address. Number 98, you said?" "It's number 89, and you know damn well it is. Now get back there and do your job." The door closed behind Tristan, and again I waited. 15 minutes later it opened again, and Tristan reappeared looking faintly triumphant. His brother looked up from his book. "Done it?" "No." "Why not?" "The family are all out of the pictures. Saturday night, you know." "I don't care a damn where the family are. Just get into that sty and lance that ear. Now get out, and this time I want the job done." Again Tristan retreated, and a new vigil began. Siegfried did not say a word, but I could feel the tension building up. 20 minutes passed, and Tristan was with us again. "Have you opened that ear?" "Nope." "Why not?" "It's pitch dark in there. How do you expect me to work? I've only got 2 hands, one for the knife and one for the torch. How can I hold the ear?" Siegfried had been keeping a tight hold on himself, but now his control snapped. "Don't give me any more of your bloody excuses!" he shouted, leaping from his chair. "I don't care how you do it, but by God you are going to open that pig's ear tonight, or I finish with you. Now get the hell out of here and don't come back till it's done." My heart bled for Tristan. He had been dealt a poor hand and had played his cards with rare skill, but he had nothing left now. He stood silent in the doorway for a few moments, then he turned and walked out. The next hour was a long one. Siegfried seemed to be enjoying his book, and I even tried to read myself, but I got no meaning out of the words, and it made my head ache to sit staring at them. It would have helped if I could have paced up and down the carpet, but that was pretty well impossible in Siegfried's presence. I had just decided to excuse myself and go out for a walk when I heard the outer door open, then Tristan's footsteps in the passage. A moment later, the man of destiny entered. But the penetrating smell of pig got into the room just ahead of him, and as he walked over to the fire, pungent waves seemed to billow round him. Pig muck was spattered freely over his nice suit, and on his clean collar, his face and hair. There was a great smear of the stuff on the seat of his trousers, but despite his ravaged appearance, he still maintained his poise. Siegfried pushed his chair back hurriedly, but did not change expression. "Have you got that ear opened?" he asked quietly. "Yes." Siegfried returned to his book without comment. It seemed that the matter was closed, and Tristan, after staring briefly at his brother's bent head, turned and marched from the room. But even after he'd gone, the odour of the pigsty hung in the room like a cloud. Later in the drovers, I watched Tristan draining his third pint. He had changed, and if he didn't look as impressive as when he started the evening, at least he was clean and hardly smelt at all. I had said nothing yet, but the old light was returning to his eye. I went over to the bar and ordered my second half and Tristan's fourth pint, and as I set the glasses on the table, I thought perhaps that it was time. "Well, what happened?" Tristan took a long, contented pull at his glass and lit a woodbine. "Well now, all in all, Jim, it was rather a smooth operation, but I'll start at the beginning. Now, you can imagine me standing all alone outside the sty in the pitch darkness with that bloody great pig grunting and growling on the other side of the wall. I didn't feel so good, I can tell you. I shone my torch on the thing's face, and it jumped up and ran at me, making a noise like a lion and showing all those dirty yellow teeth. I nearly wrapped it up and came home there and then, but I got to thinking about the dance and all, and on the spur of the moment, I hopped over the wall. 2 seconds later, I was on my back. It must have charged me, but couldn't see enough to get a bite in. I just heard a bark, then a terrific weight against my legs, and I was down. Well, it's a funny thing, Jim. You know I'm not a violent chap, but as I lay there, all my fears vanished, and all I felt was a cold hatred of that bloody animal. I saw it as the cause of all my troubles, and before I knew what I was doing, I was up on my feet and booting its ass round and round the sty. And you know, it showed no fight at all. That pig was a coward at heart. I was still puzzled. But the ear. How did you manage to open the hematoma? No problem, Jim. That was done for me. You don't mean to say... Yes, Tristan said, holding his pint up to the light and studying a small foreign body floating in the depths. Yes. It was really very fortunate. In the scuffle in the dark, the pig ran up against the wall and burst the thing itself. Made a beautiful job. Chapter 25. I realized quite suddenly that spring had come. It was late March and I'd been examining some sheep in a hillside fold. On my way down in the lee of a small pine wood, I leant my back against the tree and was aware all at once of the sunshine warm on my closed eyelids, the clamour of the larks, the muted sea sound of the wind in the high branches. And though the snow still lay in long runnels behind the walls and the grass was lifeless and winter-yellowed, there was the feeling of change, almost of liberation, because unknowing I had surrounded myself with a carapace against the iron months, the relentless cold. It wasn't a warm spring, but it was dry with sharp winds which fluttered the white heads of the snowdrops and bent the clumps of daffodils on the village greens. In April, the roadside banks were bright with the fresh yellow of the primroses. And in April, too, came the lambing. It came in a great tidal wave, the most vivid and interesting part of the veterinary surgeon's year, the zenith of the annual cycle, and it came as it always does when we were busiest with our other work. In the spring, the livestock were feeling the effects of the long winter. Cows had stood for months in the same few feet of byre, and were in dire need of the green grass and the sun on their backs, while their calves had very little resistance to disease. And just when we were wondering how we could cope with the coughs, the colds, the pneumonias, the acetoniemias, the wave struck us. The odd thing is that for about 10 months of the year, sheep hardly entered into the scheme of our lives. They were just woolly things on the hills, but for the other 2 months, they almost blotted out everything else. First came the early troubles, the pregnancy toxemias, the prolapses, then the lambings in a concentrated rush followed by the calcium deficiencies, the horrible gangrenous mastitis when the udder turns black and sloughs away, and the diseases which beset the lambs themselves, swayback, pulpy kidney, dysentery. Then the flood slackened, became a trickle, and by the end of May had almost dried up. Sheep became woolly things on the hills again. But in this first year I found a fascination in the work which had remained with me. Lambing, it seemed to me, had all the thrill and interest of carving without the hard labour. It was usually uncomfortable in that it was performed in the open, either in draughty pens improvised from straw bales and gates, or more often out in the fields. It didn't seem to occur to the farmers that the ewe might prefer to produce her family in a warm place, or that the vet may not enjoy kneeling for an hour in his shirt-sleeves in the rain. But the actual job was as easy as a song. After my experiences in correcting the malpresentations of calves, it was delightful to manipulate these tiny creatures. Lambs are usually born in 2s or 3s, and some wonderful mix-ups occur. Tangles of heads and legs all trying to be the first out, and it is the vet's job to sort them around and decide which leg belonged to which head. I revelled in this. It was a pleasant change to be for once stronger and bigger than my patient. But I didn't overstress this advantage. I have not changed the opinion I formed then, that there are just 2 things to remember in lambing: cleanliness and gentleness. And the lambs. All young animals are appealing, but the lamb has been given an unfair share of charm. The moments come back, of a bitterly cold evening when I delivered twins on a wind-scarred hillside. The lambs shaking their heads convulsively, and within minutes one of them struggling upright and making its way unsteady, knock-kneed towards the other, while the other followed resolutely on its knees. The shepherd, his purpled, weather-roughened face almost hidden by the heavy coat, which muffled him to his ears, gave a slow chuckle. How the hell do they know? He had seen it happen thousands of times, and he still wondered. So do I. And another memory of 200 lambs in a barn on a warm afternoon. We were inoculating them against pulpy kidney, and there was no conversation because of the high-pitched protests of the lambs and the unremitting deep baaing from nearly 100 ewes milling anxiously round outside. I couldn't conceive how these ewes could ever get their own families sorted out from that mass of almost identical little creatures. It would take hours. It took about 25 seconds. When we had finished injecting, we opened the barn doors, and the outpouring lambs were met by a concerted rush of distraught mothers. At first the noise was deafening, but it died away rapidly to an occasional bleat as the last stray was rounded up. Then, neatly paired off, the flock headed calmly for the field. Through May and early June my world became softer and warmer. The cold wind dropped, and the air, fresh as the sea, carried a faint breath of the thousands of wild flowers which speckled the pastures. At times it seemed unfair that I should be paid for my work. For driving out in the early morning with the fields glittering under the first pale sunshine and the wisps of mist hanging on the high tops. At Scaledale House the wisteria exploded into a riot of mauve blooms, which thrust themselves through the open windows, and each morning as I shaved, I breathed in the heady fragrance from the long clusters drooping by the side of the mirror. Life was idyllic. There was only one jarring note. It was the time of the horse. In the 30s there were still quite a lot of horses on the farms, though the tractors had already sounded their warning knell. In the farms near the foot of the dale, where there was a fair amount of arable land, the rows of stables were half empty, but there were still enough horses to make May and June uncomfortable. This was when the castrations were done. Before that came the foaling, and it was a common enough thing to see a mare with her foal either trotting beside her or stretched flat on the ground as its mother nibbled at the grass. Nowadays, the sight of a cart mare and foal in a field would make me pull up my car to have another look. There was all the work connected with the foalings: cleansing the mares, docking the foals' tails, treating the illnesses of the newborn, joint ill, retained meconium. It was hard and interesting, but as the weather grew warmer, the farmers began to think of having the year-old colts castrated. I didn't like the job, and since there might be up to 100 to be done, it cast a shadow over this and many subsequent springs. For generations the operations had been done by casting the colt and tying him up very like a trussed chicken. It was a bit laborious, but the animal was under complete restraint, and it was possible to concentrate entirely on the job. But at about the time I qualified, standing castration was coming very much to the fore. It consisted simply of applying a twitch to the colt's upper lip. injecting a shot of local anaesthetic into each testicle and going straight ahead. There was no doubt it was a lot quicker. The obvious disadvantage was that the danger of injury to the operator and his helpers was increased tenfold, but for all that the method rapidly became more popular. A local farmer called Kenny Bright, who considered himself an advanced thinker, took the step of introducing it to the district. He engaged Major Farley, the horse specialist, to give a demonstration on one of his colts, and a large gathering of farmers came to spectate. Kenny, smug and full of self-importance, was holding the twitch and beaming around the company as his protege prepared to disinfect the operation site. But as soon as the Major touched the scrotum with his antiseptic, the colt reared and brought a forefoot crashing down on Kenny's head. He was carried away on a gate with his skull fractured and spent a long time in hospital. The other farmers didn't stop laughing for weeks, but the example failed to deter them. Standing castration was in. I said it was quicker. It was when everything went smoothly. But there were other times when the colt kicked or threw himself on top of us, or just went generally mad. Out of 10 jobs, 9 would be easy, and the 10th would be a rodeo. I don't know how much apprehension this state of affairs built up in other vets, but I was undeniably tense on castration mornings. Of course, one of the reasons was that I was not, am not, and never will be, a horseman. It is difficult to define the term, but I am convinced that horsemen are either born or acquire the talent in early childhood. I knew it was no good my trying to start in my mid-20s. I had the knowledge of equine diseases. I believed I had the ability to treat sick horses efficiently. But that power the real horseman had, to soothe and quieten and mentally dominate an animal, was beyond my reach. I didn't even try to kid myself. It was unfortunate because there is no doubt horses know. It is quite different with cows. They don't care either way. If a cow feels like kicking you, she will kick you. She doesn't give a damn whether you are an expert or not. But horses know. So on those mornings my morale was never very high, as I drove out with my instruments rattling and rolling about on an enamel tray on the back seat. Would he be wild or quiet? How big would he be? I had heard my colleagues airily stating their preference for big horses. The 2-year-olds were far easier, they said. You could get a better grip on the testicles. But there was never any doubt in my own mind. I liked them small. The smaller, the better. One morning when the season was at its height, and I'd had about enough of the equine race, Siegfried called to me as he was going out. "James, there's a horse with a tumour on its belly at Wilkinson's of Whitecross. Get along and take it off. Today if possible, but otherwise fix your own time. I'll leave it with you." Feeling a little disgruntled at fate having handed me something on top of the seasonal tasks, I balled up a scalpel, tumour spoons and syringe and put them on my tray with local anaesthetic, iodine and tetanus antitoxin. I drove to the farm with the tray rattling ominously behind me. That sound always had a connotation of doom for me. I wondered about the horse. Maybe it was just a yearling. They did get those little dangling growths sometimes. Nanberries, the farmers called them. Over the 6 miles, I managed to build up a comfortable picture of a soft-eyed little colt with pendulous abdomen and overlong hair. It hadn't done well over the winter and was probably full of worms. Shaky on its legs with weakness, in fact. At Wilkinson's, all was quiet. The yard was empty except for a lad of about 10 who didn't know where the boss was. "Well, where's the horse?" I asked. The lad pointed to the stable. "He's in there." I went inside. At one end stood a high, open-topped loose box with a metal grill topping the wooden walls, and from within I heard a deep-throated whinnying and snorting followed by a series of tremendous thuds against the sides of the box. A chill crept through me. That was no colt in there. I opened the top half door, and there, looking down at me, was an enormous animal. I hadn't realized horses ever came quite as big as this. A chestnut stallion with a proud arch to his neck, and feet like manhole covers. Surging swathes of muscle shone on his shoulders and quarters, and when he saw me he laid back his ears, showed the whites of his eyes, and lashed out viciously against the wall. A foot-long splinter flew high up into the air as the great hoof crashed against the boards. "God almighty," I breathed, and closed the half-door hurriedly. I leant my back against the door and listened to my heart thumping. I turned to the lad. How old is that horse?" "Over 6 years, sir." I tried a little calm thinking. How did you go about tackling a man-eater like this? I'd never seen such a horse. He must weigh over a ton. I shook myself. I hadn't even had a look at the tumour I was supposed to remove. I lifted the latch, opened the door about 2 inches, and peeped inside. I could see it plainly dangling from the belly. Probably a papilloma, about the size of a cricket ball, with a lobulated surface which made it look like a little cauliflower. It swung gently from side to side as the horse moved about. Well, no trouble to take it off. Nice narrow neck to it. A few cc's of local in there, and I could twist it off easily with the spoons. But the snag was obvious. I would have to go under that shining barrel of an abdomen within easy reach of the great feet and stick a needle into those few inches of skin. Not a happy thought. But I pulled my mind back to practical things, like a bucket of hot water, soap and a towel, and I'd need a good man on the twitch. I began to walk towards the house. There was no answer to my knock. I tried again, still nothing. There was nobody at home. It seemed the most natural thing in the world to leave everything till another day. The idea of going round the buildings and fields till I found somebody never entered my head. I almost broke into a gallop on my way to the car, backed it round with the tyres squealing, and roared out of the yard. Siegfried was surprised. "Nobody there? Well, that's a damn funny thing. I'm nearly sure they were expecting you today. Give them a ring and fix it up again as soon as possible." I found it wonderfully easy to forget about the stallion over the days and weeks that followed, except when my defences were down. At least once a night it thundered through my dreams with gaping nostrils and a flying mane, and I developed an uncomfortable habit of coming bolt awake at 5 o'clock in the morning and starting immediately to operate on the horse. On an average, I took that tumour off 20 times before breakfast each morning. I told myself it would be a lot easier to fix the job up and get it over. What was I waiting for, anyway? Was there a subconscious hope that if I put it off long enough, something would happen to get me off the hook? The tumour might fall off, or shrink away and disappear, or the horse might drop down dead. I could have passed the whole thing on to Siegfried. He was good with horses, but my confidence was low enough without that. All my doubts were resolved one morning when Mr. Wilkinson came on the phone. He wasn't in the least upset at the long delay, but he made it quite clear that he could wait no longer. "You see, I want to sell this horse, young man, but I can't let him go with that thing on him, can I?" My journey to Wilkinson's wasn't enlivened by the familiar clatter of the tray on the back seat. It reminded me of the last time when I was wondering what was ahead of me. This time, I knew. Stepping out of the car, I felt almost disembodied. It was like walking a few inches above the ground. I was greeted by a reverberating din from the loose box, the same angry whinnies and splintering crashes I'd heard before. I tried to twist my stiff face into a smile as the farmer came over. "My chaps are getting a halter on him," he said, but his words were cut short by an enraged squealing from the box and 2 tremendous blows against the wooden sides. I felt my mouth going dry. The noise was coming nearer. Then the stable doors flew open, and the great horse catapulted out into the yard, dragging 2 big fellows along on the end of the halter shank. The cobble struck sparks from the men's boots as they slithered about, but they were unable to stop the stallion backing and plunging. I imagined I could feel the ground shudder under my feet as the hooves crashed down. At length, after much manoeuvring, the men got the horse standing with its offside against the wall of the barn. One of them looped the twitch onto the upper lip and tightened it, expertly. The other took a firm grip on the halter and turned towards me. "Ready for you now, sir?" I pierced the rubber cap on the bottle of cocaine, withdrew the plunger of the syringe and watched the clear fluid flow into the glass barrel. 7, 8, 10 cc's. If I could get that in, the rest would be easy, but my hands were trembling. Walking up to the horse was like watching an action from a film. It wasn't really me doing this, the whole thing was unreal. The near side eye flickered dangerously at me as I raised my left hand and passed it over the muscles of the neck, down the smooth, quivering flank, and along the abdomen till I was able to grasp the tumour. I had the thing in my hand now, the lobulations firm and lumpy under my fingers. I pulled gently downwards, stretching the brown skin, joining the growth to the body. I would put the local in there. A few good wheels. It wasn't going to be so bad. The stallion laid back his ears and gave a warning whicker. I took a long, careful breath, brought up the syringe with my right hand, placed the needle against the skin, then thrust it in. The kick was so explosively quick that at first I felt only surprise that such a huge animal could move so swiftly. It was a lightning outward slash that I never even saw, and the hoof struck the inside of my right thigh, spinning me round helplessly. When I hit the ground, I lay still, feeling only a curious numbness. Then I tried to move, and a stab of pain went through my leg. When I opened my eyes, Mr. Wilkinson was bending over me. "Are you all right, Mr. Herriot?" The voice was anxious. "I don't think so." I was astonished at the matter-of-fact sound of my own words. But stranger still was the feeling of being at peace with myself for the first time for weeks. I was calm and completely in charge of the situation. "I'm afraid not, Mr. Wilkinson. You'd better put the horse back in his box for now. We'll have a go at him another day. And I wonder if you'd ring Mr. Farnan to come and pick me up. I don't think I'll be able to drive." My leg wasn't broken, but it developed a massive hematoma at the point of impact, and then the whole limb blossomed into an unbelievable range of colours from delicate orange to deepest black. I was still hobbling like a Crimean veteran when a fortnight later, Siegfried and I, with a small army of helpers, went back, roped the stallion, chloroformed him, and removed that little growth. I have a cavity in the muscle of my thigh to remind me of that day, but some good came out of the incident. I found that the fear is worse than the reality, and horsework has never worried me as much since then. Chapter 26. The first time I saw Finn Calvert was in the street outside the surgery when I was talking to Brigadier Julian Coots-Brown about his shooting dogs. The Brigadier was almost a stage version of an English aristocrat, immensely tall, with a pronounced stoop, hawk features, and a high, drawling voice. As he spoke, smoke from a narrow cigar trickled from his lips. I turned my head at the clatter of heavy boots on the pavement. A thick-set figure was stumping rapidly towards us, hands tucked behind his braces, ragged jacket pulled wide to display a curving expanse of collarless shirt, wisps of grizzled hair hanging in a fringe beneath a greasy cap. He was smiling widely at nobody in particular, and he hummed busily to himself. The Brigadier glanced at him. "Morning, Calvert," he grunted coldly. Phineas threw up his head in pleased recognition. "Now then, Charlie, how is ta?" he shouted. The Brigadier looked as though he had swallowed a swift pint of vinegar. He removed his cigar with a shaking hand and stared after the retreating back. "Impudent devil," he muttered. Looking at Finn, you would never have thought he was a prosperous farmer. I was called to his place a week later and was surprised to find a substantial house and buildings and a fine dairy herd grazing in the fields. I could hear him even before I got out of the car. Hello, what's this we've got then? New chap, eh? Now we're going to learn summat." He still had his hands inside his braces and was grinning wider than ever. "My name is Herriot," I said. "Is it now?" Finn cocked his head and surveyed me. Then he turned to three young men standing by. "Hasn't he a nice smile, lads? He's a real happy Harry." He turned and began to lead the way across the yard. "Come on then, and we'll see what you're made of. I hope you know a bit about cars, because I got some in here that are right dowly." As he went into the calf house, I was hoping I'd be able to do something impressive. Perhaps use some of the new drugs and sera I had in my car. It was going to take something special to make an impact here. There were 6 well-grown young animals, almost Stirk size, and 3 of them were behaving very strangely, grinding their teeth, frothing at the mouth, and blundering about the pen as though they couldn't see. As I watched, one of them walked straight into the wall and stood with its nose pressed against the stone. Finn, apparently unconcerned, was humming to himself in the corner. When I started to take my thermometer from its case, he burst into a noisy commentary.
"Now then, what's he doing? Ah! We're off now! Get up there!"
The half-minute which my thermometer spends in an animal's rectum is usually devoted to hectic thought. But this time I didn't need the time to work out my diagnosis. The blindness made it easy. I began to look round the walls of the calf house. It was dark and I had to get my face close to the stone. Finn gave tongue again.
"Hey, what's going on? You're as bad as calves, nosing about there dozy-like. What do you think you're looking for?"
"Paint, Mr. Calvert. I'm nearly sure your calves have got lead poisoning." Finn said what all farmers say at this juncture.
"They can't have. I've had calves in here for 30 years and they've never taken any harm before. There's no paint in here anyway."
"How about this, then?" I peered into the darkest corner and pulled at a piece of loose board.
"Oh, that's no but a piece of wood I nailed down there last week to block up a hole. Came off an old hen house."
I looked at the 20-year-old paint hanging off in the loose flakes which calves find so irresistible. "This is what's done the damage," I said. "Look, you can see the tooth marks where they've been at it." Finn studied the board at close quarters and grunted doubtfully.
"All right. What do we do now?"
"First thing is to get this painted board out of here and then give all the calves Epsom salts. Have you got any?" Phil gave a bark of laughter.
"Aye! I've got a bloody great sackful. But can't you do out better than that? Aren't you going to inject them?"
It was a little embarrassing. The specific antidotes to metal poisoning had not been discovered, and the only thing which sometimes did a bit of good was magnesium sulfate, which caused the precipitation of insoluble lead sulfate. The homely term for magnesium sulfate is, of course, Epsom salts. "No," I said, "there's nothing I can inject that will help at all, and I can't even guarantee the salts will. But I'd like you to give the calves 2 heaped tablespoons 3 times a day."
"Oh, hell! You'll skitter the poor buggers to death."
"Maybe so, but there's nothing else for it," I said. Finn took a step towards me so that his face, dark-skinned and deeply wrinkled, was close to mine. The suddenly shrewd, mottled brown eyes regarded me steadily for a few seconds, then he turned away quickly.
"Right,"
he said.
"Come in and have a drink."
Finn stumped into the farm kitchen ahead of me, threw back his head and let loose a bellow that shook the windows.
"Mother! Fellow here wants a glass of beer. Come and meet Happy Harry."
Mrs. Calvert appeared with magical speed and put down glasses and bottles. I glanced at the labels. Smith's Nutty Brown Ale, and filled my glass. It was a historic moment, although I didn't know it then. It was the first of an incredible series of Nutty Browns I was to drink at that table. Mrs. Calvert sat down for a moment, crossed her hands on her lap and smiled encouragingly.
"Can you do anything for the calves, then?" she asked.
Finn butted in before I could reply.
"Oh, aye, he can and all. He's put them onto Epsom salts."
"Epsom salts?"
"That's it, missus. I said when he came that we'd get something real smart and scientific-like. You can't beat new blood and modern ideas."
Finn sipped his beer, gravely. Over the following days, the calves gradually improved, and at the end of a fortnight, they were all eating normally. The worst one still showed a trace of blindness, but I was confident this too would clear up. It wasn't long before I saw Finn again. It was early afternoon, and I was in the office with Siegfried when the outer door banged and the passage echoed to the clumping of hobnails. I heard a voice raised in song.
Ah, diddly-rum-ti-tum.
Phineas was in our midst once more.
Well, well, well!
He bawled heartily at Miss Harbottle.
It's Flossie! And what's my little darling doing this fine day?
There was not a flicker from Miss Harbottle's granite features. She directed an icy stare at the intruder, but Finn swung round on Siegfried with a yellow-toothed grin.
Now, Gaffer! How's tricks?
Everything's fine, Mr. Calvert, Siegfried replied. What can we do for you? Finn stabbed a finger at me.
There's my man! I want him out to my place right sharpish.
What's the trouble, I asked. Is it the calves again?
Damn no, wish it was. It's me good bull. He's puffing like a bellows. Bit like pneumonia, but worse than I've known. He's in a hell of a state. Looks like he's pigging out.
For an instant, Finn lost his jocularity. I had heard of this bull. Pedigree shorthorn, show winner, the foundation of his herd. I'll be right after you, Mr. Calvert. I'll follow you along.
Good lad. I'm off then.
Finn paused at the door, a wild figure, tireless, tattered, baggy trousers ballooning from his ample middle. He turned again to Miss Harbottle and contorted his leathery features into a preposterous leer.
"Ta-da, Floss!"
he cried, and was gone. For a moment the room seemed very empty and quiet, except for Miss Harbottle's acid, "Oh, that man! Dreadful! Dreadful!" I made good time to the farm and found Finn waiting with his 3 sons. The young men looked gloomy, but Finn was still indomitable.
"Here he is!"
he shouted.
"Happy Harry again! Now we'll be all right!"
He even managed a little tune as we crossed to the bullpen. But when he looked over the door, his head sank on his chest, and his hands worked deeper behind his braces. The bull was standing as though rooted to the middle of the pen. His great ribcage rose and fell with the most laboured respirations I'd ever seen. His mouth gaped wide. A bubbling foam hung round his lips and his flaring nostrils. His eyes, almost starting from his head in terror, stared at the wall in front of him. This wasn't pneumonia. It was a frantic battle for breath, and it looked like a losing one. He didn't move when I inserted my thermometer, and though my mind was racing, I suspected the half-minute wasn't going to be long enough this time. I had expected accelerated breathing, but nothing like this.
"Poor old bugger,"
Finn muttered.
"He's bred me the finest calves I've ever had, and he's quiet as a sheep too. I've seen my little grandchildren walk under his belly, and he took no notice. I hate to see him suffering like this. If you can't do no good, just tell me, and I'll get the gun out."
I took the thermometer out and read it. 110 degrees Fahrenheit. This was ridiculous. I shook it vigorously and pushed it back into the rectum. I gave it nearly a minute this time, so that I could get in some extra thinking. The second reading said 110 again, and I had an unpleasant conviction that if the thermometer had been a foot long, the mercury would still have been jammed against the top. What in the name of God was this? Could be anthrax. Well, it must be, and yet... I looked over at the row of heads above the half-door. They were waiting for me to say something, and their silence accentuated the agonized groaning and panting. I looked above the heads to the square of deep blue and a tufted cloud moving across the sun. As it passed, a single dazzling ray made me close my eyes, and a faint bell rang in my mind. "Has he been out today?" I asked.
"Aye, he's been out on the grass in his tether all morning. It were that grand and warm."
The bell became a triumphant gong. "Get a hosepipe in here, quick! You can rig it up to that tap in the yard."
"A hosepipe? What the hell?"
"Yes, quick as you can. He's got sunstroke." They had the hose fixed in less than a minute. I turned it full on and began to play the jet of cold water all over the huge form, his face and neck, along the ribs, up and down the legs. I kept this up for about 5 minutes, but it seemed a lot longer as I waited for some sign of improvement. I was beginning to think I was on the wrong track when the bull gulped, just once. It was something. He had been unable to swallow his saliva before in his desperate efforts to get the air into his lungs. And I really began to notice a change in the big animal. Surely he was looking just a little less distressed, and wasn't the breathing slowing down a bit? Then the bull shook himself, turned his head, and looked at us. There was an awed whisper from one of the young men.
By God, it's working.
I enjoyed myself after that. I can't think of anything in my working life that has given me more pleasure than standing in that pen directing the life-saving jet and watching the bull savouring it. He liked it on his face best, and as I worked my way up from the tail and along the steaming back, he would turn his nose full into the water, rocking his head from side to side and blinking blissfully. Within half an hour, he looked almost normal. His chest was still heaving a little, but he was in no discomfort. I tried the temperature again, down to 105. "He'll be all right now," I said, "but I think one of the lads should keep the water on him for another 20 minutes or so. I'll have to go now."
"You've time for a drink,"
Finn grunted. In the farm kitchen, his bellow of
"Mother!"
lacked some of its usual timbre. He dropped into a chair and stared into his glass of nutty brown.
"Harry,"
he said,
"I'll tell you flummoxed me this time."
He sighed and rubbed his chin in apparent disbelief.
"I don't know what the hell to say to you."
It wasn't often that Finn lost his voice, but he found it again very soon at the next meeting of the farmers' discussion group. A learned and earnest gentleman had been expounding on the advances in veterinary medicine, and how the farmers could now expect their stock to be treated as the doctors treated their human patients, with the newest drugs and procedures. It was too much for Finn. He jumped to his feet and he cried,
"I think you're talking a lot of rubbish. There's a young fella in Derby, not long out of college, and it doesn't matter what you call him out for, he uses nought but Epsom salts and cold water."
Chapter 27. It was during one of Siegfried's efficiency drives that Colonel Merrick's cow picked up a wire. The Colonel was a personal friend, which made things even more uncomfortable. Everybody suffered when Siegfried had these spells. They usually came on after he'd been reading a technical work or when he had seen a film of some new technical procedure. He would rampage around, calling on the cowering household to stir themselves and be better men. He would be obsessed for a time with the craving for perfection.
"We must put on a better show at these operations on the farms. It just isn't good enough to fish out a few old instruments from a bag and start hacking at the animal. We must have cleanliness, asepsis if possible, and an orderly technique."
So he was jubilant when he diagnosed traumatic reticulitis, a foreign body in the second stomach, in the Colonel's cow.
"We'll really show old Hubert something. We'll give him a picture of veterinary surgery he'll never forget."
Tristan and I were pressed into service as assistants, and our arrival at the farm was really impressive. Siegfried led the procession, looking unusually smart in a brand-new tweed jacket of which he was very proud. He was a debonair figure as he shook hands with his friend. The Colonel was jovial.
"Here you're going to operate on my cow. Take out a wire, eh? Ha! Like to watch you do it if that's all right with you."
"By all means, Hubert, please do. You'll find it very interesting." In the byre, Tristan and I had to bustle about. We arranged tables alongside the cow, and on these we placed new metal trays with rows of shining, sterilized instruments. Scalpels, directors, probes, artery forceps, hypodermic syringes, suture needles, gut and silk in glass vials, rolls of cotton wool, and various bottles of spirit and other antiseptics. Siegfried fussed around, happy as a schoolboy. He had clever hands, and as a surgeon, he was worth watching. I could read his mind without much trouble. This, he was thinking, was going to be good. When all was to his liking, he took off his jacket and donned a brilliantly white smock. He handed the jacket to Tristan, and almost instantly gave a roar of anger.
"Hey, don't just throw it down on that meal bin! Give it to me! I'll find a safe place for it."
He dusted the new garment down tenderly and hung it on a nail on the wall. Meanwhile, I had shaved and disinfected the operation site on the flank, and everything was ready for the local anaesthetic. Siegfried took the syringe and quickly infiltrated the area.
"This is where we go inside, Hubert. I hope you aren't squeamish."
The Colonel beamed.
"I've seen blood before. You needn't worry, I shan't faint."
With a bold sweep of the scalpel, Siegfried incised the skin then the muscles, and finally, with delicate care, the glistening peritoneum. The smooth wall of the rumen, the large first stomach, lay exposed. Siegfried reached for a fresh scalpel and looked for the best place to cut in. But as he poised his knife, the wall of the rumen suddenly bulged out through the skin incision. "Unusual," he muttered. "Probably a bit of ruminal gas." Unflurried, he gently thrust back the protrusion and prepared again to make his cut. But as he withdrew his hand, the rumen welled out after it, a pinkish mass bigger than a football. Siegfried pushed it back again, and it shot out again immediately, ballooning to a startling size. This time he took 2 hands to the job, pushing and pressing till he forced the thing once more out of sight. He stood for a moment with his hands inside the cow, breathing heavily. 2 beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Carefully, he withdrew his hands. Nothing happened. It must have settled down. He was reaching back for his knife, when, like a live thing, the rumen again came leaping and surging out. It seemed almost as though the entire organ had escaped through the incision, a slippery, gleaming mass rising and swelling till it was level with his eyes. Siegfried had dropped all pretense of calm and was fighting desperately, both arms round the thing, pressing downwards with all his strength. I hastened forward to help, and as I drew near, he whispered hoarsely, "What the hell is it?" Clearly he was wondering if this pulsating heap of tissue was some part of the bovine anatomy he'd never even heard of. Silently we fought the mass down till it was level with the skin. The Colonel was watching intently. He hadn't expected the operation to be so interesting. His eyebrows were slightly raised. "It must be the gas doing this," panted Siegfried. "Pass me the knife and stand back." He inserted the knife into the rumen and cut sharply downwards. I was glad I had moved away, because through the incision shot a high-pressure jet of semi-liquid stomach contents, a greenish-brown, foul-smelling cascade which erupted from the depths of the cow as from an invisible pump. The first direct hit was on Siegfried's face. He couldn't release his hold of the rumen, or it would have slipped back into the abdomen and contaminated the peritoneum. So he hung on to each side of the opening while the evil torrent poured onto his hair, down his neck, and all over his lovely white smock. Now and then, the steady stream would be varied by a sudden explosion which sent the fermenting broth spouting viciously over everything in the immediate vicinity. Within a minute, the trays with their gleaming instruments were thoroughly covered. The tidy rows of swabs, the snowy tufts of cotton wool disappeared without trace. But it was the unkindest cut of all when a particular powerful jet sent a liberal spray over the new jacket hanging on the wall. Siegfried's face was too obscured for me to detect any change of expression, but at this disaster I saw real anguish in his eyes. The Colonel's eyebrows were now raised to the maximum, and his mouth hung open as he gazed in disbelief at the chaotic scene. Siegfried, still hanging grimly on, was the centre of it all, paddling about in a reeking swamp which came halfway up his Wellington boots. He looked like a Fiji islander, with his hair stiffened and frizzled, and his eyes rolling whitely in the brown face. Eventually, the flood slowed to a trickle and stopped. I was able to hold the lips of the wound while Siegfried inserted his arm and felt his way to the reticulum. I watched him as he groped inside the honeycombed organ far out of sight against the diaphragm. A satisfied grunt told me he had located the piercing wire, and within seconds he had removed it. Tristan had been frantically salvaging and washing suture materials, and soon the incision in the rumen was stitched. Siegfried's heroic stand had not been in vain. There was no contamination of the peritoneum. Silently and neatly, he secured the skin and muscles with retention sutures and swabbed round the wound. Everything looked fine. The cow seemed unperturbed. Under the anaesthetic, she had known nothing of the titanic struggle with her insides. In fact, freed from the discomfort of the transfixing wire, she appeared already to be feeling better. It took quite a time to tidy up the mess, and the most difficult job was to make Siegfried presentable. We did our best by swilling him down with buckets of water, while all the time he scraped sadly at his new jacket with a flat stick. It didn't make much difference. The Colonel was hearty and full of congratulations.
"Come in, my dear chap. Come in and have a drink."
But the invitation had a hollow ring, and he took care to stand at least 10 feet away from his friend. Siegfried threw his bedraggled jacket over his shoulder. "No, thank you, Hubert. It's most kind of you, but we must be off." He went out of the byre. "I think you'll find the cow will be eating in a day or two. I'll be back in a fortnight to take out the stitches." In the confined space of the car, Tristan and I were unable to get as far away from him as we would have liked. Even with our heads stuck out of the windows, it was still pretty bad. Siegfried drove for a mile or two in silence. Then he turned to me, and his streaked features broke into a grin. There was something indomitable about him. "You never know what's round the corner in this game, my boys. But just think of this. That operation was a success." Chapter 28. There were 3 of us in the cheerless yard: Isaac Cranford, Jeff Mallock, and myself. The only one who looked at ease was Mallock, and it was fitting that it should be so, since he was, in a manner of speaking, the host. He owned the knacker yard, and he looked on benignly as we peered into the carcass of the cow he had just opened. In Darrowby, the name Mallock had a ring of doom. It was the graveyard of livestock, of farmers' ambitions, of veterinary surgeons' hopes. If ever an animal was very ill, somebody was bound to say, "I reckon she'll be off to Mallock's before long," or "Jeff Mallock'll have her finish." And the premises fitted perfectly into the picture. A group of drab red brick buildings standing a few fields back from the road, with a stumpy chimney from which rolled endlessly a dolorous black smoke. It didn't pay to approach Mallock's too closely unless you had a strong stomach, so the place was avoided by the townspeople. But if you ventured up the lane and peeped through the sliding metal doors, you could look in on a nightmare world. Dead animals lay everywhere. Most of them were dismembered and great chunks of meat hung on hooks, but here and there you could see a bloated sheep or a greenish swollen pig, which not even Jeff could bring himself to open. Skulls and dry bones were piled to the roof in places, and brown mounds of meat stood in the corners. The smell was bad at any time, but when Jeff was balling up the carcasses, it was indescribable. The Mallock family bungalow stood in the middle of the buildings, and strangers could be pardoned if they expected a collection of wizened gnomes to dwell there. But Jeff was a pink-faced, cherubic man in his 40s, his wife plump, smiling, and comely. Their family ranged from a positively beautiful girl of 19 down to a robust 5-year-old boy. There were 8 young Mallocks, and they had spent their lifetimes playing among tuberculous lungs and a vast spectrum of bacteria from salmonella to anthrax. They were the healthiest children in the district. It was said in the pubs that Jeff was one of the richest men in the town, but the locals, as they supped their beer, had to admit that he earned his money. At any hour of the day or night, he would rattle out into the country in his ramshackle lorry, winch on a carcass, bring it back to the yard, and cut it up. A dog food dealer came twice a week from Broughton with a van and bought the fresh meat. The rest of the stuff Jeff shovelled into his boiler to make the meat meal, which was in great demand for mixing in pig and poultry rations. The bones went for making fertilizer, the hides to the tanner, and the nameless odds and ends were collected by a wild-eyed individual known only as the Ket Fella. Sometimes, for a bit of variety, Jeff would make long slabs of strange-smelling soap which found a brisk sale for scrubbing shop floors. Yes, people said. There was no doubt Jeff did all right. But by gore, he earned it. My contacts with Mallock were fairly frequent. A knacker's yard had a useful function for a vet. It served as a crude post-mortem room, a place where he could check on his diagnosis in fatal cases, and on occasions where he had been completely baffled, the mysteries would be revealed under Jeff's knife. Often, of course, farmers would send in an animal which I had been treating and ask Jeff to tell them what had been wrong with. And this was where a certain amount of friction arose, because Jeff was placed in a position of power and seldom resisted the temptation to wield it. Although he could neither read nor write, he was a man of great professional pride. He didn't like to be called a knacker man, but preferred fellmonger. He considered in his heart that after 20-odd years of cutting up diseased animals, he knew more than any vet alive. and it made things rather awkward that the farming community unhesitatingly agreed with him. It never failed to spoil my day if a farmer called in at the surgery and told me that once more Jeff Mellock had confounded my diagnosis. "Hey, remember that cow you were treating for magnesium deficiency? She never did no good and I sent her into Mallock's." "Well, you know what was really the matter with her? Worm in tail," Jeff said. "If you'd nobbut cut her tail off, that cow would have gotten up and walked away." It was no good arguing or saying that there was no such thing as worm in the tail. Jeff knew. That was all about it. If only Jeff had taken his priceless opportunities to acquire a common-sense knowledge, it wouldn't have been so bad. But instead, he had built up a weird pathology of his own, and backed it up by black magic remedies gleaned from his contacts with the more primitive members of the farming community. His 4 stock diseases were stagnation at lungs, black rot, gastric ulcers, and gallstones. It was a quartet which made the vets tremble for miles around. Another cross which the vets had to bear was his unique gift of being able to take one look at a dead animal on a farm and pronounce immediately on the cause of death. The farmers, awestruck by his powers, were always asking me why I couldn't do it. But I was unable to dislike the man. He would have had to be more than human to resist the chance to be important, and there was no malice in his actions. Still, it made things uncomfortable at times, and I liked to be on the spot myself whenever possible, especially when Isaac Cranford was involved. Cranford was a hard man, a man who had cast his life in a mould of iron austerity, a sharp bargainer, a win-at-all-costs character, and in a region where thrift was general, he was noted for meanness. He farmed some of the best land in the Lower Dale. His shorthorns won prizes regularly at the shows, but he was nobody's friend. Mr. Bateson, his neighbour to the north, summed it up. "Well, that feller 'ud skin a flea for its hide." Mr. Dickon, his neighbour to the south, put it differently. "If he gets out on a pound note, by gor, it's a prisoner." This morning's meeting had had its origin the previous day. A phone call mid-afternoon from Mr. Cranford. "I've had a cow struck by lightning. She's laid dead in the field." I was surprised. "Lightning? Are you sure? We haven't had a storm today." "Maybe you haven't, but we have here." All right, I'll come and have a look at her." Driving to the farm, I couldn't work out much enthusiasm for the impending interview. This lightning business could be a bit of a headache. All farmers were insured against lightning stroke. It was usually part of their fire policy, and after a severe thunderstorm it was common enough for the vet's phone to start ringing with requests to examine dead beasts. The insurance companies were reasonable about it. If they received a certificate from the vet that he believed lightning to be the cause of death, they would usually pay up without fuss. In cases of doubt, they would ask for a post-mortem, or a second opinion from another practitioner. The difficulty was that there are no diagnostic post-mortem features to go on. Occasionally a bruising of the tissues under the skin, but very little else. The happiest situation was when the beast was found with the telltale scorch marks, running from an ear down the leg to earth into the ground. Often the animal would be found under a tree, which itself had obviously been blasted and torn by lightning. Diagnosis was easy then. 99% of the farmers were looking only for a square deal, and if their vet found some other clear cause of death, they would accept his verdict philosophically. But the odd one could be very difficult. I had heard Siegfried tell of one old chap who had called him out to verify a lightning death. The long scorch marks on the carcass were absolutely classical, and Siegfried, viewing them, had been almost lyrical. "Beautiful, Charlie. Beautiful. I've never seen more typical marks. But there's just one thing." He put an arm round the old man's shoulder. "What a great pity you let the candle grease fall on the skin." The old man looked closer and thumped a fist into his palm. "Dang it, you're right, master. I've mucked job up, and I took pains over it and all. Been on for dang near an hour." He walked away, muttering. He showed no embarrassment, only disgust at his own technological shortcomings. But this, I thought, as the stone walls flipped past the car windows, would be very different. Cranford was in the habit of getting his own way, right or wrong, and if he didn't get it today, there would be trouble. I drove through the farm gate and along a neat tarmac road across the single field. Mr. Cranford was standing motionless in the middle of the yard, and I was struck, not for the first time, by the man's resemblance to a big, hungry bird. The hunched, narrow shoulders, the forward-thrust, sharp-beaked face, the dark overcoat hanging loosely on the bony frame. I wouldn't have been surprised if he had spread his wings and flapped his way onto the byre roof. Instead, he nodded impatiently at me and began to hasten with short, tripping steps to a field at the back of the house. It was a large field, and the dead cow lay almost in the centre. There were no trees, no hedges, not even a small bush. My hopeful picture of the body under a stricken tree melted immediately, leaving an anxious void. We stopped beside the cow, and Mr. Cranford was the first to speak.
Bound to be lightning. Can't be out else. Nasty storm, then this beast, dropping down dead.
I looked at the grass around the big shorthorn. It had been churned and torn out, leaving patches of bare earth. But it hasn't exactly dropped down, has it? It died in convulsions. You can see where its feet have kicked out the grass.
All right, then. It had a convulsion, but it was lightning that caused it.
Mr. Cranford had fierce little eyes, and they darted flitting glances at my shirt collar, Macintosh belt, Wellingtons. He could never quite bring himself to look at anybody in the eye.
Well, I doubt it, Mr. Cranford. One of the signs of lightning stroke is that the beast has fallen without a struggle. Some of them even have grass in their mouths. Oh, I know all about that, Cranford snapped, his thin face flushing. I've been among livestock for half a century, and this isn't the first beast I've seen that's been struck. They're not all the same, you know.
Oh, I realise that, but you see, this death could have been caused by so many things.
What sort of things?
Well, anthrax for a start, magnesium deficiency, heart trouble. There's quite a list.
I really think we ought to do a post-mortem to make sure. Now, see here. Are you saying I'm trying to do something I shouldn't?
Not at all. I'm only saying we should make sure before I write a certificate. We can go and see her opened at Malek's, and believe me, if there's no other obvious cause of death, you'll get the benefit of the doubt. The insurance people are pretty good about it. Mr. Cranford's predatory features sank lower into his coat collar. He dug his hands viciously into his pockets.
I've had veterinaries at these jobs before. Proper experienced veterinaries, too.
The little eyes flashed in the direction of my left ear.
They've never messed about like this. What's the use of going to all that trouble? Why do you have to be so damn particular?
Why indeed, I thought. Why make an enemy of this man? He wielded a lot of power in the district, prominent in the local farmers' union, a member of every agricultural committee for miles around. He was a wealthy, successful man, and if people didn't like him, they respected his knowledge and listened to him. He could do a young vet a lot of harm. Why not write the certificate and go home? This is to certify that I have examined the above-mentioned animal, and in my opinion, lightning stroke was the cause of death. It would be easy, and Cranford would be mollified. It would be the end of the whole thing. Why antagonize this dangerous character for nothing? Maybe it really was lightning anyway. I turned to face Mr. Cranford, trying in vain to look into his eyes that always veered away at the last moment. I'm sorry, but I feel we ought to have a look inside this cow. I'll ring Malek and ask him to pick her up, and we can see her in the morning. I'll meet you there at 10 o'clock. Will that be all right?
Reckon it'll have to be, Cranford spat out. It's a piece of nonsense, but I suppose I've got to humour you. But just let me remind you, this was a good cow worth all of £80. I can't afford to lose that amount of money. I want me rights.
I'm sure you'll get them, Mr. Cranford. And before I have her moved, I'd better take a blood film to eliminate anthrax. The farmer had been under a mounting load of pressure. As a pillar of the Methodist chapel, his range of language was restricted. So he vented his pent-up feelings by kicking out savagely at the carcass. His toe made contact with the unyielding backbone, and he hopped around on one leg for a few seconds. Then he limped off towards the house. I was alone as I nicked the dead ear with my knife and drew a film of blood across a couple of glass slides. It hadn't been a happy session, and the one tomorrow didn't hold out much more promise. I enclosed the blood films carefully in a cardboard box and set off for Skeldale House to examine them under the microscope. So it wasn't a particularly cheerful group which assembled at the knacker yard the following morning. Even Jeff, though he preserved his usual Buddha-like expression, was in fact deeply offended. The account he had given me when I first arrived at the yard was fragmentary, but I could piece the scene together. Jeff, leaping from his lorry at Cranford's, sweeping the carcass with a piercing glance and making his brilliant spot diagnosis.
Stagnation at lungs. I can always tell by the look in their eyes, and the way their hair lies along back.
Waiting confidently for the wondering gasps, the congratulatory speeches which always followed his tour de force. Then Mr. Cranford, almost dancing with rage.
Shut your big, stupid mouth, Mallock, thou knows nowt about it. This cow was struck by lightning, and you better remember that.
And now, bending my head over the carcass, I couldn't find a clue anyway. No sign of bruising when the skin was removed. The internal organs clean and normal. I straightened up and pushed my fingers through my hair. The boiler bubbled softly, puffing out odoriferous wisps into the already highly charged atmosphere. 2 dogs licked busily at a pile of meat meal. Then a chill of horror struck through me. The dogs had competition. A little boy with golden curls was pushing a forefinger into the heap, inserting it in his mouth and sucking with rapt enjoyment. "Look at that!" I quavered. The knacker man's face lit up with a paternal pride.
"Aye,"
he said happily.
"It isn't only the 4-legged uns what likes my meal. Wonderful stuff. Full of nourishment."
His good humour completely restored, he struck a match and began to puff appreciatively at a short pipe, which was thickly encrusted with evidence of his grisly trade. I dragged my attention back to the job in hand. "Cut into the heart, will you, Jeff?" I said. Jeff deftly sliced the big organ from top to bottom, and I knew immediately that my search was over. The auricles and ventricles were almost completely occluded by a cauliflower-like mass growing from the valves. Varicose endocarditis, common in pigs, but seldom seen in cattle. "That's what killed your cow, Mr. Cranford," I said. Cranford aimed his nose at the heart.
"Fiddlesticks! You're not telling me that them little things could kill a beast like that?"
"They're not so little. Big enough to stop the flow of blood. I'm sorry, but there's no doubt about it. Your cow died of heart failure."
"And how about lightning?"
"No sign of it, I'm afraid. You can see for yourself."
"And what about my £80?
"I'm truly sorry about that, but it doesn't alter the facts."
"Facts? What facts? I've come along this morning and you've shown me now to make me change my opinion."
"Well, there's nothing more I can say. It's a clear-cut case." Mr. Cranford stiffened in his perching stance. He held his hands against the front of his coat, and the fingers and thumbs rubbed together unceasingly, as though fondling the beloved banknotes which were slipping away from him. His face, sunk deeper in his collar, appeared still sharper in outline. Then he turned to me and made a ghastly attempt to smile, and his eyes, trained on my lapels, tried valiantly to inch their way upwards. There was a fleeting instant when they met my gaze, before flickering away in alarm. He drew me to one side and addressed himself to my larynx. There was a wheedling note in the hoarse whisper. "Now look here, Mr. Herriot. We're both men of the world. You know as well as I do that the insurance company can afford this loss a lot better than me. So why can't you just say, it is lightning?" "Well, even though I think it isn't?" "Well, what the hangman does it matter? You can say it is, can't you? Nobody's going to know." I scratched my head. But what would bother me, Mr. Cranford, is that I would know.
You would know?
The farmer was mystified. That's right. And it's no good. I can't give you a certificate for this cow, and that's the end of it. Dismay, disbelief, frustration chased across Mr. Cranford's features.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'm not leaving the matter here. I'm going to see your boss about you.
He swung round and pointed at the cow.
There's no sign of disease there. Trying to tell me it's all due to a little things in the heart. You don't know your job. You don't even know what them things are.
Jeff Mallock removed his unspeakable pipe from his mouth.
But I know. It's what I said. Stagnation at lungs is caused by milk from milk vein getting back into the body. Finally, it gets to heart, and then it's over with. Them's milk clots you're looking at.
Cranford rounded on him.
Shut up, you great gumph. You're as bad as this fellow here. It was lightning killed my good cow. Lightning!
He was almost screaming. Then he controlled himself and spoke quietly to me.
You'll hear more of this, Mr. Knowledge. And I'll just tell you one thing. You'll never walk on my farm again.
He turned and hurried away with his quick-stepping gait. I said good morning to Jeff and climbed wearily into my car. Well, everything had worked out just great. If only vetting just consisted of treating sick animals. But it didn't. There were so many other things. I started the engine and drove away. Chapter 29. It didn't take Mr. Cranford long to make good his threat. He called at the surgery shortly after lunch the following day, and Siegfried and I, enjoying a post-prandial cigarette in the sitting room, heard the jangle of the doorbell. We didn't get up because most of the farmers walked in after ringing. The dogs, however, went into their usual routine. They had had a long run on the high moor that morning and had just finished licking out their dinner bowls. Tired and distended, they had collapsed in a snoring heap round Siegfried's feet. There was nothing they wanted more than 10 minutes' peace, but, dedicated as they were to their self-appointed role of fierce guardians of the house, they did not hesitate. They leapt, baying from the rug, and hurled themselves into the passage. People often wondered why Siegfried kept 5 dogs. Not only kept them, but took them everywhere with him. Driving on his rounds, it was difficult to see him at all among the shaggy heads and waving tails, and anybody approaching the car would recoil in terror from the savage barking and the bared fangs and glaring eyes framed in the windows. "I cannot for the life of me understand," Siegfried would declare, thumping his fist on his knee, "why people keep dogs as pets. A dog should have a useful function. Let it be used for farm work, for shooting, for guiding, but why anybody should keep the things just hanging around the place beats me." It was a pronouncement he was continually making, often through a screen of flapping ears and lolling tongues as he sat in his car. His listener would look wonderingly from the huge greyhound to the tiny terrier, from the spaniel to the whippet to the Scottie, but nobody ever asked Siegfried why he kept his own dogs. I judged that the pack fell upon Mr. Cranford about the bend of the passage, and many a lesser man would have fled, but I could hear him fighting his way doggedly forward. When he came through the sitting-room door, he had removed his hat and was beating the dogs off with it. It wasn't a wise move, and the barking rose to a higher pitch. The man's eyes stared and his lips moved continuously, but nothing came through. Siegfried, courteous as ever, rose and indicated a chair. His lips too were moving, no doubt in a few gracious words of welcome. Mr. Cranford flapped his black coat, swooped across the carpet, and perched. The dogs sat in a ring around him and yelled up into his face. Usually they collapsed after their exhausting performance, but there was something in the look or smell of Mr. Cranford that they didn't like. Siegfried leant back in his chair, put his fingers together, and assumed a judicial expression. Now and again he nodded understandingly or narrowed his eyes as if taking an interesting point. Practically nothing could be heard from Mr. Cranford, but occasionally a word or phrase penetrated.
"Have a serious complaint to make. Doesn't know his job. Can't afford. Not a rich man. These dang dogs. Won't have him again. Down dog, get by. Now but robbery.
Siegfried, completely relaxed and apparently oblivious of the din, listened attentively. But as the minutes passed, I could see the strain beginning to tell on Mr. Cranford. His eyes began to start from their sockets, and the veins corded on his scrawny neck, as he tried to get his message across. Finally, it was too much for him. He jumped up, and a leaping brown tide bore him to the floor. He gave a last defiant cry, lashed out again with his hat, and was gone. Pushing open the dispensary door a few weeks later, I found my boss mixing an ointment. He was working with great care, turning and returning the glutinous mass on a marble slab. "What's this you're doing?" I asked. Siegfried threw down his spatula and straightened his back. "Ointment for a boar." He looked past me at Tristan, who had just come in. "And I don't know why the hell I'm doing it when some people are sitting round on their backsides." He indicated the spatula. "Right, Tristan, you can have a go. When you finish your cigarette, that is." His expression softened as Tristan hastily nipped out his woodbine and began to work away on the slab. "Pretty stiff concoction, that. Takes a bit of mixing," Siegfried said, with satisfaction, looking at his brother's bent head. "The back of my neck was beginning to ache with it." He turned to me. "By the way, you'll be interested to hear it's for your old friend Cranford, for that prize boar of his. It's got a nasty sore across his back, and he's worried to death about it. Wins him a lot of money at the shows, and a blemish there would be disastrous." "Cranford's still with us, then?" "Yes. It's a funny thing, but we can't get rid of him. I don't like losing clients, but I gladly make an exception of this chap. He won't have you near the place after that lightning job, and he makes it very clear he doesn't think much of me either. Tells me I never do his beasts any good, says it would have been a lot better if he'd never called me, and moans like hell when he gets his bill. He's more bother than he's worth, and on top of everything, he gives me the creeps. But he won't leave. He damn well won't leave." "Well, he knows which side his bread's buttered," I said. "He gets first-rate service, and the moaning is part of the system to keep the bills down. Maybe you're right. But I wish there was a simple way to get rid of him." He tapped Tristan on the shoulder. "All right, don't strain yourself, that'll do. Put it into this ointment box and label it, 'Apply liberally to the boar's back 3 times daily, working it well in with the fingers.' Oh, and post it to Mr. Cranford. And while you're on, will you post this feces sample to the laboratory at Leeds to test for Jonas disease?" He held out a treacle tin brimming with foul-smelling liquid diarrhea. It was a common thing to collect such samples and send them away for Jonas tests, worm counts, etc. And there was always one thing all the samples had in common. They were very large. All that was needed for the tests was a couple of teaspoonfuls, but the farmers were lavish in their quantities. They seemed pleasantly surprised that all the vet wanted was a bit of muck from the dung channel. They threw aside their natural caution and shoveled the stuff up cheerfully into the biggest container they could find. They brushed aside all protests. "Take plenty, we've lots of it," was their attitude. Tristan took hold of the tin gingerly and began to look along the shelves. "We don't seem to have any of those little glass sample jars." "That's right, we're out of them," said Siegfried. "I meant to order some more, but never mind. Shove the lid on that tin and press it down tight, then parcel it up well in brown paper. It'll travel to the lab, all right." It took only 3 days for Mr. Cranford's name to come up again. Siegfried was opening the morning mail, throwing the circulars to one side and making a pile of the bills and receipts, when he became suddenly very still. He had frozen over a letter on blue notepaper, and he sat like a statue till he read it through. At length he raised his head, his face was expressionless. "James, this is just about the most vitriolic letter I've ever read. It's from Cranford. He's finished with us for good and all, and is considering taking legal action against us." "What have we done this time?" I said. "He accuses us of grossly insulting him and endangering the health of his boar. He says we sent him a treacle tin full of cow shit, with instructions to rub it on the boar's back 3 times daily." Tristan, who had been sitting with his eyes half closed, became fully awake. He rose unhurriedly and began to make his way towards the door. His hand was on the knob when his brother's voice thundered out. "Tristan!
Come back here. Sit down. I think we have something to talk about.
Tristan looked out resolutely, waiting for the storm to break. But Siegfried was unexpectedly calm. His voice was gentle. So, you've done it again. When will I ever learn that I can't trust you to carry out the simplest task? It wasn't much to ask, was it? 2 little parcels to post. Hardly a tough assignment. But you managed to botch it. You got the labels wrong, didn't you? Tristan wriggled in his chair.
I'm sorry. I can't think how...
Siegfried held up his hand.
Oh, don't worry.
Your usual luck has come to your aid. With anybody else, this bloomer would be a catastrophe, but with Cranford, it's like divine providence. He paused for a moment, and a dreamy expression crept into his eyes. The label said, to work it well in with the fingers, I seem to recall. And Mr. Cranford says he opened the package at the breakfast table. Yes, Tristan. I think you have found the way. This, I do believe, has done it. I said, yeah, but how about the legal action? Oh, I think we can forget about that. Mr. Cranford has a great sense of his own dignity. Just think how it would sound in court. He crumpled the letter and dropped it into the waste paper basket. Well, let's get on with some work. He led the way out and stopped abruptly in the passage. He turned to face us. There's another thing, of course. I wonder how the lab is making out, testing that ointment for Jonas disease. Chapter 30. I was really worried about Tricky this time. I had pulled up my car when I saw him in the street with his mistress, and I was shocked at his appearance. He had become hugely fat, like a bloated sausage with a little leg at each corner. His eyes, bloodshot and rheumy, stood straight ahead, and his tongue lolled from his jaws. Mrs. Pumphrey hastened to explain. He was so listless, Mr. Herriot. He seemed to have no energy. I thought he must be suffering from malnutrition, so I've been giving him some little extras between meals to build him up. Some calf's foot jelly and molten cod liver oil and a bowl of Horlicks each night to make him sleep. Nothing much, really. And did you cut down on the sweet things as I told you? Oh, I did for a bit, but he seemed to be so weak. I had to relent. He does love cream cakes and chocolate so. I can't bear to refuse him. I looked down again at the little dog. That was the trouble. Tricky's only fault was greed. He had never been known to refuse food. He would tackle a meal at any hour of the day or night. And I wondered about all the things Mrs. Pumphrey hadn't mentioned. The pâté on thin biscuits, the fudge, the rich trifles. Tricky loved them all. I tried to sound severe. Now, I really mean this. If you don't cut his food right down and give him more exercise, he is going to be really ill. You must harden your heart and keep him on a very strict diet. Mrs. Pumphrey wrung her hands. Oh, I will, Mr. Herriot. I'm sure you're right, but it is so difficult, so very difficult. She set off head down along the road, as if determined to put the new regime into practice immediately. I watched their progress with growing concern. Tricky was tottering along in his little tweed coat. He had a whole wardrobe of these coats, warm tweed or tartan ones for the cold weather, and mackintoshes for the wet days. He struggled on, drooping in his harness. I thought it wouldn't be long before I heard from Mrs. Pumphrey. The expected call came within a few days. Mrs. Pumphrey was distraught. Tricky would eat nothing, refused even his favourite dishes, and besides, he had bouts of vomiting. He spent all his time lying on a rug, panting, didn't go for walks, didn't want to do anything. I had made my plans in advance. The only way was to get Tricky out of the house for a period. I suggested that he be hospitalised for about a fortnight to be kept under observation. The poor lady almost swooned. She had never been separated from her darling before. She was sure he would pine and die if he didn't see her every day. But I took a firm line. Tricky was very ill, and this was the only way to save him. In fact, I thought it best to take him away without delay, and, followed by Mrs. Pumphrey's wailings, I marched out to the car, carrying the little dog wrapped in a blanket. The entire staff were roused, and maids rushed in and out bringing his daily bed, his night bed, favourite cushions, toys and rubber rings, breakfast bowl, lunch bowl, supper bowl. Realising that my car would never hold all the stuff, I started to drive away. As I moved off, Mrs. Pumphrey, with a despairing cry, threw an armful of little coats through the window. I looked in the mirror before I turned the corner of the drive. Everybody was in tears. Out on the road, I glanced down at the pathetic little animal gasping on the seat by my side. I patted the head, and Tricky made a brave effort to wag his tail. "Poor old lad," I said. "You haven't a kick in you, but I think I know the cure for you." At the surgery, the household dogs surged around me. Tricky looked down at the noisy pack with dull eyes, and when put down, lay motionless on the carpet. The other dogs, after sniffing round him for a few seconds, decided he was an uninteresting object and ignored him. I made up a bed for him in a warm, loose box next to the one where the other dogs slept. For 2 days I kept an eye on him, giving him no food but plenty of water. At the end of the second day, he started to show some interest in his surroundings, and on the third, he began to whimper when he heard the dogs in the yard. When I opened the door, Tricky trotted out and was immediately engulfed by Joe the greyhound and his friends. After rolling him over and thoroughly inspecting him, the dogs moved off down the garden. Tricky followed them, rolling slightly with his surplus fat, but obviously intrigued. Later that day, I was present at feeding time. I watched while Tristan slopped the food into the bowls. There was the usual headlong rush, followed by the sounds of high-speed eating. Every dog knew that if he fell behind the others, he was liable to have some competition for the last part of his meal. When they had finished, Tricky took a walk round the shining bowls, licking casually inside one or two of them. Next day, an extra bowl was put out for him, and I was pleased to see him jostling his way towards it. From then on, his progress was rapid. He had no medicinal treatment of any kind, but all day he ran about with the dogs, joining in their friendly scrimmages. He discovered the joys of being bowled over, trampled on, and squashed every few minutes. He became an accepted member of the gang, an unlikely, silky little object among the shaggy crew, fighting like a tiger for his share at mealtimes and hunting rats in the old henhouse at night. He had never had such a time in his life. All the while, Mrs. Pumphrey hovered anxiously in the background, ringing a dozen times a day for the latest bulletins. I dodged the questions about whether his cushions were being turned regularly or his correct coat worn, according to the weather, but I was able to tell her that the little fellow was out of danger and convalescing rapidly. The word convalescing seemed to do something to Mrs. Pumphrey. She started to bring round fresh eggs, 2 dozen at a time, to build up Tricky's strength. For a happy period, there were 2 eggs each for breakfast. But when the bottles of sherry began to arrive, the real possibilities of the situation began to dawn on the household. It was the same delicious vintage that I knew so well, and it was to enrich Tricky's blood. Lunch became a ceremonial occasion with 2 glasses before and several during the meal. Siegfried and Tristan took turns at proposing Tricky's health, and the standard of speech-making improved daily. As the sponsor, I was always called upon to reply. We could hardly believe it when the brandy came. 2 bottles of Cordon Bleu, intended to put a final edge on Tricky's constitution. Siegfried dug out some balloon glasses belonging to his mother. I had never seen them before, but for a few nights they saw constant service as the fine spirit was rolled around, inhaled, and reverently drunk. They were days of deep content, starting well with the extra egg in the morning, bolstered up and sustained by the midday sherry, and finishing luxuriously around the fire with the brandy. It was a temptation to keep Tricky on as a permanent guest, but I knew Mrs. Pumphrey was suffering, and after a fortnight felt compelled to phone and tell her that the little dog had recovered and was awaiting collection. Within minutes, about 30 feet of gleaming black metal drew up outside the surgery. The chauffeur opened the door, and I could just make out the figure of Mrs. Pumphrey almost lost in the interior. Her hands were tightly clasped in front of her. Her lips trembled.
"Oh, Mr. Herriot, do tell me the truth. Is he really better?"
"Yes, he's fine. There is no need for you to get out of the car. I'll go and fetch him." I walked through the house and into the garden. A mass of dogs was hurtling round and round the lawn, and in their midst, ears flapping, tail waving, was the little golden figure of Tricky. In 2 weeks he had been transformed into a lithe, hard-muscled animal. He was keeping up well with the pack, stretching out in great bounds, his chest almost brushing the ground. I carried him back along the passage to the front of the house. The chauffeur was still holding the car door open, and when Tricky saw his mistress, he took off from my arms in a tremendous leap and sailed into Mrs. Pumphrey's lap. She gave a startled, "Oh!" and then had to defend herself as he swarmed over her, licking her face and barking. During the excitement, I helped the chauffeur to bring out the beds, toys, cushions, coats, and bowls, none of which had been used. As the car moved away, Mrs. Pumphrey leant out of the window. Tears shone in her eyes. Her lips trembled.
"Oh, Mr. Herriot," she cried, "how can I ever thank you? This is a triumph of surgery."
Chapter 31. I came suddenly and violently awake, my heart thudding and pounding in time with the insistent summons of the telephone. These bedside phones were undoubtedly an improvement on the old system, when you had to gallop downstairs and stand shivering with your bare toes on the tiles of the passage. But this explosion a few inches from your ear in the small hours of the morning, when the body was weak and the resistance low, was shattering. I felt sure it couldn't be good for me. The voice at the other end was offensively cheerful. "I have a mare on foaling. She doesn't seem to be getting on with job. Reckon foal must be laid wrong. Can you come and give me an hand?" My stomach contracted to a tight ball. This was just a little bit too much. Once out of bed in the middle of the night was bad enough, but twice was unfair. In fact, it was sheer cruelty. I had had a hard day, and had been glad to crawl between the sheets at midnight. I had been hauled out at 1 o'clock to a damned awkward carving, and hadn't got back till nearly 3. What was the time now? 3:15, good God! I'd only had a few minutes' sleep, and a foaling. Twice as difficult as a carving as a rule. What a life. What a bloody awful life. I muttered into the receiver, "Right, Mr. Dixon, I'll come straight away," and shuffled across the room, yawning and stretching, feeling the ache in my shoulders and arms. I looked down at the pile of clothing on the chair. I'd taken them off, put them on again, taken them off already tonight, and something in me rebelled at the thought of putting them on again. With a weary grunt, I took my mackintosh from the back of the door and donned it over my pyjamas, went downstairs to where my Wellingtons stood outside the dispensary door, and stuck my feet into them. It was a warm night. What was the point of getting dressed up? I'd only have to strip off again at the farm. I opened the back door and trailed slowly down the long garden, my tired mind only faintly aware of the fragrance that came from the darkness. I reached the yard at the bottom, opened the double doors into the lane, and got the car out of the garage. In the silent town, the buildings glowed whitely as the headlights swept across the shuttered shop fronts, the tight-drawn curtains. Everybody was asleep. Everybody, except me, James Herriot, creeping, sore and exhausted, towards another spell of hard labour. Why the hell had I ever decided to become a country vet? I must have been crazy to pick a job where you work 7 days a week and through the night as well. Sometimes I felt as though the practice was a malignant living entity, testing me, trying me out, putting the pressure on more and more to see just at what point I would drop down dead. It was a completely unconscious reaction which hoisted me from my bath of self-pity and left me dripping on the brink, regarding the immediate future with a return of some of my natural optimism. For one thing, Dixon's place was down at the foot of the dale, just off the main road, and they had that unusual luxury, electric light in the buildings. And I couldn't be all that tired, not at the age of 24 with all my faculties unimpaired. I'd take a bit of killing yet. I smiled to myself and relapsed into the state of half-suspended animation which was normal to me at these times, a sleepy blanketing of all the senses except those required for the job in hand. Many times over the past months I'd got out of bed, driven far into the country, done my job efficiently, and returned to bed without ever having been fully awake. revolver. There was almost certainly a malpresentation. Still thinking hard, I removed my mackintosh and was jerked out of my reverie by a shout of laughter from the farmer.
God help us all! What's this? The foldy rolls?
I looked down at my pyjamas, which were pale blue with an arresting broad stripe. This, Mr. Dixon, I replied with dignity, is my night attire. I didn't bother to dress.
Oh, I see now.
The farmer's eyes glinted impishly.
I'm sorry, but I thought I got the wrong chap for a second. I saw a fella just like you at Blackpool last year. Same suit exactly, but he had a stripy top hat too and a stick. Did a champion little dance.
Can't oblige you, I'm afraid, I said with a wan smile. I'm not in the mood right now. I stripped off, noting with interest the deep red grooves caused by the calf's teeth a couple of hours ago. Those teeth had been like razors, peeling off neat little rolls of skin every time I pushed my arm past them. The mare trembled as I felt my way inside her. Nothing. Nothing, then just the tail and the pelvic bone and the body and hind legs disappearing way beyond my reach. Breech presentation. Easy in the cow for a man who knew his job, but tricky in the mare, because of the tremendous length of the foal's legs. It took me a sweating, panting half-hour with ropes and a blunt hook in the end of the flexible cane to bring the first leg round. The second leg came more easily, and the mare seemed to know that there was no obstruction now. She gave a great heave, and the foal shot out onto the straw with myself, arms around its body, sprawling on top of it. To my delight, I felt the small form jerking convulsively. I had felt no movement while I was working, and had decided that it was dead. But the foal was very much alive, shaking its head and snorting out the placental fluid it had inhaled during its delayed entry. When I had finished toweling myself, I turned to see the farmer with an abnormally straight face, holding out my colourful jacket like a valet.
"Allow me, sir,"
he said gravely. Okay, I laughed. I'll get properly dressed next time. As I was putting my things in the car boot, the farmer carelessly threw a parcel onto the back seat. "Bit of butter for you," he muttered. When I started the engine, he bent level with the window. "I think a bit about that mare, and I've been badly wanting a fall out of her. Thank you, lad. Thank you very much." He waved as I moved away, and I heard his parting cry.
"You did all right for a Kentucky minstrel."
I leaned back in my seat and peered through heavy lids at the empty road unwinding in the pale morning light. The sun had come up, a dark crimson ball hanging low over the misted fields. I felt utterly content, warm with the memory of the foal trying to struggle onto its knees, its absurdly long legs still out of control. Grand that the little beggar had been alive after all. There was something desolate about delivering a lifeless creature. The Dixon farm was in the low country where the dale widened out and gave onto the great plain of York. I had to cross a loop of the busy road which connected the West Riding with the industrial northeast. A thin tendril of smoke rose from the chimney of the all-night transport cafe which stood there, and as I slowed down to take the corner, a faint but piercing smell of cooking found its way into the car. The merest breath, but rich in the imagery of fried sausages and beans and tomatoes and chips. God, I was starving. I looked at my watch. 5:15. I wouldn't be eating for a long time yet. I turned in among the lorries on the broad strip of tarmac. Hastening towards the still-lighted building, I decided that I wouldn't be greedy. Nothing spectacular, just a nice sandwich. I had been here a few times before, and the sandwiches were very good, and I deserved some nourishment after my hard night. I stepped into the warm interior where groups of lorry drivers sat behind mounded plates. But as I crossed the floor, the busy clatter died and was replaced by a tense silence. A fat man in a leather jacket sat transfixed, a loaded fork halfway to his mouth, while his neighbour, gripping a huge mug of tea in an oily hand, stared with bulging eyes at my ensemble. It occurred to me then that bright red striped pyjamas and Wellingtons might seem a little unusual in these surroundings, and I hastily buttoned my mackintosh, which had been billowing behind me. Even closed, it was on the short side, and at least a foot of pyjama leg showed above my boots. Resolutely, I strode over to the counter. An expressionless blonde, bulging out of a dirty white overall on the breast pocket of which was inscribed Dora, regarded me blankly. "A ham sandwich and a cup of Bovril, please," I said huskily. As the blonde put a teaspoonful of Bovril into a cup and filled it with a hissing jet of hot water, I was uncomfortably aware of the silence behind me and of the battery of eyes focused on my legs. On my right, I could just see the leather-jacketed man. He filled his mouth and chewed reflectively for a few moments. "Takes all kinds, don't it, Ernest?" he said in a judicial tone. "Does indeed, Kenneth. Does indeed," replied his companion. "Would you say, Ernest, that this is what the Yorkshire country gentleman is wearing this spring?" "Could be, Kenneth. Could be." Listening to the titters from the rear, I concluded that these two were the accepted cafe wags. Best to eat up quickly and get out. Dora pushed the thickly meated sandwich across the counter and spoke with all the animation of a sleepwalker. "That'll be a shilling." I slipped my hand inside my coat and encountered the pocketless flannelette beneath. God almighty, my money was in my trousers back in Darrowby. A wave of sickly horror flooded me as I began a frantic, meaningless search through my mackintosh. I looked wildly at the blonde and saw her slip the sandwich under the counter. "Look, I've come out without any money. I've been in here before. Do you know who I am?" Dora gave a single bored shake of her head. "Well, never mind," I babbled. "I'll pop in with the money next time I'm passing." Dora's expression did not alter, but she raised one eyebrow fractionally. She made no effort to retrieve the sandwich from its hiding place. Escape was the only thing in my mind now. Desperately, I sipped at the scalding fluid. Kenneth pushed back his plate and began to pick his teeth with a match. "Ernest," he said, as though coming to a weighty conclusion, "it's my opinion that this here gentleman is eccentric." "Eccentric?" Ernest sniggered into his tea. "Bloody daft, more like." "Ah, but not so daft, Ernest. Not daft enough to pay for his grub." "You have a point there, Kenneth. A definite point. You bet I have. He's enjoying a nice cup of Bovril on the house, and if he hadn't mistimed his fumble, he'd be at the sandwich too. Dora moved a bit sharpish for him there. Another 5 seconds, and he'd have had his choppers in the ham." "True, true," muttered Ernest, seemingly content with his role of straight man. Kenneth put away his match, sucked his teeth noisily, and leant back. "There's another possibility we haven't considered. He could be on the run." "Escaped convict, do you mean, Kenneth?" "I do, Ernest. I do indeed." "But them fellas allers have adders on their uniforms." "Ah, some of them do, but I heard somewhere that some of the prisons is going in for stripes now." I had had enough. Tipping the last searing drops of Bovril down my throat, I made headlong for the door. As I stepped out into the early sunshine, Kenneth's final pronouncement reached me. "Probably got away from a working party. Look at them Wellingtons." Chapter 32. I could see that Mr. Hanshaw didn't believe a word I was saying. He looked down at his cow and his mouth tightened into a stubborn line. "Broken pelvis? You're trying to tell me she'll never get up no more? Why, look at her chewing her cud. I'll tell you this, young man. Me dad would have got her up if he'd been alive today." I had been a veterinary surgeon for a year now, and I had learnt a few things. One of them was that farmers weren't easy men to convince, especially Yorkshire dalesmen. And that bit about his dad. Mr. Hanshaw was in his 50s, and I suppose there was something touching about his faith in his late father's skill and judgment. But I could have done very nicely without it. It had acted as an additional irritant in a case in which I felt I had troubles enough, because there are few things which get more deeply under a vet's skin than a cow which won't get up. To the layman it may seem strange that an animal can be apparently cured of its original ailment, and yet be unable to rise from the floor, but it happens. and it can be appreciated that a completely recumbent milk cow has no future. The case had started when my boss, Siegfried Farnan, who owned the practice in the little Dales market town of Darrowby, sent me to a milk fever. This suddenly occurring calcium deficiency attacks high-yielding animals just after calving and causes collapse and progressive coma. When I first saw Mr. Hanshaw's cow, she was stretched out motionless on her side, and I had to look carefully to make sure she wasn't dead. But I got out my bottles of calcium with an airy confidence because I'd been lucky enough to qualify just about the time when the profession had finally got on top of this hitherto fatal condition. The breakthrough had come many years earlier with inflation of the udder, and I still carried a little blowing-up outfit around with me. The farmers used bicycle pumps, but with the advent of calcium therapy, one could bask in a cheap glory by jerking an animal back from imminent death within minutes. The skill required was minimal, but it looked very, very good. By the time I had injected the 2 bottles, one into the vein, the other under the skin, and Mr. Hanshaw had helped me roll the cow onto her chest, the improvement was already obvious. She was looking about her and shaking her head, as if wondering where she'd been for the last few hours. I felt sure that if I'd had the time to hang about for a bit, I could see her on her feet, but other jobs were waiting. "Give me a ring if she isn't up by dinner time," I said, but it was a formality. I was pretty sure I wouldn't be seeing her again. When the farmer rang at midday to say she was still down, it was just a pinprick. Some cases needed an extra bottle. It would be all right. I went out and injected her again. I wasn't really worried when I learned she hadn't got up the following day, but Mr. Hanshaw, hands deep in pockets, shoulders hunched as he stood over his cow, was grievously disappointed at my lack of success. "It's time t'ow bitch was up. She's doing no good laid there. Surely there's something you can do. I poured a bottle of water into her lug this morning, but even that hasn't shifted her." "You what?" "Poured some cold water down her lug hole. Me dad used to get 'em up that way, and he was a very clever man with stock, was me dad." "I've no doubt he was," I said primly, "but I really think another injection is more likely to help her." The farmer watched glumly as I ran yet another bottle of calcium under the skin. The procedure had lost its magic for him. As I put the apparatus away, I did my best to be hearty. "But I shouldn't worry. A lot of them stay down for a day or two. You'll probably find her walking about in the morning." The phone rang just before breakfast, and my stomach contracted sharply as I heard Mr. Hanshaw's voice. It was heavy with gloom. "Well, she's no different. Lying there eating her head off, but never offers to rise. What you going to do now?" What indeed, I thought as I drove out to the farm. The cow had been down for 48 hours now. I didn't like it a bit. The farmer went into the attack immediately. "Me dad always used to say they had a worm in the tail when they stayed down like this. He said if you cut the tail end off, it did the trick." My spirits sagged lower. I had had trouble with this myth before. The insidious thing was that the people who still practiced this relic of barbarism could often claim that it worked because after the end of the tail had been chopped off, the pain of the stump touching the ground forced many a sulky cow to scramble to her feet. "There's no such thing as a worm in the tail, Mr. Hanshaw," I said. "And don't you think it's a cruel business cutting off a cow's tail? I hear the RSPCA had a man in court last week over a job like that." The farmer narrowed his eyes. Clearly he thought I was hedging. "Well, if you won't do that, what the hangment are you going to do? You've got to get this cow up somehow." I took a deep breath. "Well, I'm sure she's got over the milk fever because she's eating well and she looks quite happy. It must be a touch of posterior paralysis that's keeping her down. There's no point in giving her any more calcium, so I'm going to try this stimulant injection." I filled the syringe with a feeling of doom. I hadn't a scrap of faith in the stimulant injection, but I just couldn't do nothing. I was scraping the barrel out now. I was turning to go when Mr. Hanshaw called after me. "Hey, mister, I remember something else my dad used to do. Shout in their lugs. He got many a cow up that way. I'm not very strong in the voice. How about you having a go?" It was a bit late to stand on my dignity. I went over to the animal and seized her by the ear. Inflating my lungs to the utmost, I bent down and bawled wildly into the hairy depths. The cow stopped chewing for a moment and looked at me inquiringly. Then her eyes drooped, and she returned contentedly to her cudding. "We'll give her another day," I said wearily, "and if she's still down tomorrow, we'll have a go at lifting her. Could you get a few of the neighbours to give us a hand?" Driving round my other cases that day, I felt tied up inside with sheer frustration. Damn and blast the thing. What the hell was keeping her down? And what else could I do? This was 1938 and my resources were limited. 30 years later, there are still milk fever cows which won't get up. But the vet has a much wider armoury if the calcium has failed to do the job. The excellent Bagshaw hoist, which clamps onto the pelvis and raises the animal in a natural manner. The phosphorus injections. Even the electric goad, which administers a swift shock when applied to the rump and sends many a comfortably ensconced cow leaping to her feet with an offended bellow. As I expected, the following day brought no change. And as I got out of the car in Mr. Hanshaw's yard, I was surrounded by a group of his neighbours. They were in festive mood, grinning, confident, full of helpful advice, as farmers always are with somebody else's animals. There was much laughter and leg-pulling as we drew sacks under the cow's body, and a flood of weird suggestions to which I tried to close my ears. When we all finally gave a concerted heave and lifted her up, the result was predictable. She just hung there placidly with her legs dangling, whilst her owner leant against the wall, watching us with deepening gloom. After a lot of puffing and grunting, we lowered the inert body, and everybody looked at me for the next move. I was hunting round desperately in my mind when Mr. Hanshaw piped up again. "Me dad used to say a strange dog could allus get a cow up." There were murmurs of assent from the assembled farmers, and immediate offers of dogs. I tried to point out that one would be enough, but my authority had dwindled, and anyway everybody seemed anxious to demonstrate their dog's cow-raising potential. There was a sudden, excited exodus, and even Mr. Smedley, the village shopkeeper, pedalled off at frantic speed for his border terrier. It seemed only minutes before the buyer was alive with snapping, snarling curs, but the cow ignored them all, except to wave her horns warningly at the ones which came too close. The flashpoint came when Mr. Hanshaw's own dog came in from the fields where he had been helping to round up the sheep. He was a skinny, hard-bitten little creature, with lightning reflexes and a short temper. He stalked, stiff-legged and bristling, into the byre, took a single, astounded look at the pack of foreigners on his territory, and flew into action with silent venom. Within seconds, the finest dogfight I had ever seen was in full swing, and I stood back and surveyed the scene with a feeling of being completely superfluous. The yells of the farmers rose above the enraged yapping and growling. One intrepid man leapt into the melee and reappeared with a tiny Jack Russell hanging on determinedly to the heel of his Wellington boot. Mr. Reynolds of Clover Hill was rubbing the cow's tail between two short sticks and shouting, "Cush! Cush!" And as I watched helplessly, a total stranger tugged at my sleeve and whispered, "Has they tried a teaspoonful of Jay's fluid in a pint of old beer every 2 hours?" It seemed to me that all the forces of black magic had broken through and were engulfing me, and that my slender resources of science had no chance of shoring up the dike. I don't know how I heard the creaking sound above the din. Probably because I was bending low over Mr. Reynolds in an attempt to persuade him to desist from his tail rubbing. But at that moment the cow shifted her position slightly, and I distinctly heard it. It came from the pelvis. It took me some time to attract attention. I think everybody had forgotten I was there. But finally the dogs were separated and secured with innumerable lengths of binder twine. Everybody stopped shouting, Mr. Reynolds was pulled away from the tail, and I had the stage. I addressed myself to Mr. Hanshaw. "Would you please get me a bucket of hot water, some soap, and a towel, please?" He trailed off, grumbling as though he didn't expect much from the new gambit. My stock was definitely low. I stripped off my jacket, soaked my arms, and pushed a hand into the cow's rectum until I felt the hard bone of the pubis. Gripping it through the wall of the rectum, I looked up at my audience. Will two of you get hold of the hook bones and rock the cow gently from side to side? Yes, there it was again, no mistake about it. I could both hear it and feel it. A looseness, a faint creaking, almost a grating. I got up and washed my arm. Well, I know why your cow won't get up. She has a broken pelvis. Probably did it during the first night when she was staggering about with the milk fever. I should think the nerves are damaged too. It's hopeless, I'm afraid. Even though I was dispensing bad news, it was a relief to come up with something rational. Mr. Hanshaw stared at me. Hopeless? How's that? I'm sorry, I said, but that's how it is. The only thing you can do is to get her off to the butcher. She has no power in her hind legs. She'll never get up again. That was when Mr. Hanshaw really blew his top and started a lengthy speech. He wasn't really unpleasant or abusive, but firmly pointed out my shortcomings, and bemoaned again the tragic fact that his dad was not there to put everything right. The other farmers stood in a wide-eyed ring, enjoying every word. At the end of it, I took myself off. There was nothing more I could do, and anyway, Mr. Hanshaw would have to come round to my way of thinking. Time would prove me right. I thought of that cow as soon as I awoke the next morning. It hadn't been a happy episode, but at least I did feel a certain peace in the knowledge that there were no more doubts. I knew what was wrong. I knew there was no hope. There was nothing more to worry about. I was surprised when I heard Mr. Hanshaw's voice on the phone so soon. I had thought it would take him 2 or 3 days to realize he was wrong. Is that Mr. Herriot? Aye, well, good morning to you. I'm just ringing to tell you that me cow's up on her legs and doing fine. I gripped the receiver tightly with both hands. What? What's that you say? I said me cow's up. Found her walking about bar this morning, fit as a fiddle. You'd think there'd never been out the matter with her. He paused for a few moments, then spoke with grave deliberation like a disapproving schoolmaster. And you stood there and looked at me and said she'd never get up no more. But, you're wondering how I did it. Well, I just happened to remember another old trick of me dad's. I went round to butcher and got a fresh-killed sheepskin and put it on her back. Had her up in no time. You'll have to come round and see her. Wonderful man was me dad. Blindly, I made my way into the dining room. I had to consult my boss about this. Siegfried's sleep had been broken by a 3 a.m. carving, and he looked a lot older than his 30-odd years. He listened in silence as he finished his breakfast, then pushed away his plate and poured a last cup of coffee. Hard luck, James. The old sheepskin, eh? Funny thing. You've been in the Dales over a year now and never come across that one. Suppose it must be going out of fashion a bit now, but you know, it has a grain of sense behind it like a lot of these old remedies. You can imagine there's a lot of heat generated under a fresh sheepskin, and it acts like a great hot poultice on the back. Really tickles them up after a while, and if a cow is lying there out of sheer cussedness, she'll often get up just to get rid of it. But damn it, how about the broken pelvis? I tell you, it was creaking and wobbling all over the place. Well, James, you're not the first to have been caught that way. Sometimes the pelvic ligaments don't tighten up for a few days after carving, and you get this effect. Oh, God, I moaned, staring down at the tablecloth. What a bloody mess I've made of the whole thing. Oh, you haven't really? Siegfried lit a cigarette and leant back in his chair. That old cow was probably toying with the idea of getting up for a walk just when old Hanshaw dumped the skin on her back. She could just as easily have done it after one of your injections, and then you'd have got the credit. Don't you remember what I told you when you first came here? There's a very fine dividing line between looking a real smart vet on the one hand and an immortal fool on the other. This sort of thing happens to us all, so forget it, James. But forgetting wasn't so easy. The cow became a celebrity in the district. Mr. Hanshaw showed her with pride to the postman, the policeman, corn merchants, lorry drivers, fertilizer salesmen, Ministry of Agriculture officials, and they all tell me about it frequently with pleased smiles. Mr. Hanshaw's speech was always the same, delivered, they said, in ringing, triumphant tones. "There's the cow that Miss Herriot said would never get up no more." I'm sure there was no malice behind the farmer's actions. He had put one over on the young clever-pants vet, and nobody could blame him for preening himself a little. And in a way, I did that cow a good turn. I considerably extended her lifespan, because Mr. Hanshaw kept her long beyond her normal working period, just as an exhibit. Years after she had stopped giving more than a couple of gallons of milk a day, she was still grazing happily in the field by the roadside. She had one curiously upturned horn and was easy to recognize. I often pulled up my car and looked wistfully over the wall at the cow that would never get up no more. Chapter 33. Siegfried came away from the telephone. His face was expressionless. "That was Mrs. Pumphrey. She wants you to see her pig." "Peak, you mean?" I said. "No, pig. She has a 6-week-old pig she wants you to examine for soundness." I laughed sheepishly. My relations with the elderly widow's Peak was a touchy subject. All right, don't start again. What did she really want? Is Tricky Woo's bottom playing up again?" "James," said Siegfried gravely, "it is unlike you to doubt my word in this way. I will repeat the message from Mrs. Pumphrey, and then I shall expect you to act upon it immediately and without further question. The lady informed me that she has become the owner of a 6-week-old piglet, and she wants the animal thoroughly vetted. You know how I feel about these examinations, and I don't want the job scamped in any way. I should pay particular attention to its wind. Have it well galloped round a paddock before you get your stethoscope on it, and for heaven's sake don't miss anything obvious like curbs or ring bones. I think I'd take its height while you're about it. You'll find the measuring stick in—" His words trailed on as I hurried down the passage. This was a bit baffling. I usually had a bit of leg-pulling to stand ever since I became Tricky the Peak's adopted uncle, and received regular presents, and letters, and signed photographs from him. But Siegfried wasn't in the habit of flogging the joke to this extent. The idea of Mrs. Pumphrey with a pig was unthinkable. There was no room in her elegant establishment for livestock. Oh, he must have got it wrong somehow. But he hadn't. Mrs. Pumphrey received me with a joyful cry. "Oh, Mr. Herriot, isn't it wonderful? I have the most darling little pig. I was visiting some cousins who are farmers, and I picked him out. He will be such company for Tricky. You know how I worry about his being an only dog." I shook my head vigorously in bewilderment as I crossed the oak-panelled hall. My visits here were usually associated with a degree of fantasy, but I was beginning to feel out of my depth. "You mean you actually have this pig in the house?" "But of course." Mrs. Pumphrey looked surprised. "He's in the kitchen. Come and see him." I had been in this kitchen a few times, and had been almost awestruck by its shining spotlessness. The laboratory look of the tiled floors and walls, the gleaming surfaces of sink unit, cooker, refrigerator. Today, a cardboard box occupied one corner, and inside I could see a tiny pig. Standing on his hind legs, his 4 feet resting on the rim, he was looking round him appreciatively at his new surroundings. The elderly cook had her back to us, and did not look round when we entered. She was chopping carrots and hurling them into a saucepan, with, I thought, unnecessary vigour. "Isn't he adorable?" Mrs. Pumphrey bent over and tickled the little head. "It's so exciting having a pig of my very own. Mr. Herriot, I have decided to call him Nugent." I swallowed. Nugent. The cook's broad back froze into immobility. "Yes, after my great-uncle Nugent. He was a little pink man with tiny eyes and a snub nose. The resemblance is striking." "I see," I said. And the cook started her splashing again. For a few moments I was at a loss. The ethical professional man in me rebelled at the absurdity of examining this obviously healthy little creature. In fact, I was on the point of saying that he looked perfectly all right to me, when Mrs. Pumphrey spoke.
"Come now, Nugent," she said. "You must be a good boy and let your Uncle Herriot look at you."
That did it. Stifling my inner feelings, I seized the string-like tail and held Nugent almost upside down as I took his temperature. I then solemnly auscultated his heart and lungs, peered into his eyes, ran my fingers over his limbs, and flexed his joints. The cook's back radiated stiff disapproval, but I carried on doggedly. Having a canine nephew, I had found, carried incalculable advantages. It wasn't only the frequent gifts, and I could still taste the glorious kippers Tricky had posted to me from Whitby. It was the vein of softness in my rough life, the sherry before lunch, the warmth and luxury of Mrs. Pumphrey's fireside. The way I saw it, if a piggy nephew of the same type had been thrown in my path, then Uncle Herriot was going to be the last man to interfere with the inscrutable workings of fate. The examination over, I turned to Mrs. Pumphrey, who was anxiously awaiting the verdict. "Sound in all respects," I said briskly. "In fact, you've got a very fine pig there. But there is just one thing. He can't live in the house." For the first time, the cook turned towards me, and I read a mute appeal in her face. I could sympathize with her, because the excretions of the pig are peculiarly volatile, and even such a minute specimen as Nugent had already added his own faint pungency to the atmosphere in the kitchen. Mrs. Pumphrey was appalled at the idea at first, but when I assured her that he wouldn't catch pneumonia, and in fact would be happier and healthier outside, she gave way. An agricultural joiner was employed to build a palatial sty in a corner of the garden. It had a warm sleeping apartment on raised boards, and an outside run. I saw Nugent installed in it, curled up blissfully in a bed of clean straw. His trough was filled twice daily with the best meal, and he was never short of an extra titbit, such as a juicy carrot or some cabbage leaves. Every day he was allowed out to play and spent a boisterous hour frisking round the garden with Tricky. In short, Nugent had it made. But it couldn't have happened to a nicer pig, because though most of his species have an unsuspected strain of friendliness, this was developed in Nugent to an extraordinary degree. He just liked people, and over the next months, his character flowered under the constant personal contact with humans. I often saw him strolling companionably in the garden with Mrs. Pumphrey, and in his pen he spent much of the time standing upright, with his cloven feet against the wire netting, waiting eagerly for his next visitor. Pigs grow quickly, and he soon left the pink baby stage behind, but his charm was undiminished. His chief delight was to have his back scratched. He would grunt deeply, screwing up his eyes in ecstasy. Then gradually his legs would start to buckle, until finally he toppled over on his side. Nugent's existence was sunny, and there was only one cloud in the sky, old Hodgkin the gardener, whose attitude to domestic pets had been permanently soured by having to throw rubber rings for Tricky every day, now found himself appointed personal valet to a pig. It was his duty to feed and bed down Nugent, and to supervise his play periods. The idea of doing all this for a pig who was never ever going to be converted into pork pies must have been nearly insupportable for the old countryman. The harsh lines on his face deepened whenever he took hold of the meal bucket. On the first of my professional visits to his charge, he greeted me gloomily with, "Hast thou come to see Nudist?" I knew Hodgkin well enough to realize the impossibility of any whimsical wordplay. It was a genuine attempt to grasp the name, and throughout my nephew's long career he remained Nudist to the old man. There is one memory of Nugent which I treasure. The telephone rang one day just after lunch. It was Mrs. Pumphrey, and I knew by the stricken voice that something momentous had happened. It was the same voice which had described Tricky Woo's unique symptoms of flopbot and cracker dog.
"Oh, Mr. Herriot, thank heavens you're in. It's Nugent. I'm afraid he's terribly ill."
"Really? Well, I'm sorry to hear that. What's he doing?" There was a silence at the other end, except for gasping breathing when Mrs. Pumphrey spoke again.
"Well, he can't manage to...
Well, she was obviously confused. Not properly. That's strange, I said. Is he eating all right? I think so, but... Then she suddenly blurted out. Oh, Mr. Herriot, I'm so terribly worried. I've heard of men being dreadfully ill, just like this. It's a gland, isn't it? Oh, you needn't worry about that. Pigs don't have that trouble, and anyway, I think 4 months is a bit young for hypertrophy of the prostate. Oh, I'm so glad, but something is stopping it. Oh, you will come, won't you? I'm leaving now. I had quite a long wait outside Nugent's pen. He had grown into a chunky little porker, and he grunted amiably as he surveyed me through the netting. Clearly he expected some sort of game, and, growing impatient, he performed a few stiff-legged little gallops up and down the run. I had almost decided that my visit was fruitless when Mrs. Pumphrey, who had been pacing up and down, wringing her hands, stopped dead and pointed a shaking finger at the pig. Oh, God, she breathed. There it is now. All the colour had drained from her face, leaving her deathly pale. Oh, it's awful. I can't look any longer. With a moan, she turned away and buried her face in her hands. I scrutinised Nugent closely. He had halted in mid-gallop, and was contentedly relieving himself by means of the intermittent spurting jets of the normal male pig. I turned to Mrs. Pumphrey. I really can't see anything wrong there. But he's... She still didn't dare to look. He's doing it in fits and starts. I had had considerable practice at keeping a straight face in Mrs. Pumphrey's presence, and it stood me in good stead now. But they all do it that way, Mrs. Pumphrey. She half turned and looked tremblingly out of the corner of her eye at Nugent. You mean all boy pigs? Every single boy pig I have ever known has done it like that. Oh, how odd. How very odd. The poor lady fanned herself with a handkerchief. Her colour had come back in a positive flood. To cover her confusion, I became very businesslike. Yes, indeed. Lots of people make the same mistake, I assure you. Oh, well, I suppose I'd better be on my way now. It's been nice to see the little fellow looking so well and happy. Nugent enjoyed a long and happy life, and more than fulfilled my expectations of him. He was every bit as generous as tricky with his presence, and, as with the little peak, I was able to salve my conscience with the knowledge that I was really fond of him. As always, Siegfried's sardonic attitude made things a little uncomfortable. I had suffered in the past when I got the signed photographs from the little dog, but I never dared let him see the one from the pig. Chapter 34. Angus Greer, MRCBS, was never pretty to look at, but the sight of him propped up in bed, his mottled, pop-eyed face scowling above a pink, quilted bed jacket, was enough to daunt the bravest, especially at 8 in the morning, when I usually had the first of my daily audiences with him. "You're late again," he said, his voice grating. "Can you never get out of your bed in the morning? I've told you till I'm tired that I want you out on the road by 8 o'clock. As I mumbled apologies, he tugged fretfully at the counterpane and looked me up and down with deepening distaste. "And another thing, that's a terrible pair of breeches you're wearing. If you must wear breeches to your work, for heaven's sake, go and get a pair made at a proper tailor. There's nae cut about those things at all. They're not fit to be worn by a veterinary surgeon." The knife really went in then. I was attached to those breeches. I had paid 30 shillings for them at the Army and Navy stores and cherished a private conviction that they gave me a certain air. And Greer's attack on them was all the more wounding when I considered that the man was almost certainly getting my services free. Siegfried, I felt sure, would have waved aside any offers of payment. I had been there a week, and it seemed like a lifetime. Somewhere far back I knew there had been a brighter, happier existence, but the memory was growing dim. Siegfried had been sincerely apologetic that morning back in Darrowby. "James, I have a letter here from Greer of Broughton. It seems he was castrating a colt and the thing threw itself on top of him. He has a couple of cracked ribs. Apparently his assistant walked out on him recently, and so there's nobody to run his practice. He wants me to send you along there for a week or two. Oh, no. There's a mistake somewhere. He doesn't like me. He doesn't like anybody. But there's no mistake, it's down here, and honestly, what can I do? But the only time I met him, he worked me into a horrible rubber suit and made me look a right chump. Siegfried smiled, sadly. I remember, James. I remember. He's a mean old devil, and I hate to do this to you, but I can't turn him down, can I? At the time, I couldn't believe it. The whole idea was unreal. But it was real enough now as I stood at the foot of Greer's bed, listening to him ranting away. He was at me again. Another thing. My wife tells me you didn't eat your porridge. Did you not like it? I shuffled my feet. Oh, yes, it was very nice. I just didn't feel hungry this morning. I had pushed the tasteless mass about with my spoon and done my best with it, but it had defeated me in the end. There's something wrong with a man that cannot eat his good food. Greer peered at me suspiciously, then held out a slip of paper. Here's a list of your visits for this morning. There's a good few, so you'll not have to waste your time getting round. This one here of Adamson's of Grenton, a prolapse of the cervix in a cow. What could you do about that, think you? I put my hand in my pocket, got hold of my pipe, then dropped it back again. Greer didn't like smoking. Well, I'd give her an epidural anaesthetic, replace the prolapse, and fasten it in with retention sutures through the vulva. Heavers, man, heavers, snorted Greer. What a lot of twaddle! There's no need for all that. It'll just be constipation that's doing it. Push the thing back. Build the cow up with some boards under her hind feet, and put her onto linseed oil for a few days. Surely it'll come out again if I don't stitch it in, I said. No, not at all, Greer cried angrily. Just you do as I tell you now. I ken more about this than you. He probably did. He should anyway. He had been qualified for 30 years, and I was starting my second. I looked at him glowering from his pillow and pondered for a moment on the strange fact of our uncomfortable relationship. It might have been expected that some sort of rapport would exist between us, if only on national grounds, but there was none. Right, just as you say. I left the room and went downstairs to gather up my equipment. As I set off on the round, I had the same feeling as every morning. Relief at getting out of the house. I'd had to go flat out all week to get through the work, but I had enjoyed it. Farmers are nearly always prepared to make allowances for a young man's inexperience, and Greer's clients had treated me kindly. But I still had to come back to that joyless establishment for my meals, and it was becoming more and more wearing. Mrs. Greer bothered me just as much as her husband. She was a tight-lit woman of amazing thinness, and she kept the Spartan board in which soggy porridge figured prominently. It was porridge for breakfast, porridge for supper, and in between a miserable procession of watery stews, anemic mince, and nameless soups. Nothing she cooked ever tasted of anything. Angus Greer had come to Yorkshire 30 years ago, a penniless Scot just like myself, and acquired a lucrative practice by the classical expedient of marrying the boss's daughter. So he got a good living handed to him on a plate, but he also got Mrs. Greer. It seemed to me that she felt that she was still in charge. Probably because she had always lived in this house with its memories of her father who had built up the practice. Other people would seem like interlopers, and I could understand how she felt. After all, she was childless. She didn't have much of a life, and she had Angus Greer for a husband. I could feel sorry for her. But that didn't help because I just couldn't get her out of my hair. She hung over my every move like a disapproving spectre. When I came back from a round, she was always there with a barrage of questions. Where have you been all this time? Or, I wondered wherever you got to, where you lost. Or, there's an urgent case waiting, why are you always so slow? Maybe she thought I'd nipped into a cinema for an hour or two. There was a pretty full small animal surgery every night, and she had a nasty habit of lurking just outside the door so that she could listen to what I was saying to the clients. She really came into her own in the dispensary, where she watched me narrowly, criticising my prescriptions and constantly pulling me up for being extravagant with the drugs. "You're putting in far too much chlorodyne. Don't you know it's very expensive?" I developed a deep sympathy for the assistants who had fled without warning. Jobs were hard to come by, and young graduates would stand nearly anything just to be at work. But I realised that there had been no other choice for that shadowy figure. Adamson's place was a small holding on the edge of the town, and maybe it was because I had just been looking at Greer, but by contrast, the farmer's lined, patient face and friendly eyes seemed extraordinarily warming and attractive. A ragged khaki smock hung loosely on his gaunt frame as he shook hands with me. "Now then, we've got a new man today, have we?" He looked me over for a second or two. "And by the look of you, you're pretty fresh at job." "That's right," I replied, "but I'm learning fast." Mr. Adamson smiled. "Don't worry about that, lad. I believe in new blood and new ideas. It's what we want in farming. We've stood still too long in this game. Come in to buy it and I'll show you the cow." There were about a dozen cows, not the usual shorthorns, but Ayrshires, and they were obviously well-kept and healthy. My patient was easy to pick out by the football-sized, rose-pink protrusion of the vaginal wall and the corrugated uterine cervix. But the farmer had wasted no time in calling for assistance. The mass was clean and undamaged. He watched me attentively as I swabbed the prolapse with antiseptic and pushed it back out of sight. Then he helped me build a platform with soil and planks for the cow's hind feet. When we'd finished, she was standing on a slope with her tail higher than her head. "And you say that if I give her linseed oil for a few days, that thing won't come out again?" "Well, that's the idea," I said. "Be sure to keep her built up like this." "I will, young man, and thank you very much. I'm sure you've done a good job for me, and I'll be looking forward to seeing you again." Back in the car, I groaned to myself. Good job. How the hell could that thing stay in without stitches? But I had to do as I was told, and Greer, even if he was unpleasant, wasn't a complete fool. Maybe he was right. I put it out of my mind and got on with the other visits. It was less than a week later at the breakfast table, and I was prodding at the inevitable porridge when Greer, who had ventured downstairs, barked suddenly at me.
"I've got a card here for Adamson. He says he's not satisfied with your work. We'd better get out there this morning and see what's wrong. I dinna like these complaints."
His normal expression of being perpetually offended deepened, and the big pale eyes swam and brimmed till I was sure he was going to weep in his porridge. At the farm, Mr. Adamson led us into the byre.
"Well, what do you think of that, young man?"
I looked at the prolapse and my stomach lurched. The innocuous-looking pink projection had been transformed into a great, bloated purple mass. It was caked with filth, and an ugly wound ran down one side of it. "It didn't stay in very long, did it?" the farmer said quietly. I was too ashamed to speak. This was a dreadful thing to do to a good cow. I felt my face reddening, but luckily I had my employer with me. He would be able to explain everything. I turned towards Greer, who snuffled, mumbled, blinked his eyes rapidly, but didn't say anything. The farmer went on. "And you see, she's damaged it. Must have caught it on something. I'll tell you, I don't like the look of it." It was against this decent man's nature to be unpleasant, but he was upset all right. "Maybe it would be better if you could take the job on this time, Mr. Greer," he said. Greer, who had still not uttered an intelligible word, now sprang into action. He clipped the hair over the base of the spine, inserted an epidural anesthetic, washed and disinfected the mass, and with an effort pushed it back into its place. Then he fastened it in with several strong retention sutures. with little 1-inch lengths of rubber tubing to stop them cutting into the flesh. The finished job looked neat and workmanlike. The farmer took me gently by the shoulder. Now that's something like. You can see it's not going to come out again, can't you? Why didn't you do something like that when you came before? I turned again to Greer, but this time he was seized by a violent fit of coughing. I continued to stare at him, but when he still said nothing, I turned and walked out of the bar. "No hard feelings, though, young man," Mr. Adamson called after me. "I reckon we've all got to learn, and there's no substitute for experience." "That's so, Mr. Greer, ain't it?"
Aye, that's right enough. Aye, rightly so, there's no doubt about that,"
Greer mumbled. We got into the car. I settled down and waited for some explanation from him. I was interested to know just what he would say. But the blue-veined nose pointed straight ahead, and the bulging eyes fixed themselves blankly on the road ahead of us. We drove back to the surgery in silence. Chapter 35. It wasn't long before Greer had to return to bed. He began to groan a lot and hold his injured ribs, and soon he was reinstalled upstairs with the pillows at his back and the little pink jacket buttoned to the neck. Whiskey was the only thing that gave him relief from his pain, and the level of his bedside bottle went down with remarkable speed. Life resumed its dreary pattern. Mrs. Greer was usually around when I had to report to her husband. Beyond the bedroom door there would be a lot of whispering which stopped as soon as I entered. I would receive my instructions while Mrs. Greer fussed round the bed, tucking things in, patting her husband's brow with a folded handkerchief, and all the time darting little glances of dislike at me. Immediately I got outside the door, the whispering started again. It was quite late one evening, about 10 o'clock, when the call from Mrs. Mallard came in. Her dog had a bone in its throat, and would Mr. Greer come at once? I was starting to say that he was ill, and I was doing his work, but it was too late. There was a click as the receiver went down at the other end. Greer reacted to the news by going into a sort of trance. His chin sank on his chest, and he sat immobile for nearly a minute while he gave the matter careful thought. Then he straightened up suddenly and stabbed a finger at me.
"It'll not be a bone in its throat. It'll only be a touch of pharyngitis making it cough."
I was surprised at his confidence. "Don't you think I'd better take some long forceps just in case?"
No, I've told you now. There'll be no bone. So go down and put up some of the syrup of squills and ipecacuanha mixture. That's all it'll want. And another thing, if you can't find anything wrong, don't say so. Tell the lady it's pharyngitis and how to treat it. You have to justify your visit, you can.
I felt a little bewildered as I filled a 4-ounce bottle in the dispensary, but I took a few pairs of forceps with me too. I had lost a bit of faith in Greer's long-range diagnosis. I was surprised when Mrs. Mallard opened the door of the smart, semi-detached house. For some reason I had expected an old lady, but here was a striking-looking blonde woman of about 40, with her hair piled up high in glamorous layers, as was the fashion at that time. And I hadn't expected the long ballroom dress in shimmering green, the enormous swaying earrings, the heavily made-up face. Mrs. Mallard seemed surprised too. She stared blankly at me till I explained the position. "I've come to see your dog. I'm Mr. Greer's locum. He's ill at the moment, I'm afraid." It took a fair time for the information to get through, because she still stood on the doorstep as if she didn't know what I was talking about. Then she came to life and opened the door wide. "Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. Do come in." I walked past her through an almost palpable wall of perfume and into a room on the left of the hall. The perfume was even stronger in here, but it was in keeping with the single pink-tinted lamp, which shed a dim but rosy light on the wide divan drawn close to the flickering fire. Somewhere in the shadows a radiogram was softly pouring out, "Body and Soul." There was no sign of my patient. and Mrs. Mallard looked at me irresolutely, fingering one of her earrings. "Do you want me to see him in here?" I asked. "Oh, yes, certainly." She became brisk and opened the door at the end of the room. Immediately, a little West Highland terrier bounded across the carpet and hurled himself at me with a woof of delight. He tried his best to lick my face by a series of mighty springs, and this might have gone on for quite a long time had I not caught him in mid-air. Mrs. Mallard smiled nervously. "He seems a lot better now," she said. I flopped down on the divan, still with the little dog in my arms, and prized open his jaws. Even in that dim light, it was obvious that there was nothing in his throat. I gently slid my forefinger over the back of his tongue, and the terrier made no protest as I explored his gullet. Then I dropped him down on the carpet and took his temperature. Normal. "Well, Mrs. Mallard," I said, "there is certainly no bone in his throat, and he has no fever." I was about to add that the dog seemed perfectly fit to me when I remembered Greer's parting admonition. I had to justify my visit. I cleared my throat. "It's just possible, though, that he has a little pharyngitis which has been making him cough or retch." I opened the terrier's mouth again. "As you see, the back of the throat is rather inflamed. He may have got a mild infection in there, or perhaps swallowed some irritant. I have some medicine in the car which will soon put him right." Realizing I was beginning to gabble, I brought my speech to a close. Mrs. Mallard hung on every word, peering anxiously into the little dog's mouth and nodding her head rapidly. "Oh, yes, I do see," she said. "Thank you so much. What a good thing I sent for you." On the following evening, I was halfway through a busy surgery when a fat man in a particularly vivid tweed jacket bustled in and deposited a sad-eyed basset hound on the table.
"Shaking his head about a bit," he boomed. "Think he must have a touch of canker."
I got an oroscope from the instrument cupboard and had begun to examine the ear when the fat man started again.
"I see you were out our way last night. I live next door to Mrs. Mallard."
"Oh, yes?" I said, peering down the lighted metal tube. "That's right. Yes, I was." The man drummed his fingers on the table for a moment.
"Aye, that dog must have a lot of ailments. The vet's car always seems to be outside the house."
"Really? I shouldn't have thought so. Seemed a healthy little thing to me." I finished examining one ear and started on the other.
"Well, it's just as I say," said the man. "The poor creature's always in trouble, and it's funny how often it happens at night."
I looked up quickly. There was something odd in the way he said that. He looked at me for a moment with a kind of wide-eyed innocence. Then his whole face creased into a knowing leer. I stared at him. "You can't mean—"
"Not with that ugly old devil, you mean, eh? Takes a bit of reckoning up, doesn't it?"
The eyes in the big red face twinkled with amusement. I dropped the oroscope on the table with a clatter, and my arms fell by my sides.
"Don't look like that, lad,"
shouted the fat man, giving me a playful punch in the chest.
"It's a rum old world, you know."
But it wasn't just the thought of Greer that was filling me with horror. It was the picture of myself, in that harem atmosphere, pontificating about pharyngitis against the background of body and soul to a woman who knew I was talking rubbish. In another 2 days, Angus Greer was out of bed and apparently recovered. Also, a replacement assistant had been engaged and was due to take up his post immediately. I was free to go. Having said I would leave first thing in the morning, I was out of the house by 6:30 a.m. in order to make Garraby by breakfast. I wasn't going to face any more of that porridge. As I drove west across the plain of York, I began to catch glimpses over the hedge-tops and between the trees of the long spine of the Pennines, lifting into the morning sky. They were pale violet at this distance, and still hazy in the early sunshine, but they beckoned to me. And later, when the little car pulled harder against the rising ground, and the trees became fewer, and the hedges gave way to the clean limestone walls, I had the feelings I always had of the world opening out, of shackles falling away. And there, at last, was Darrowby sleeping under the familiar bulk of Herne Fell, and beyond, the great green folds of the dales. Nothing stirred as I rattled across the cobbled marketplace, then down the quiet street to Skeldale House, with the ivy hanging in untidy profusion from its old bricks, and Siegfried Farnen, MRCVS, on the lopsided brass plate. I think I would have galloped along the passage beyond the glass door, but I had to fight my way through the family dogs, all 5 of them, who surged around me, leaping and barking in delight. I almost collided with the formidable bulk of Mrs. Hall, who was carrying the coffee pot out of the dining room. "You're back, then?" she said, and I could see she was really pleased because she almost smiled. "Well, go in and sit down. I've got a bit of home-cured in the pan for you." My hand was on the door when I heard the brothers' voices inside. Tristan was mumbling something, and Siegfried was in full cry. "Where the hell were you last night, anyway? I heard you banging about at 3 o'clock in the morning, and your room stinks like a brewery. God, I wish you could see yourself. Eyes like piss-ells in the snow." Smiling to myself, I pushed open the door. I went over to Tristan, who stared up in surprise as I seized his hand and began to pump it. He looked as boyishly innocent as ever, except for the eyes which, though a little sunken, still held their old gleam. Then I approached Siegfried at the head of the table. Obviously startled at my formal entry, he had choked in mid-chew. He reddened, tears coursed down his thin cheeks, and the small sandy moustache quivered. Nevertheless, he rose from his chair, inclined his head, and extended his hand with the grace of a marquis. "Welcome, James," he spluttered, spraying me lightly with toast crumbs. "Welcome home." Chapter 36. I had been away for only 2 weeks, but it was enough to bring it home to me afresh that working in the high country had something for me that was missing elsewhere. My first visit took me up on one of the narrow, unfenced roads which join Silldale and Cosdale, and when I had ground my way to the top in bottom gear, I did what I so often did: pulled the car onto the roadside turf and got out. That quotation about not having time to stand and stare had never applied to me. I seemed to have spent a good part of my life, probably too much, in just standing and staring. And I was at it again this morning. From up here you could see over the plain of York to the sprawl of the Hambledon Hills 40 miles to the east, while behind me the ragged miles of moorland rolled away, dipping and rising over the flat fell top. In my year at Darrowby I must have stood here scores of times, and the views across the plain always looked different. Sometimes in the winter the low country was a dark trough between the snow-covered Pennines and the distant white gleam of the Hambletons. And in April, the rain squalls drifted in slow, heavy veils across the great green and brown dappled expanse. There was a day, too, when I stood in brilliant sunshine, looking down over miles of thick fog like a rippling layer of cotton wool, with dark tufts of trees and hilltops pushing through here and there. But today, the endless patchwork of fields slumbered in the sun, and the air even on the hill was heavy with the sense of summer. There must be people working among the farms down there, I knew, but I couldn't see a living soul. And the peace, which I always found in the silence and emptiness of the moors, filled me utterly. At these times I often seemed to stand outside myself, calmly assessing my progress. It was easier to flick back over the years, right back to the time I had decided to become a veterinary surgeon. I could remember the very moment. I was 13, and I was reading an article about careers for boys in the Meccano magazine, and as I read, I felt a surging conviction that this was for me. And yet, what was it based on? Only that I liked dogs and cats and didn't care much for the idea of an office life. It seemed a frail basis on which to build a career. I knew nothing about agriculture, or about farm animals, And though, during the years in college, I learnt about these things, I could see only one future for myself. I was going to be a small animal surgeon. This lasted right up to the time I qualified. A kind of vision of treating people's pets in my own animal hospital, where everything would be not just modern, but revolutionary. The fully equipped operating theatre, laboratory and X-ray room. They had all stayed crystal clear in my mind until I had graduated MR.CBS. How on earth, then, did I come to be sitting on a high Yorkshire moor in shirt-sleeves and Wellingtons, smelling vaguely of cows? The change in my outlook had come quite quickly, in fact, almost immediately after my arrival in Darrowby. The job had been a godsend in those days of high unemployment, but only, I had thought, a stepping stone to my real ambition. But everything had switched round, almost in a flash. Maybe it was something to do with the incredible sweetness of the air which still took me by surprise when I stepped out into the old, wild garden at Scaledale House every morning. Or perhaps the daily piquancy of life in the graceful old house with my gifted but mercurial boss, Siegfried, and his reluctant student brother, Tristan. Or it could be that it was just the realization that treating cows and pigs and sheep and horses had a fascination I had never even suspected. And this brought with it a new concept of myself as a tiny wheel in the great machine of British agriculture. There was a kind of solid satisfaction in that. Probably it was because I hadn't dreamt that there was a place like the Dales. I hadn't thought it possible that I could spend all my days in a high, clean-blown land where the scent of grass or trees was never far away, and where, even in the driving rain of winter, I could snuff the air and find the freshness of growing things hidden somewhere in the cold clasp of the wind. Anyway, it had all changed for me, and my work consisted now of driving from farm to farm across the roof of England, with a growing conviction that I was a privileged person. I got back into the car and looked at my list of visits. It was good to be back, and the day passed quickly. It was about 7 o'clock in the evening, when I thought I had finished, that I had a call from Terry Watson, a young farm worker who kept 2 cows of his own. One of them, he said, had summer mastitis. Mid-July was a bit early for this, but in the later summer months we saw literally hundreds of these cases. In fact, a lot of the farmers called it August bag. It was an unpleasant condition because it was just about incurable, and usually resulted in a cow losing a quarter. That's the area of the udder which supplies each teat with milk, and sometimes even her life. Terry Watson's cow looked very sick. She had limped in from the field at milking time, swinging her right hind leg wide to keep it away from the painful udder, and now she stood trembling in her stall, her eyes staring anxiously in front of her. I drew gently at the affected teat, and instead of milk, a stream of dark, foul-smelling serum spurted into the tin can I was holding. "No mistaking that stink, Terry," I said. "It's the real summer type, all right." I felt my way over the hot, swollen quarter, and the cow lifted her leg quickly as I touched the tender tissue. Pretty hard, too. Looks bad, I'm afraid. Terry's face was grim as he ran his hand over the cow's back. He was in his early 20s, had a wife and a small baby, and was one of the breed who was prepared to labour all day for somebody else, and then come home and start work on his own few stock. His 2 cows, his few pigs and hens made a big difference to somebody who had to live on 30 shillings a week. "I can't understand it," he muttered. "It's usually dry cows that get it, and this one's still giving 2 gallons a day. I'd have been on with the tar if only she'd been dry." The farmers used to dab the teats of the dry cows with Stockholm tar to keep off the flies which were blamed for carrying the infection. "No, I'm afraid all cows can get it, especially the ones that are beginning to dry off." I pulled the thermometer from the rectum. It said 106. "What's going to happen then?" "Can you do out for her?" "I'll do what I can, Terry. I'll give her an injection, and you must strip the teat out as often as you can. But you know as well as I do that it's a poor outlook with these jobs. Aye, I know all about it. He watched me gloomily as I injected the Corian pyogenes toxoid into the cow's neck. Even now, we are still doing this for summer mastitis, because it is a sad fact none of the modern range of antibiotics has much effect on it. She'll lose her quarter, won't she? And maybe she'll even peg out. I tried to be cheerful. Well, I don't think she'll die. And even if the quarter goes, she'll make it up on the other 3. But there was a feeling of helplessness I always had when I could do little about something which mattered a great deal. Because I knew what a blow it was to the young man. A 3-teated cow has lost a lot of her market value, and this was about the best outcome I could see. I didn't like to think about the possibility of the animal dying. Look, is there nought at all I can do myself? Is the job a bad 'un, do you think? Terry Watson's thin cheeks were pale, and as I looked at the slender figure with the slightly stooping shoulders, I thought, not for the first time, that he didn't look robust enough for this hard trade. I can't guarantee anything, I said, but the cases that do the best are the ones that get the most stripping. So work away at this evening, every half hour if you can manage it. That rubbish in her quarter can't do any harm if you draw it out as soon as it's formed. And I think you ought to bathe the udder with warm water and massage it well. What'll I rub it with? Oh, well, it doesn't matter what you use. The main thing is to move the tissue about so you can get more of that stinking stuff out. Vaseline would do nicely. Well, I've got a bowl of goose grease. OK, use that. I reflected that there must be a bowl of goose grease on most farms. It was the all-purpose lubricant and liniment for man and beast. Terry seemed relieved at the opportunity to do something. He fished out an old bucket, tucked the milking stool between his legs, and crouched down against the cow. He looked up at me with a strangely defiant expression. Right, he said. I'm starting now. As it happened, I was called out early the next morning to a milk fever, and on the way home I decided to look in at the Watsons' cottage. It was about 8 o'clock when I entered the little 2-stall shed. Terry was in the same position that I had left him in the previous night. He was pulling at the infected teat, eyes closed, cheek resting against the cow's flank. He started as though roused from sleep when I spoke. Hello. You're having another go, I see. The cow looked round too at my words, and I saw immediately with a thrill of pleasure that she was immeasurably improved. She had lost her blank stare, and was looking at me with the casual interest of the healthy bovine, and best of all, her jaws were moving with that slow, regular lateral grind that every vet loves to see. My God, Terry, she looks a lot better. She isn't like the same cow. The young man seemed to have difficulty in keeping his eyes open, but he smiled. Aye. And come and have a look at this end. He rose slowly from the stool, straightened his back a little bit at a time, and leant his elbow on the cow's rump. I bent down by the udder, feeling carefully for the painful swelling of last night. But my hand came up against the smooth, yielding surface, and in disbelief I kneaded the tissue between my fingers. The animal showed no sign of discomfort. With a feeling of bewilderment, I drew on the teat with thumb and forefinger. The quarter was nearly empty, but I did manage to squeeze a single jet of pure white milk onto my palm. What's going on here, Terry? You must have switched cows on me. You're having me on, aren't you? Nay, governor, the young man said with his slow smile. It's the same cow, all right. She's better, that's all. But it's impossible. What the devil have you done to her? Just what you told me to do. Rub and strip. I scratched my head. But she's back to normal. I've never seen anything like it. Aye, I know you haven't. It was a woman's voice, and I turned and saw young Mrs. Watson standing at the door holding her baby. You've never seen a man that will rub and strip a cow right round the clock, have you? Round the clock, I said. She looked at her husband with a mixture of concern and exasperation. Yes. He's been there on that stool since you left last night. Never been to bed, never been in for a meal. I've been bringing him bits and pieces and cups of tea. Great fool. It's enough to kill anybody. I looked at Terry and my eyes moved from the pallid face over the thin, slightly swaying body to the nearly empty bowl of goose grease at his feet. Good Lord, man, I said. You've done the impossible, but you must be about all in. Anyway, your cow is as good as new. You don't have to do another thing to her, so you can go in and have a bit of rest. Nay, I can't do that. He shook his head and straightened his shoulders. I've got my work to go to, and I'm late as it is. Chapter 37. I couldn't help feeling a little bit smug as I squeezed the bright red rubber ball out through the incision in the dog's stomach. We got enough small animal work in Danbury to make a pleasant break from our normal life around the farms, but not enough to make us blasé. No doubt the man with an intensive town practice looks on gastrotomy as a fairly routine and unexciting event. But as I watched the little red ball roll along the table and bounce on the surgery floor, a glow of achievement filled me. The big lolloping red setter pup had been brought in that morning. His mistress said that he had been trembling, miserable, and occasionally vomiting for 2 days, ever since their little girl's ball had mysteriously disappeared. Diagnosis had not been difficult. I inverted the lips of the stomach wound and began to close it with a continuous suture. I was feeling pleasantly relaxed, unlike Tristan, who had been unable to light a woodbine because of the ether which bubbled in the glass bottle behind him and out through the anaesthetic mask which he held over the dog's face. He stared moodily down at the patient, and the fingers of his free hand drummed on the table. But it was soon my turn to be tense because the door of the operating room burst open and Siegfried strode in. I don't know why it was, but whenever Siegfried watched me do anything, I started to go to pieces. Great waves seemed to billow from him. Impatience, frustration, criticism, irritation. I could feel the waves buffeting me now, although my employer's face was expressionless. He was standing quietly at the end of the table, but as the minutes passed, I had the growing impression of a volcano on the bubble. The eruption came when I began to stitch the deep layer of the abdominal muscle. I was pulling a length of catgut from a glass jar when I heard a sharp intake of breath.
God help us, James, cried Siegfried. Stop pulling at that bloody gut. Do you know how much that stuff costs per foot?
Well, it's a good job you don't, or you'd faint dead away. And that expensive dusting powder you've been chucking about, there must be about 1/2 pound of it inside the dog right now.
He paused and breathed heavily for a few moments.
Another thing. If you want to swab, a little bit of cotton wool is enough. You don't need a square foot at a time like you've been using. Here, give me the needle. Let me show you.
He hastily scrubbed his hands and took over. First, he took a minute pinch of the out-of-form powder and sprinkled it daintily into the wound, rather like an old lady feeding her goldfish. Then he cut off a tiny piece of gut and inserted a continuous suture in the muscle. He had hardly left himself enough to tie the knot at the end, and it was touch and go, but he just made it after a few moments of intense concentration. This process was repeated about 10 times as he closed the skin wound with interrupted silk sutures, his nose almost touching the patient as he laboriously tied off each little short end with forceps. When he had finished, he was slightly pop-eyed.
Right, turn off the ether, Tristan,
he said as he pulled off 1/2 inch of wool and primly wiped the wound down. He turned to me and smiled gently. With dismay, I saw his patient look spreading over his face.
James, please don't misunderstand me. You've made a grand job of this dog, but you've got to keep an eye on the economic side of things. I know it doesn't matter a hoot to you just now, but someday, no doubt, you will have your own practice, and then you'll realise some of the worries I have on my shoulders."
He patted my arm, and I steeled myself as he put his head on one side, and a hint of roguishness crept into his smile.
"After all, James, you'll agree it is desirable to make some sort of profit in the end."
It was a week later, and I was kneeling on the neck of a sleeping colt in the middle of a field. The sun was hot on the back of my neck as I looked down at the peacefully closed eyes, the narrow face disappearing into the canvas chloroform muzzle. I tipped a few more drops of the anaesthetic on a sponge and screwed the cap onto the bottle. He had had about enough now. I couldn't count the number of times Siegfried and I have enacted this scene. The horse on his grassy bed, my employer cutting away at one end while I watched the head. Siegfried was a unique combination of born horseman and dexterous surgeon, with which I couldn't compete. So I had inevitably developed into an anaesthetist. We liked to do the operations in the open. It was cleaner, and if the horse was wild, he stood less chance of injuring himself. We just hoped for a fine morning, and today we were lucky. In the early haze, I looked over the countless buttercups. The field was filled with them, and it was like sitting in a shimmering yellow ocean. Their pollen had powdered my shoes and the neck of the horse beneath me. Everything had gone off more or less as it usually did. I had gone into the box with the colt, buckled on the muzzle underneath his head collar, then walked him quietly out to a soft, level spot in the field. I left a man at the head holding a long shank on the head collar and poured the first half-ounce of chloroform onto a sponge, watching the colt snuffling and shaking his head at the strange scent. As the man walked him slowly round, I kept adding a little more chloroform, till the colt began to stagger and sway. This stage always took a few minutes, and I waited confidently for Siegfried's little speech, which always came about now. I was not disappointed.
"He isn't going to go down, you know, James. Don't you think we should tie a foreleg up?"
I adopted my usual policy of feigning deafness, and a few seconds later the colt gave a final lurch and collapsed on his side. Siegfried, released from his enforced inactivity, sprang into action.
"Sit on his head," he yelled. "Get a rope on that upper hind leg and pull it forward. Bring me that bucket of water over here. Come on, move!"
It was a violent transition. Just moments ago, peace and silence, and now men scurrying in all directions, bumping into each other, urged on by Siegfried's cries. 30 years later, I am still dropping horses for Siegfried, and he is still saying,
"He isn't going to go down, James."
These days, I mostly use an intravenous injection of thiopentone, and he puts a horse out in about 10 seconds. It doesn't give Siegfried much time to say his piece, but he usually gets it in somewhere between the 7th and 10th seconds. This morning's case was an injury, but it was a pretty dramatic one, justifying general anaesthetic to repair it. The colt, bred from a fine hunter mare, had been galloping around his paddock and had felt the urge to visit the outside world. He had chosen the only sharp fence post to try to jump over, and had been impaled between the forelegs. In his efforts to escape, he had caused so much damage in the breast region that it looked like something from a butcher's shop, with the skin extensively lacerated, and the big, sternal muscles hanging out, chopped through as though by a cleaver.
"Roll him on his back," said Siegfried. "That's better."
He took a probe from the tray which lay on the grass nearby and carefully explored the wound.
"No damage to the bone," he grunted,
still peering into the depths. Then he took a pair of forceps and fished out all the loose debris he could find before turning to me.
"Well, it's just a big stitching job. You carry on if you like."
As we changed places, it occurred to me that he was disappointed it was not something more interesting. I couldn't see him asking me to take over in a rig operation or something like that. Then, as I picked up the needle, my mind clicked back to the gastrotomy on the dog. Maybe I was on trial for my wasteful ways. This time, I would be on my guard. I threaded the needle with a minute length of gut, took a bite at the severed muscle, and with an effort stitched it back into place. But it was a laborious business tying the little short ends. It was taking me at least 3 times as long as it should. However, I stuck to it doggedly. I had been warned, and I didn't want another lecture. I had put in 6 sutures in this way when I began to feel the waves. My employer was kneeling close to me on the horse's neck, and the foaming breakers of disapproval were crashing into me from close range. I held out for another 2 sutures, then Siegfried exploded in a fierce whisper.
"What the hell are you playing at, James?"
"Well, just stitching. What do you mean?"
"But why are you buggering about with those little bits of gut? We'll be here all bloody day."
I fumbled another knot into the muscle.
"For reasons of economy,"
I whispered back, virtuously. Siegfried leapt from the neck as though the horse had bitten him.
"I can't stand any more of this. Here, let me have a go."
He strode over to the tray, selected the needle, and caught hold of the free end of the catgut protruding from the jar. With a scything sweep of his arm, he pulled forth an enormous coil of gut, setting the bobbin inside the jar whirring wildly like a salmon reel with a big fish on the line. He returned to the horse, stumbling slightly as the gut caught round his ankles, and began to stitch. It wasn't easy, because even at the full stretch of his arm he was unable to pull the suture tight, and had to keep getting up and down. By the time he had tacked the muscles back into their original position, he was puffing, and I could see a faint dew of perspiration on his forehead.
"Drop of blood seeping from somewhere down there,"
he muttered, and he visited the tray again, where he tore savagely at a huge roll of cotton wool. Trailing untidy white streamers over the buttercups, he returned and swabbed out the wound with one corner of the mass. Back to the tray again. "Just a touch of powder before I stitch the skin," he said lightly, and he seized the 2-pound carton. He poised for a moment over the wound, then began to dispense the powder with extravagant jerks of the wrist. A considerable amount did go into the wound, but much more floated over other parts of the horse, over me, over the buttercups, and a particularly wayward flick obscured the sweating face of the man on the foot rope. When he had finished coughing, he looked very like Coco the Clown. Siegfried completed the closure of the skin using several yards of silk, and when he stood back and surveyed the tidy result, I could see that he was in excellent humour.
"Well now, that's fine. A young horse like that will heal in no time. Shouldn't be surprised if he doesn't even leave a mark."
He came over and addressed me as I washed the instruments in the bucket.
"Sorry I pushed you out like that, James, but honestly I couldn't think what had come over you. You were like an old hen. You know, it looks bad trying to work with piddling little amounts of materials. One has to operate with a certain, well, panache, if I can put it that way, and you just can't do it if you stint yourself."
I finished washing the instruments, dried them off, and laid them on the enamel tray. Then I lifted the tray and set off for the gate at the end of the field. Siegfried, walking alongside me, laid his hand on my shoulder.
"Mind you, don't think I'm blaming you, James. It's probably your Scottish upbringing. And don't misunderstand me. This same upbringing has inculcated in you so many of the qualities I admire: integrity, industry, loyalty, but I'm sure you'll be the first to admit," and here he stopped and wagged a finger at me, "that you Scots sometimes overdo the thrift." He gave a light laugh. "So remember, James, don't be too, canny when you are operating, huh?" I measured him up. If I dropped the tray quickly, I felt sure I could fell him with a right hook. Siegfried went on. "But I know I don't have to ramble on at you, James. You always pay attention to what I say, don't you?" I tucked the tray under my arm and set off again. "Yes," I replied. "I do. Every single time." Chapter 38. "I can see you like pigs," said Mr. Worley as I edged my way into the pen. "You can?" "Oh, yes, I can always tell. As soon as you went in there nice and quiet and scratched Queenie's back and spoke to her, I said, 'There's a young man as likes pigs.'" "Oh, good. Well, as a matter of fact, you're absolutely right. I do like pigs." I had, in truth, been creeping very cautiously past Queenie,
wondering just how she was going to react. She was a huge animal, and sows with litters can be very hostile to strangers. When I had come into the building, she had got up from where she was suckling her piglets and eyed me with a non-committal grunt, reminding me of the number of times I had left the pig pen a lot quicker than I had gone in. A big, barking, gaping-mouthed sow had always been able to make me move very smartly. Now that I was right inside the narrow pen, Queenie seemed to have accepted me. She grunted again, but peaceably, then carefully collapsed on the straw and exposed her udder to the eager little mouths. When she was in this position, I was able to examine her foot. "Aye, that's the one," Mr. Worley said anxiously. "She could hardly hobble when she got up this morning." There didn't seem to be much wrong. A flap of the horn of one claw was a bit overgrown and was rubbing on the sensitive sole, but we didn't usually get called out for little things like that. I cut away the overgrown part and dressed the sore place with our multi-purpose ointment, Ung, Pini, Sedativum, while all the time Mr. Worley knelt by Queenie's head and patted her and sort of crooned into her ear. I couldn't make out the words he used. Maybe it was pig language because the sow really seemed to be answering him with little, soft grunts. Anyway, it worked better than an anaesthetic, and everybody was happy, including the long row of piglets working busily at the double line of teats. "Right, Mr. Worley." I straightened up and handed him the jar of Ung Pini. "Keep rubbing in a little of that twice a day, and I think she'll be sound in no time." Thank ye, I'm very grateful." He shook my hand vigorously as though I had saved the animal's life. "I'm very glad to meet you for the first time, Miss Herriot. I've known Mr. Farnham for a year or two, of course, and I think a bit about him. Loves pigs, there's that man. Loves them. And his young brother's been here once or twice. I reckon he's fond of pigs, too." "Devoted to them, Mr. Worley." "Ah, yes, I thought so. I can always tell." He regarded me for a while with a moist eye, then smiled, well satisfied. We went out into what was really the backyard of an inn, because Mr. Worley wasn't a regular farmer. He was the landlord of the Langthorpe Falls Hotel, and his precious livestock were crammed into what had once been the stables and coach houses of the inn. They were all Tamworths, and whichever door you opened, you found yourself staring into the eyes of ginger-haired pigs. There were a few porkers and the odd one being fattened for bacon, but Mr. Worley's prize was his sows. He had 6 of them: Queenie, Princess, Ruby, Marigold, Delilah, and Primrose. For years, expert farmers had been assuring Mr. Worley that he'd never do any good with his sows. If you were going in for breeding, they said, you had to have proper premises. It wasn't a bit of use shoving sows into converted buildings like his. And for years, Mr. Worley's sows had responded by producing litters of unprecedented size and raising them with tender care. They were all good mothers and didn't savage their families or crush them clumsily under their bodies, so it turned out with uncanny regularity that at the end of 8 weeks, Mr. Worley had around 12 chunky weaners to take to market. It must have spoiled the farmer's beer. None of them could equal that. And the pill was all the more bitter because the landlord had come from the industrial West Riding. Halifax, I think it was. A frail, short-sighted little retired newsagent with no agricultural background. By all the laws, he just didn't have a chance. Leaving the yard, we came onto the quiet loop of road where my car was parked. Just beyond, the road dipped steeply into a tree-lined ravine, where the Darrow hurled itself over a great, broken shelf of rock in its passage to the lower dale. I couldn't see down from where I was standing, but I could hear the faint roar of the water, and could picture the black cliff lifting sheer from the boiling river, and on the other bank the gentle slope of turf, where people from the towns came to sit and look in wonder. Some of them were here now. A big, shiny car had drawn up, and its occupants were disembarking. The driver, sleek, fat and impressive, strolled towards us and called out, "We would like some tea." Mr. Worley swung round on them. "And you can have some, mister, but when I'm ready. I've some very important business with this gentleman." He turned his back on the man and began to ask me for final instructions about Queenie's foot. The man was obviously taken aback, and I couldn't blame him. It seemed to me that Mr. Worley might have shown a little more tact. After all, serving food and drink was his living. But as I came to know him better, I realized that his pigs came first, and everything else was an irritating intrusion. Knowing Mr. Worley better had its rewards. The time when I feel most like a glass of beer is not in the evening when the pubs are open, but at around 4:30 on a hot afternoon after wrestling with young cattle in some stifling cowshed. It was delightful to retire, sweating and weary, to the shaded sanctuary of Mr. Worley's back kitchen and sip at the bitter ale, cool, frothing, straight from the cellar below. The smooth working of the system was facilitated by the attitude of the local constable, P.C. Dalloway, a man whose benign disposition and elastic interpretation of the licensing laws had made him deeply respected in the district. Occasionally he joined us, took off his uniform jacket, and in shirt and braces consumed a pint with a massive dignity which was peculiar to him. But mostly Mr. Worley and I were on our own, and when he had brought the tall jug up from the cellar, he would sit down and say, "Well now, let's have a piggy talk." His use of this particular phrase made me wonder if perhaps he had some humorous insight into his obsessive preoccupation with the porcine species. Maybe he had, but for all that, our conversations seemed to give him the deepest pleasure. We talked about erysipelas and swine fever, brine poisoning and paratyphoid, the relative merits of dry and wet mash, while pictures of his peerless sows with their show rosettes looked down at us from the walls. On one occasion, in the middle of a particularly profound discussion on the ventilation of farrowing houses, Mr. Worley stopped suddenly and, blinking rapidly behind his thick spectacles, burst out, "You know, Mr. Herriot, sitting here talking like this with you, I'm as happy as the King of England." His devotion resulted in my being called out frequently for very trivial things, and I swore freely under my breath when I heard his voice on the other end of the line at 1 o'clock one morning. "Marigold pig this afternoon, Mr. Herriot, and I don't think she's got much milk. Little pigs look very hungry to me. Will you come?" I groaned my way out of bed and downstairs and through the long garden to the yard. By the time I'd got the car out into the lane, I had begun to wake up, and when I rolled up to the inn, was able to greet Mr. Worley fairly cheerfully. But the poor man did not respond. In the light from the oil lamp, his face was haggard with worry. "I hope you can do something quick. I'm real upset about her. She's just laid there doing nothing, and it's such a lovely litter. 14 she's had." I could understand his concern as I looked into the pen. Marigold was stretched, motionless on her side, while the tiny piglets swarmed around her udder. They were rushing from teat to teat, squealing and falling over each other in their desperate quest for nourishment, and the little bodies had the narrow, empty look which meant they had nothing in their stomachs. I hated to see a litter die from sheer starvation, but it could happen so easily. There came a time when they stopped trying to suck and began to lie about the pen. After that, it was hopeless. Crouching behind the sow with my thermometer in her rectum, I looked along the swelling flank, the hair a rich copper red in the light of the lamp. Did she eat anything today? Aye, cleaned up just as usual. The thermometer reading was normal. I began to run my hand along the udder, pulling in turn at the teats. The ravenous piglets caught at my fingers with their sharp teeth as I pushed them to one side, but my efforts failed to produce a drop of milk. The udder seemed full, even engorged, but I was unable to get even a bead down to the end of the teat. "There's none out there, is there?" Mr. Worley whispered anxiously. I straightened up and turned to him. "This is simply agalactia. There's no mastitis, and Marigold isn't really ill, but there's something interfering with the letdown mechanism of the milk. She's got plenty of milk, and there's an injection which ought to bring it down." I tried to keep the triumphant look off my face as I spoke, because this was one of my favourite party tricks. There is a flavour of magic in the injection of pituitrin in these cases. It works within a minute, and though no skill is required, the effect is spectacular. Marigold didn't complain as I plunged in the needle and administered 3 cc deep into the muscle of her thigh. She was too busy conversing with her owner. They were almost nose to nose, exchanging soft pig noises. After I had put away my syringe and listened for a few moments to the cooing sounds from the front end, I thought it might be time. Mr. Worley looked up in surprise as I reached down again to the udder. "What are you doing now?" "Having a feel to see if the milk's come down yet." "Why, damn, it can't be. You've only just given the stuff, and she's bone dry." Oh, this was going to be good. A roll of drums would be appropriate at this moment. With finger and thumb, I took hold of one of the teats at the turgid back end of the udder. I suppose it's a streak of exhibitionism in me which always makes me send the jet of milk spraying against the opposite wall in these circumstances. This time, I thought it would be more impressive if I directed my shot past the innkeeper's left ear. But I got my trajectory wrong and sprinkled his spectacles instead. He took them off and wiped them slowly as if he couldn't believe what he had seen. Then he bent over and tried for himself. "It's a miracle!" he cried as the milk spouted eagerly over his hand. "I've never seen out like it!" It didn't take the little pigs long to catch on. Within a few seconds they had stopped their fighting and squealing and settled down in a long, silent row. Their utterly rapt expressions all told the same story. They were going to make up for lost time. I went into the kitchen to wash my hands and was using the towel hanging behind the door when I noticed something odd. There was a subdued hum of conversation, the low rumble of many voices. It seemed unusual in a pub at 2 a.m., and I looked through the partly open door into the bar. The place was crowded. In the light of a single weak electric bulb, I could see a row of men drinking at the counter while others sat behind foaming pint pots on the wooden settles against the walls. Mr. Worley grinned as I turned to him in surprise. "Didn't expect to see this lot, did you? Well, I'll tell you, the real drinkers don't come in till after closing time. Aye, it's a rum 'un. Every night I lock front door, and these lads come in the back." I pushed my head round the door for another look. It was a kind of rogues' gallery of Darrowby. All the dubious characters in the town seemed to be gathered in that room, the names which regularly enlivened the columns of the weekly newspaper with their activities. Drunk and disorderly, non-payment of rates, wife-beating, assault and battery. I could almost see the headings as I went from face to face. I had been spotted. Beery cries of welcome ran out, and I was suddenly conscious of all eyes fixed on me in the smoky atmosphere. Above the rest, a voice said, "Are you going to have a drink?" What I wanted most was to get back to my bed, but it wouldn't look so good just to close the door and go. I went inside and over to the bar. I seemed to have plenty of friends there, and within seconds was in the centre of a merry group with a pint glass in my hand. My nearest neighbour was a well-known Darrowby worthy called Gobber Newhouse, an enormously fat man who had always seemed to be able to get through life without working at all. He occupied his time with drinking, brawling, and gambling. At the moment he was in a mellow mood, and his huge, sweating face, pushed close to mine, was twisted into a comradely leer. "Now then, Herriot, how's dog trade?" he inquired, courteously. I had never heard my profession described in this way and was wondering how to answer when I noticed that the company were looking at me expectantly. Mr. Worley's niece, who served behind the bar, was looking at me expectantly too. "6 pints of best bitter, 6 shillings, please," she said, clarifying the situation. I fumbled the money from my pocket. Obviously, my first impression that somebody had invited me to have a drink with them had been mistaken. Looking round the faces, there was no way of telling who had called out, and as the beer disappeared, the group round the bar thinned out like magic. The members just drifted away as though by accident, till I found myself alone. I was no longer an object of interest. and nobody paid any attention as I drained my glass and left. The glow from the pig pen showed through the darkness of the yard, and as I crossed over, the soft rumble of pig and human voices told me that Mr. Worley was still talking things over with his sow. He looked up as I came in, and his face in the dim light was ecstatic. "Miss Herriot," he whispered, "isn't that a beautiful sight?" He pointed to the little pigs who were lying motionless in a layered heap, sprawled over each other without plan or pattern, eyes tightly closed, stomachs bloated with Marigold's bountiful fluid. "It is indeed," I said, prodding the sleeping mass with my finger, but getting no response beyond the lazy opening of an eye. "You'd have to go a long way to beat it." And I did share his pleasure. It was one of the satisfying little jobs. Climbing into the car, I felt that the nocturnal visit had been worthwhile, even though I had been duped into buying a round with no hope of reciprocation. Not that I wanted to drink any more. My stomach wasn't used to receiving pints of ale at 2 a.m., and a few whimpers of surprise and indignation were already coming up. But I was just a bit ruffled by the offhand, professional way those gentlemen in the taproom had handled me. But, winding my way home through the empty, moonlit roads, I was unaware that the hand of retribution was hovering over that happy band. This was, in fact, a fateful night, because 10 minutes after I had left, Mr. Worley's pub was raided. Perhaps that is a rather dramatic word, but it happened that it was the constable's annual holiday, and the relief man, a young policeman who did not share Mr. Dalloway's liberal views, had come up on his bicycle and pinched everybody in the place. The account of the court proceedings in the Darrowby and Hulton Times made good reading. Gobber Newhouse and company were all fined £2 each, and warned as to their future conduct. The magistrates, obviously a heartless lot, had remained unmoved by Gobber's passionate protestations that the beer in the glasses had all been purchased before closing time, and that he and his friends had been lingering over it in light conversation for the subsequent 4 hours. Mr. Worley was fined £15, but I don't think he really minded. Marigold and her litter were doing well. Chapter 39. This was the last gate. I got out to open it since Tristan was driving, and looked back at the farm a long way below us now, and at the marks our tyres had made on the steep, grassy slopes. Strange places, some of these Dales farms. This one had no road to it, not even a track. From down there you just drove across the fields from gate to gate till you got to the main road above the valley, and this was the last one. 10 minutes driving, and we'd be home. Tristan was acting as my chauffeur, as my left hand had been infected after a bad carving, and I had my arm in a sling. He didn't drive out through the gate, but got out of the car, leant his back against the gatepost, and lit a woodbine. Obviously he wasn't in any rush to leave. And with the sun warm on the back of his neck, and the 2 bottles of Whitbreads nestling comfortably in his stomach, I could divine that he felt pretty good. Come to think of it, it had been all right back there. He had taken some warts off a heifer's teats, and the farmer had said he shaped well for a young'un. Aye, you really framed it, job lad. And asked us in for a bottle of beer since it was so hot. Impressed by the ecstatic speed with which Tristan had consumed his, he had given him another. Yes, it had been all right. And I could see Tristan thought so too. With a smile of utter content, he took a long, deep gulp of moorland air and woodbine smoke, and closed his eyes. He opened them quickly as a grinding noise came from the car. "Christ! She's off, Jim!" he shouted. The little Austin was moving gently backwards down the slope. It must have slipped out of gear, and it had no brakes to speak of. We both leapt after it. Tristan was near us, and he just managed to touch the bonnet with one finger. The speed was too much for him. We gave it up and watched. The hillside was steep, and the little car rapidly gathered momentum, bouncing crazily over the uneven ground. I glanced at Tristan. His mind invariably worked quickly and clearly in a crisis, and I had a good idea what he was thinking. It was only a fortnight since he had turned the hillman over, taking a girl home from a dance. It had been a complete write-off, and the insurance company had been rather nasty about it. And of course Siegfried had gone nearly berserk, and had finished by sacking him finally, once and for all. Never wanted to see his face in the place again. But he had been sacked so often, he knew he had only to keep out of his way for a bit and his brother would forget. And he had been lucky this time, because Siegfried had talked his bank manager into letting him buy a beautiful new Rover, and this had blotted everything else from his mind. It was distinctly unfortunate that this should happen when he, as driver, was technically in charge of the Austin. The car appeared now to be doing about 70 miles per hour, hurtling terrifyingly down the long green slope. One by one the doors burst open till all four flapped wildly, and the car swooped downwards looking like a huge ungainly bird. From the open doors, bottles, instruments, bandages, cotton wool cascaded out onto the turf, leaving a long, broken trail. Now and again a packet of Nux for Mika and bicarb stomach powder would fly out and burst like a bomb, splashing vivid white against the green. Tristan threw up his arms. "Look! The bloody thing's going straight for that hut!" He drew harder on his woodbine. There was indeed only one obstruction on the bare hillside. A small building near the foot, where the land levelled out, and the Austin, as if drawn by a magnet, was thundering straight towards it. I couldn't bear to watch. Just before the impact, I turned away and focused my attention at the end of Tristan's cigarette, which was glowing bright red when the crash came. When I looked back down the hill, the building was no longer there. It had been completely flattened, and everything I had ever heard about houses of cards surged into my mind. On top of the shattered timbers, the little car lay peacefully on its side, its wheels still turning lazily. As we galloped down the hill, it was easy to guess Tristan's thoughts. He wouldn't be looking forward to telling Siegfried he had wrecked the Austin. In fact, it was something the mind almost refused to contemplate, but as we neared the scene of devastation, passing on our way syringes, scalpels, bottles of vaccine, it was difficult to see any other outcome. Arriving at the car, we made an anxious inspection. The body had been so bashed and dented before that it wasn't easy to identify any new marks. Certainly the rear end was pretty well caved in, but it didn't show up very much. The only obvious damage was a smashed rear light. Our hopes rising, we set off for the farm for help. The farmer greeted us amiably.
"Now then, lads. Has to come back for more beer?"
"It wouldn't come amiss," Tristan replied. "We've had a bit of an accident." We went into the house and the hospitable man opened some more bottles. He didn't seem disturbed when he heard of the demolition of the hut.
"Nay, that's not mine. Belongs to the golf club. It's the clubhouse."
Tristan's eyebrows shot up.
"Oh, no. Don't say we flattened the headquarters of the Darrowby Golf Club. I lied, you must have. It's the only wooden building in them fields. I rent that part of my land to the club, and they've made a little 9-hole course. Don't worry, hardly anybody plays on it. Mainly it's a bank manager, and I don't like that fellow anyway."
Mr. Prescott got a horse out of the stable, and we went back to the car and pulled it upright again. Trembling a little, Tristan climbed in and pressed the starter. The sturdy little engine burst into a confident roar immediately, and he drove carefully over the prostrate wooden walls onto the grass.
"Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Prescott," he shouted. "We seem to have got away with it." "Champion, lad, champion. They're as good as new."
Then the farmer winked and held up a finger.
"Now you say nowt about this job, and I'll say nowt. Right? Right. Come on, Jim, get in."
Tristan put his foot down and we chugged thankfully up the hill once more. He seemed thoughtful on the way and didn't speak till we got onto the road. Then he turned to me. "You know, Jim, it's all very well, but I've still got to confess to Siegfried about that rear light. And of course I'll get the lash again. Don't you think it's a bit hard the way I get blamed for everything that happens to his cars? You've seen it over and over again. He gives me a lot of bloody old wrecks to drive, and when they start to fall to bits, it's always my fault. The bloody tires are all down to the canvas, but if I get a puncture, there's hell to pay. It isn't fair." "Well, Siegfried isn't the man to suffer in silence, you know," I said. "He's got to lash out, and you're the nearest." Tristan was silent for a moment. Then he took a deeper drag of his woodbine, blew out his cheeks, and assumed a judicial expression. Mind you, I'm not saying I was entirely blameless with regard to the Hillman. I was taking that sharp turn at Dringley at 60 with my arm round a little nurse, but, all in all, I've just had sheer bad luck. In fact, Jim, I'm a helpless victim of prejudice. Siegfried was out of sorts when we met him in the surgery. He was starting a summer cold and was snuffly and listless, but he still managed to raise a burst of energy at the news. "You bloody young maniac, it's the real light now, is it? God help me, I think all I work for is to pay for the repair bills you run up. You'll ruin me before you're finished. Go on, get the hell out of it, I'm finished with you." Tristan retired with dignity and followed his usual policy of lying low. He didn't see his brother until the following morning. Siegfried's condition had deteriorated. The cold had settled in his throat, always his weak spot, and he was down with laryngitis. His neck was swathed in vinegar-soaked thermogene, and when Tristan and I came into the bedroom, he was feebly turning over the pages of the Darrowby and Hulton Times. He spoke in a tortured whisper. "Have you seen this? It says here that the golf clubhouse was knocked down yesterday, and there's no clue as to how it happened. A damn funny thing. On Prescott's land, isn't it?" His head jerked suddenly from the pillow, and he glared at his brother. "You were there yesterday," he croaked. Then he fell back, muttering, "Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's too ridiculous. And it's wrong of me to blame you for everything." Tristan stared. He had never heard this kind of talk from Siegfried before. I too felt a pang of anxiety. Could my boss be delirious? Siegfried swallowed painfully. "I've just had an urgent call from Armitage of Sorton. He's got a cow down with milk fever, and I want you to drive James out there straight away. Go on now, get moving." "Afraid I can't," Tristan shrugged. "Jim's car's in Hammond's garage. They're fixing that light. It'll take them about an hour." "Oh, God, yes. And they said they couldn't let us have a spare. Well, Armitage is in a bit of a panic. That cow could be dead in an hour. What the hell can we do?" "There's the rover," Tristan said quietly. Siegfried's form stiffened suddenly under the blankets, and wild terror flickered in his eyes. For a few moments his head rolled about on the pillow, and his long, bony fingers picked nervously at the quilt. Then, with an effort, he heaved himself onto his side and stared into his brother's eyes. He spoke slowly, and the agonized hissing of his voice lent menace to his words. "Right. So you'll have to take the rover. I never thought I'd see the day when I'd let a wrecker like you drive it, but just let me tell you this. If you put a scratch on that car, I'll kill you. I'll kill you with my own 2 hands." The old pattern was asserting itself. Siegfried's eyes had begun to bulge. A dark flush was creeping over his cheeks, while Tristan's face had lost all expression. Using the last remnants of his strength, Siegfried hoisted himself even higher. "Now do you really think that you are capable of driving that car 5 miles to Sorton and back without smashing it up? All right then, get on with it. And just remember what I've said." Tristan withdrew in offended silence, and as I followed him I took a last look at the figure on the bed. Siegfried had fallen back and was staring at the ceiling with feverish eyes. His lips moved feebly as though he were praying. Outside the room, Tristan rubbed his hands delightedly. "What a break, Jim! The chance of a lifetime! You know, I never thought I'd get behind the wheel of that rover in 100 years. He dropped his voice to a whisper. "Just shows you. Everything happens for the best." 5 minutes later, he was backing carefully out of the yard and into the lane, and once on the Sorton Road I saw he was beginning to enjoy himself. For 2 miles the way ahead stretched straight and clear except for a milk lorry approaching in the far distance, a perfect place to see what the rover could do. He nestled down in the deep, rich leather upholstery, and pressed his foot hard on the accelerator. We were doing an effortless 80 when I saw a car beginning to overtake the milk lorry. It was an ancient, square-topped, high-built vehicle like a biscuit tin on wheels, and it had no business trying to overtake anything. I waited for it to pull back, but it still came on, and the lorry, perhaps with a sporting driver, seemed to be spurting to make a race of it. With increasing alarm, I saw the two vehicles abreast and bearing down on us only a few hundred yards away, and not a foot of space on either side of them. Of course, the old car would pull in behind the lorry. It had to. There was no other way, but it was taking a long time about it. Tristan jammed on his brakes. If the lorry did the same, the other car would just be able to dodge between. But within seconds I realized nothing like that was going to happen, and as they thundered towards us I resigned myself with dumb horror to a head-on collision. Just before I closed my eyes, I had a fleeting glimpse of a large, alarmed face behind the wheel of the old car. Then something hit the left side of the Rover with a rending crash. When I opened my eyes, we were stationary. There was just Tristan and myself staring straight ahead at the road, empty and quiet, curving ahead of us into the peaceful green of the hills. I sat motionless, listening to my thumping heart. Then I looked over my shoulder and saw the lorry disappearing at great speed round a distant bend. In passing, I studied Tristan's face with interest. I had never seen a completely green face before. After quite a long time, feeling a draft from the left, I looked carefully round in that direction. There were no doors on that side. One was lying by the roadside a few yards back, and the other hung from a single broken hinge. As I watched, this one too clattered onto the tarmac with a note of flat finality. Slowly, as in a dream, I got out and surveyed the damage. The left side of the Rover was a desert of twisted metal, where the old car, diving for the verge at the last split second, had ploughed its way. Tristan had flopped down on the grass, his face blank. A nasty scratch on the paintwork might have sent him into a panic, but this wholesale destruction seemed to have numbed his senses. But this state didn't last long. He began to blink, then his eyes narrowed and he felt for his woodbines. His agile mind was back at work, and it wasn't difficult to read his thoughts. What was he going to do now? It seemed to me, after a short appraisal of the situation, that he had three possible courses of action. First, and most attractive, he could get out of Darrowby permanently, emigrate if necessary. Second, he could go straight to the railway station and board a train for Broughton, where he could live quietly with his mother till this had blown over. Third, and he didn't bear thinking about, he could go back to Scaledale House and tell Siegfried he had smashed up his new Rover. As I weighed up the possibilities, I spotted the old car which had hit us. It was lying upside down in a ditch about 50 yards down the road. Hurrying towards it, I could hear a loud cackling coming from the interior, and I remembered it was market day, and many of the farmers would be bringing in crates of hens and maybe 20 or 30 dozen eggs to sell. We peered in through a window, and Tristan gasped. A fat man, obviously unhurt, was lying in a great pool of smashed eggs. His face wore a wide, reassuring smile. In fact, his whole expression was ingratiating as far as it could be seen through the mask of eggs which covered his features. The rest of the interior was filled with frantic hens, which had escaped from their crates in the crash and were hunting for a way out. The fat man, smiling up happily from his bed of eggs, was shouting something, but it was difficult to hear him above the wild cackling. I managed to pick out the odd phrase. "Very sorry indeed. Entirely my fault. I'll make good the damage." The words floated up cheerfully while the hens scampered across the man's beaming face, and yolks coursed sluggishly down his clothes. With an effort, Tristan managed to wrench open a door, and was driven back immediately by a rush of hens. Some of them galloped off in various directions till they were lost to sight, while their less adventurous companions began to peck about philosophically by the roadside. "Are you all right?" Tristan shouted. Yes, young man. I'm not hurt. Please don't worry about me." The fat man struggled vainly to rise from the squelching mass. "I am sorry about this, but I'll see you right, you can be sure." He held up a dripping hand and we helped him out onto the road. Despite his saturated clothes and the pieces of shell sticking to his hair and moustache, he hadn't lost his poise. In fact, he radiated confidence. The same confidence, I thought, which made him think his old car could overtake that speeding lorry. He laid a hand on Tristan's shoulder.
"There's a simple explanation, you know. The sun got in my eyes."
It was 12 noon and the fat man had been driving due north, but there didn't seem much point in arguing. We lifted the shattered doors from the road, put them inside the Rover, drove to Sawton, treated the milk fever cow, and returned to Darrowby. Tristan gave me a single, despairing look, then squared his shoulders and marched straight to his brother's room. I followed close on his heels. Siegfried was worse. His face was red with fever, and his eyes burned deeply in their sockets. He didn't move when Tristan walked over to the foot of the bed.
"Well, how did you get on?"
The whisper was barely audible.
"Oh, fine. The cow was on her feet when we left, but there's just one thing. I had a bit of a bump with the car."
Siegfried had been wheezing stertorously and staring at the ceiling, but the breathing stopped as if it had been switched off. There was an eerie silence. Then, from the completely motionless figure, 2 strangled words escaped.
"What happened?"
"It wasn't my fault. Chap tried to overtake a lorry and didn't make it.
"Caught one side of the Rover."
Again the silence, and again the whisper.
"Much damage?" "Front and rear wings pretty well mangled, I'm afraid, and both doors torn off the left side."
As if operated by a powerful spring, Siegfried came bolt upright in the bed. It was startlingly like a corpse coming to life, and the effect was heightened by the coils of thermogene which had burst loose and trailed in shroud-like garlands from the haggard head. The mouth opened wide in a completely soundless scream.
"You bloody fool! You're sacked!"
He crashed back onto the pillow as though the mechanism had gone into reverse and lay very still. We watched him for a few moments in some anxiety, but when we heard the breathing restart, we tiptoed from the room. On the landing, Tristan blew out his cheeks and drew a woodbine from its packet. "A tricky little situation, Jim, but you know what I always say." He struck a match and pulled the smoke down blissfully. "Things usually turn out better than you expect." Chapter 40. A lot of the Dales' farms were anonymous, and it was a help to find this one so plainly identified. Heston Grange, it said on the gate, in bold black capitals. I got out of the car and undid the latch. It was a good gate, too, and swung easily on its hinges, instead of having to be dragged round with a shoulder under the top spar. The farmhouse lay below me, massive, grey-stoned, with a pair of bow windows which some prosperous Victorian had added to the original structure. It stood on a flat green neck of land in a loop of the river, and the lushness of the grass and the quiet fertility of the surrounding fields contrasted sharply with the stark hills behind. Towering oaks and beeches sheltered the house, and a thick pine wood covered the lower slopes of the fell. I walked round the building, shouting as I always did, because some people considered it a subtle insult to go to the house and ask if the farmer was in. Good farmers are indoors only at mealtimes. But my shouts drew no reply, so I went over and knocked at the door, set deep among the weathered stones. A voice answered, "Come in," and I opened the door into a huge stone-flagged kitchen, with hams and sides of bacon hanging from hooks in the ceiling. A dark girl in a check blouse and green linen slacks was kneading dough in a bowl. She looked up and smiled. "Sorry I couldn't let you in. I've got my hands full." She held up her arms, flowery white to the elbow. "Oh, that's all right. My name's Herriot. I've come to see a calf. It's lame, I understand." "Yes, we think he's broken his leg." Probably got his foot in a hole when he was running about. If you don't mind waiting a minute, I'll come with you. My father and the men are in the fields. I'm Helen Alderson, by the way." She washed and dried her arms and pulled on a pair of short Wellingtons. "Take over the bread, will you, Meg?" she said to an old woman who came through from an inner room. "I'll have to show Mr. Herriot the calf." Outside, she turned to me and laughed. "We've got a bit of a walk, I'm afraid. He's in one of the top buildings. Look, you can just see it up there." She pointed to a squat stone barn high on the fell side. I knew all about those top buildings. They were scattered all over the high country, and I got a lot of healthy exercise going round them. They were used for storing hay and other things and as shelters for the animals on the hill pastures. I looked at the girl for a few seconds. "Oh, that's all right. I don't mind. I don't mind in the least." We went over the field to a narrow bridge spanning the river, and following her across, I was struck by a thought. This new fashion of women wearing slacks might be a bit revolutionary, but there was a lot to be said for it. The path led upwards through the pine wood, and here the sunshine was broken up into islands of brightness among the dark trunks. The sound of the river grew faint, and we walked softly on a thick carpet of pine needles. It was cool in the wood, and silent, except when a bird call echoed through the trees. 10 minutes of hard walking brought us out again into the hot sun on the open moor, and the path curved steeper still round a series of rocky outcrops. I was beginning to puff, but the girl kept up a brisk pace, swinging along with easy strides. I was glad when we reached the level ground on the top and the barn came in sight again. When I opened the half door, I could see my patient in the dark interior, which was heavy with the fragrance of hay piled nearly to the roof. He looked very small and sorry for himself, with his dangling foreleg, which trailed uselessly along the strawed floor as he tried to walk. "Will you hold his head while I examine him, please?" I said. The girl caught the calf expertly, one hand under its chin, the other holding an ear. As I felt my way over the leg, the little creature stood trembling, his face a picture of woe. "Well, your diagnosis was correct. Clean fracture of the radius and ulna. But there's very little displacement, so it should do well with plaster on it." I opened my bag, took out some plaster bandages, then filled a bucket with water from a nearby spring. I soaked one of the bandages and applied it to the leg, following it with a second and a third till the limb was encased in a rapidly hardening white sheath from elbow to foot. "We'll just wait a couple of minutes till it hardens, then we can let him go." I kept tapping the plaster till I was satisfied it was set like stone. "All right," I said finally. "He can go now." The girl released the head and the little animal trotted away. "Look!" she cried. "He's putting his weight on it already. And doesn't he look a lot happier?" I smiled. I felt I had really done something. The calf felt no pain now the broken ends of the bone were immobilized, and the fear which always demoralizes a hurt animal had magically vanished. "Yes," I said. "He certainly has perked up quickly." My words were almost drowned by a tremendous bellow, and the patch of blue above the half-door was suddenly obscured by a large, shaggy head. 2 great liquid eyes stared down anxiously at the little calf, and it answered with a high-pitched bawl. Soon a deafening duet was in progress. "That's his mother!" the girl shouted above the din. "Poor old thing! She's been hanging about here all morning wondering what we've done with her calf. She hates being separated from him." I straightened up and drew the bolt on the door. "Well, she can come in now." The big cow almost knocked me down as she rushed past me. Then she started a careful, sniffing inspection of her calf, pushing him round with her muzzle and making muffled, lowing noises deep in her throat. The little creature submitted happily to all the fuss, and when it was over and his mother was finally satisfied, he limped round to her udder and began to suck heartily. "Soon got his appetite back," I said, and we both laughed. I threw the empty tins into my bag and closed it. "He'll have to keep the plaster on for about a month, so if you'll give me a ring, then I'll come back and take it off." Just keep an eye on him and make sure his leg doesn't get sore around the top of the bandage." As we left the barn, the sunshine and the sweet, warm air met us like a high wave. I turned and looked across the valley to the soaring green heights, smooth, enormous, hazy in the noon heat. Beneath my feet, the grassy slopes fell away steeply to where the river glimmered among the trees. "It's wonderful up here," I said. "Just look at that gorge over there, and that great hill. I suppose you could call it a mountain." I pointed at a giant which heaved its heather-mottled shoulders high above the others. "That's Heskett Fell, nearly 2,500 feet. And that's Eddleton just beyond, and Wedderfell on the other side, and Culver and Senna." The names with their wild Nordic ring fell easily from her tongue. She spoke of them like old friends, and I could sense the affection in her voice. We sat down on the warm grass of the hillside. A soft breeze pulled at the heads of the moorland flowers. Somewhere a curlew cried. Darrowby and Scaledale House and veterinary practice seemed 1,000 miles away. "God, you're lucky to live here," I said. "But I don't think you need me to tell you that." "No. I love this country. There's nowhere else quite like it." She paused and looked slowly round her. "I'm glad it appeals to you too. A lot of people find it too bare and wild. It almost seems to frighten them." I laughed. Yes, I know. But as far as I'm concerned, I can't help feeling sorry for all the thousands of vets who don't work in the Yorkshire Dales." I began to talk about my work. Then, almost without knowing, I was going back over my student days, telling her of the good times, the friends I'd made, and our hopes and aspirations. I surprised myself with my flow of talk. I wasn't much of a chatterbox usually, and I felt I must be boring my companion, but she sat quietly looking over the valley, her arms around her green-clad legs, nodding at times as though she understood. And she laughed in all the right places. I wondered, too, at the silly thing that I would like to forget all about the rest of the day's duty and stay up here on the sunny hillside. It came to me that it had been a long time since I'd sat down and talked to a girl of my own age. I'd almost forgotten what it was like. I didn't hurry back down the path and through the scented pine wood, but it seemed no time at all before we were walking across the wooden bridge and over the field to the farm. I turned with my hand on the car door. "Well, I'll see you in a month." It sounded like an awful long time. The girl smiled. "Thank you for what you've done." As I started the engine, she waved and went into the house. "Helen Alderson," Siegfried said later over lunch. "Of course I know her. Lovely girl." Tristan, across the table, made no comment, but he laid down his knife and fork, raised his eyes reverently to the ceiling, and gave a long, low whistle. Then he started to eat again. Siegfried went on. "Oh, yes, I know her very well. And I admire her. Her mother died a few years ago, and she runs the whole place. Cooks and looks after her father and a younger brother and sister." He spooned some mashed potatoes onto his plate. "Any men friends? Well, half the young bloods in the district are chasing her, but she doesn't seem to be going steady with any of them. Choosy sort, I think." Chapter 41. It was when I was plodding up Mr. K's field for the 9th time that it began to occur to me that this wasn't going to be my day. For some time now I had been an LVI, the important owner of a little certificate informing whosoever it may concern that James Herriot, MRCBS, was a local veterinary inspector of the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries. It meant that I was involved in a lot of routine work like clinical examination and tuberculin testing. It also highlighted something which I had been suspecting for some time. The Dales farmers' attitude to time was different from my own. It had been all right when I was calling on them to see a sick animal. They were usually around waiting for me, and the beast would be confined in some building when I arrived. It was very different, however, when I sent them a card saying I was coming to inspect their dairy cows or test their herd. It stated quite clearly on the card that the animals must be assembled indoors and that I would be there at a certain time, and I planned my day accordingly. 15 minutes or so for a clinical and anything up to several hours for a test, depending on the size of the herd. If I was kept waiting for 10 minutes at every clinical while they got the cows in from the field, it meant simply that after 6 visits I was running an hour late. So when I drove up to Mr. K's farm for a tuberculin test and found the cows tied up in their stalls, I breathed a sigh of relief. We were through them in no time at all, and I thought I was having a wonderful start to the day when the farmer said he had only half a dozen young heifers to do to complete their job. It was when I left the building and saw the group of shaggy roans and reds grazing contentedly at the far end of a large field that I felt the old foreboding. "I thought you'd have them inside, Mr. K," I said apprehensively. Mr. K tapped out his pipe onto his palm, mixed the sodden dottle with a few strands of villainous-looking twist, and crammed it back into the bowl. "Nay, nay," he said, puffing appreciatively. "I don't like to put them in on a grand hot day like this. We'll drive them up to that little house." He pointed to a tumble-down grey stone barn at the summit of the long, steeply sloping pasture, and blew out a cloud of choking smoke. "Won't take many minutes." At his last sentence, a cold hand clutched at me. I'd heard those dreadful words so many times before, but maybe it would be all right this time. We made our way to the bottom of the field and got behind the heifers. "Gosh! Gosh!" cried Mr. K. "Cush! Cush!" I added encouragingly, slapping my hands against my thighs. The heifers stopped pulling the grass and regarded us with mild interest, their jaws moving lazily. Then, in response to further cries, they began to meander casually up the hill. We managed to coax them to the door of the barn, but there they stopped. The leader put her head inside for a moment, then turned suddenly and made a dash down the hill. The others followed suit immediately, and though we danced about and waved our arms, they ran past us as if we weren't there. I looked thoughtfully at the young beasts thundering down the slope, their tails high, kicking up their heels like mustangs. They were enjoying this new game. Down the hill once more, and again the slow wheedling up to the door, and again the sudden breakaway. This time one of them tried it on her own, and as I galloped vainly to and fro trying to turn her, the others charged with glee through the gap, and down the slope again. It was a long, steep hill, and as I trudged up for the third time, with the sun blazing on my back, I began to regret being so conscientious about my clothes. In the instructions to the new LVIs, the ministry had been explicit that they expected us to be properly attired to carry out our duties. I had taken it to heart and rigged myself out in the required uniform, but I realized now that the long oilskin coat and Wellingtons was not an ideal outfit for the job in hand. The sweat was trickling into my eyes, and my shirt was beginning to cling to me. When, for the third time, I saw the retreating backs careering joyously down the hill, I thought it was time to do something about it. "Just a minute," I called to the farmer. "I'm getting a bit warm." I took off the coat, rolled it up, and placed it on the grass well away from the barn. And as I made up a neat pile of my syringe, the box of tuberculin, my calipers, scissors, notebook and pencil, the thought kept intruding that I was being cheated in some way. After all, ministry work was easy. Any practitioner could tell you that. You didn't have to get up in the middle of the night, you had nice set hours, and you never really had to exert yourself. In fact, it was money for old rope. A pleasant relaxation from the real thing. I wiped my streaming brow and stood for a few seconds panting gently. This just wasn't fair. We started again, and at the fourth visit to the barn I thought we had won because all but one of the heifers strolled casually inside. But that last one just wouldn't have it. We cushed imploringly, waved, and even got near enough to poke at its rump. but it stood in the entrance regarding the interior with deep suspicion. Then the heads of its mates began to reappear in the doorway, and I knew we had lost again. Despite my frantic dancing and shouting, they wandered out one by one before joining again in their happy downhill dash. This time I found myself galloping down after them in an agony of frustration. We had another few tries during which the heifers introduced touches of variation by sometimes breaking away halfway up the hill, or occasionally trotting round the back of the barn and peeping at us coyly from behind the old stones, before frisking to the bottom again. After the 8th descent, I looked appealingly at Mr. K, who was relighting his pipe calmly and didn't appear to be troubled in any way. My time schedule was in tatters, but I don't think he had noticed that we had been going on like this for about 40 minutes. "Look, we're getting nowhere," I said. "I've got a lot of other work waiting for me. Isn't there anything more we can do?" The farmer stamped down the twist with his thumb, drew deeply and pleasurably a few times, then looked at me with mild surprise. "Well, let's see. We could bring Dog out, but don't know as he'll be much good. He's not but a young un." He sauntered back to the farmhouse and opened a door. A shaggy cur catapulted out, barking in delight, and Mr. K brought him over to the field. "Get away, boy!" he cried, gesturing towards the cattle who had resumed their grazings, and the dog streaked behind them. I really began to hope as we went up the hill with the hairy little figure darting in, nipping at the heels, but at the barn the rot set in again. I could see the heifers beginning to sense the inexperience of the dog, and one of them managed to kick him briskly under the chin as he came in. The little animal yelped, and his tail went down. He stood uncertainly, looked at the beasts advancing on him now, shaking their horns threateningly. Then he seemed to come to a decision, and slunk away. The young cattle went after him at increasing speed, and in a moment I was looking at the extraordinary spectacle of the dog going flat out down the hill with the heifers drumming close behind him. At the foot, he disappeared under a gate, and we saw him no more. Something seemed to give way in my head.
"Oh, God!"
I yelled.
"We're never going to get those damn things tested. I'll just have to leave them. I don't know what the ministry's going to say, but I've had enough."
The farmer looked at me ruminatively. He seemed to recognize that I was at breaking point.
"Aye, it's no good,"
he said, tapping his pipe out on his heel.
"We'll have to get Sam."
"Sam?"
"Aye, Sam Broadbent. Works for me neighbour. He'll get him in all right."
"How's he going to do that?"
"Oh, he can imitate a fly."
For a moment my mind reeled. "Did you say imitate a fly?"
"That's right. A warble fly, the nose. He's a bit slowest lad, but by gor, he can imitate a fly. I'll go and get him. He's only 2 fields down the road."
I watched the farmers retreating back in disbelief. Then I threw myself down on the ground. At any other time, I would have enjoyed lying there on the slope with the sun on my face, and the grass cool against my sweating back. The air was still and heavy with the fragrance of clover, and when I opened my eyes, the gentle curve of the valley floor was a vision of peace. But my mind was a turmoil. I had a full day's ministry work waiting for me, and I was an hour behind time already. I could just picture the long succession of farmers waiting for me and cursing me heartily. The tension built in me till I could stand it no longer. I jumped to my feet and ran down to the gate at the foot. I could see along the road from there, and I was relieved to find Mr. K was on his way back. Just behind him, a large fat man was riding slowly on a very small bicycle, his heels on the pedals, his feet and knees sticking out at right angles. Tufts of greasy black hair stuck out at random from under a kind of skull cap, which looked like an old bowler without the brim.
"Sam's come to give us an hand,"
said Mr. K with an air of quiet triumph. "Good morning," I said, and the big man turned slowly and nodded. The eyes in the round, unshaven face were vacant and incurious, and I decided that Sam did indeed look a bit slow. I found it difficult to imagine how he could possibly be of any help. The heifers, standing nearby, watched with languid interest as we came through the gate. They had obviously enjoyed every minute of the morning's entertainment, and it seemed they were game for a little more fun if we so desired. But it was up to us, of course. They weren't worried either way. Sam propped his bicycle against the wall and paced solemnly forward. He made a circle of his thumb and forefinger and placed it to his lips. His cheeks worked as though he were getting everything into place. Then he took a deep breath. And from nowhere, it seemed, came a sudden swelling of angry sound, a vicious humming and buzzing which made me look round in alarm for the enraged insect zooming in for the kill. The effect on the heifers was electric. Their superior air vanished and was replaced by rigid anxiety. Then, as the noise increased in volume, they turned and charged up the hill, but it wasn't the carefree frolic of before. No tossing heads, waving tails and kicking heels. This time they kept shoulder to shoulder in a frightened block. Mr. K and I, trotting on either side, directed them yet again up to the building where they formed a group, looking nervously around them. We had to wait for a short while for Sam to arrive. He was clearly a one-pace man and ascended the slope unhurriedly. At the top he paused to regain his breath, fixed the animals with a blank gaze, and carefully adjusted his fingers against his mouth. A moment's tense silence. Then the humming broke out again, even more furious and insistent than before. The heifers knew when they were beaten. With a chorus of startled bellows, they turned and rushed into the building, and I crashed the half door behind them. I stood leaning against it, unable to believe my troubles were over. Sam joined me and looked into the dark interior. As if to finally establish his mastery, he gave a sudden, sharp blast, this time without his fingers, and his victims huddled still closer against the far wall. A few minutes later, after Sam had left us, I was happily clipping and injecting the necks. I looked up at the farmer. "You know, I can still hardly believe what I saw there. It was like magic. That chap has a wonderful gift." Mr. K looked over the half door, and I followed his gaze down the grassy slope to the road. Sam was riding away, and the strange black headwear was just visible, bobbing along the top of a wall. "Aye, he can imitate a fly, all right. Poor old lad. It's the only thing he's good at." Chapter 42. Hurrying away from Mr. K's to my second test, I reflected that if I had to be more than an hour late for an appointment, it was a lucky thing that my next call was at the Huggles. The four brothers and their families ran a herd which, with cows, followers and calves, must have amounted to nearly 200, and I had to test the lot of them. But I knew that my lateness wouldn't bring any querulous remarks on my head, because the Huggles had developed the Dale's tradition of courtesy to an extraordinary degree. The stranger within their gates was treated like royalty. As I drove into the yard, I could see everybody leaving their immediate tasks and advancing on me with beaming faces. The brothers were in the lead, and they stopped opposite me as I got out of the car, and I thought, as I always did, that I had never seen such healthy-looking men. Their ages ranged from Walter, who was about 60, down through Thomas and Fenwick to William, the youngest, who would be in his late 40s, and I should say their average weight would be about 15 stones. They weren't fat either, just huge, solid men with bright red, shining faces and clear eyes. William stepped forward from the group, and I knew what was coming. This was always his job. He leant forward, suddenly solemn, and looked into my face.
"How are you today, sir?"
he asked. "Very well, thank you, Mr. Hugill," I replied.
"Good,"
said William fervently, and the other brothers all repeated,
"Good, good, good,"
with deep satisfaction. William took a deep breath.
"And how is Mr. Farnan?"
"Oh, he's very fit, thanks." "Good!" Then the rapid fire of the responses from behind him.
"Good, good, good."
William hadn't finished yet. He cleared his throat.
"And how is young Mr. Farnan?"
"In really top form."
"Good."
But this time, William allowed himself a gentle smile, and from behind him came a few dignified
ho-hos.
Walter closed his eyes and his great shoulders shook silently. They all knew Tristan. William stepped back into line, his appointed task done, and we all went into the byre. I braced myself as I looked at the long row of backs, the tails swishing at the flies. There was some work ahead here. "Sorry I'm so late," I said as I drew the tuberculin into the syringe. "I was held up at the last place. It's difficult to foresee how long these tests will take." All four brothers replied eagerly.
"Ah, you're right, sir. It's difficult. It is difficult. You're right. It's difficult."
They went on till they thrashed the last ounce out of the statement. I finished filling the syringe, got out my scissors, and began to push my way between the first two cows. It was a tight squeeze, and I puffed slightly in the stifling atmosphere. "It's a bit warm in here," I said. Again the volley of agreement.
"You're right, sir. Aye, it's warm. It is warm. You're right. It's warm. It's warm. Aye, you're right."
This was all delivered with immense conviction and vigorous nodding of heads, as though I had made some incredible discovery. And as I looked at the grave, intent faces still pondering over my brilliant remark, I could feel my tensions beginning to dissolve. I was lucky to work here. Where else but in the high country of Yorkshire would I meet people like these? I pushed along the cow and got hold of its ear, but Walter stopped me with a gentle cough.
"Name Mr. Herriot, you won't have to look in the ears. I have all the numbers wrote down."
"Oh, well, that's fine. It'll save us a lot of time." I had always found scratching the wax away to find ear tattoos an overrated pastime, and it was good to hear that the Hugills were attending to the clerical side. There was a section in the ministry form which said, "Are the herd records in good order?" I always wrote yes, keeping my fingers crossed as I thought of the scrawled figures on the backs of old bills, milk recording sheets, anything.
"Aye,"
said Walter.
"I have them all set down, proper, in a book."
"Great. Can you go and get it then?"
"No need, sir. I have it here."
Walter was the boss, there was no doubt about it. They all seemed to live in perfect harmony, but when the chips were down, Walter took over automatically. He was the organizer, the acknowledged brains of the outfit. The battered trilby which he always wore in contrast with the others' caps gave him an extra air of authority. Everybody watched respectfully as he slowly and deliberately extracted a spectacle case from an inside pocket. He opened it and took out an old pair of steel-rimmed spectacles, blowing away fragments of the hay and corn chaff with which the interior of the case was thickly powdered. There was a quiet dignity and importance in the way he unhurriedly threaded the side pieces over his ears and stood grimacing slightly to work everything into place. Then he put his hand into his waistcoat pocket. When he took it out, he was holding some object, but it was difficult to identify, being almost obscured by his enormous thumb. Then I saw that it was a tiny, black-covered miniature diary about 2 inches square, the sort of novelty people gave each other at Christmas. "Is that the herd record?" I asked.
"Yes, this is it. It's all set down in here."
Walter daintily flicked over the pages with horny forefinger and squinted through his spectacles.
"Now that first cow, she's number 84.
"Splendid," I said. "I'll just check this one and then we can go by the book." I peered into the ear. "Well, that's funny. I make it 26. The brothers had a look. "You're right, sir, you're right. It is 26. Walter pursed his lips.
Why, that's Bluebell's calf, isn't it?
Nay, said Fenwick.
She's out of our Buttercup.
Can't be, mumbled Thomas. Our Buttercup was sold to Tim Jefferson afore the son was born. This is Brenda's calf.
William shook his head.
I'm sure we got her as a heifer at Bob Ashby's sale.
All right, I said, holding up a hand. We'll put in 26. I had to cut in. It was in no way an argument, just a leisurely discussion. But it looked as if it could go on for some time. I wrote the number in my notebook and injected the cow. Now, how about this next one?
Well, I do know that'n,
said Walter, confidently, stabbing at an entry in the diary.
Can't make no mistake. She's number 5.
I looked in the ear. Says 137 here. It started again.
She was brought in, wasn't she?
Nay, she's out of our dribbler. Don't think so. Dribbler's not but bold.
I raised my hand again. You know, I really think it might be quicker to look in all the ears. Time's getting on.
Aye, you're right, sir. It is getting on.
Walter returned the herd record to his waistcoat pocket philosophically, and we started the laborious business of clipping, measuring and injecting every animal, plus rubbing the inside of the ears with a cloth soaked in spirit to identify the numbers which had often faded to a few unrelated dots. Occasionally, Walter referred to his tiny book.
Aye, that's right, 92. I thought so. It's all set down here.
Fighting with the loose animals in the boxes round the fold yard was like having a dirty Turkish bath while wearing oilskins. The brothers caught the big beasts effortlessly, and even the strongest bullock grew quickly discouraged when it had to struggle against those mighty arms. But I noticed one strange phenomenon. The men's fingers were so thick and huge that they often slipped out of the animals' noses through sheer immobility. It took an awful long time, but we finally got through. The last little calf had a space clipped in his shaggy neck and bawled heartily as he felt the needle. Then I was out in the sweet air, throwing my coat in the car boot. I looked at my watch. 3 o'clock. I was nearly 2 hours behind my schedule now, and already I was hot and weary, with skinned toes on my right foot where a cow had trodden, and a bruised left instep caused by the sudden descent of Fenwick size 13 hobnails during a particularly violent melee. As I closed the boot and limped round to the car door, I began to wonder a little more about this easy ministry work. Walter loomed over me and inclined his head graciously.
Come in and sit down and have a nice cup of tea.
It's very kind of you, and I wish I could, Mr. Huggle, but I've got a long string of inspections waiting, and I don't know when I'll get round them. I fixed up far too many, and I completely underestimated the time needed for your test. I really am an absolute fool. And the brothers intoned sincerely,
Aye, you're right, sir. You're right. You're right.
Well, there was no more testing today, but 10 inspections still to do, and I should have been at the first one 2 hours ago. I roared off, feeling that little ball tightening in my stomach as it always did when I was fighting the clock. Gripping the wheel with one hand and exploring my lunch packet with the other, I pulled out a piece of Mrs. Hall's ham and egg pie and began to gnaw at it as I went along. But I had gone only a short way when reason asserted itself. This was no good. It was an excellent pie, and I might as well enjoy it. I pulled off the unfenced road onto the grass, switched off the engine, and opened the windows wide. The farm back there was like an island of activity in the quiet landscape. And now that I was away from the noise and the stuffiness of the buildings, the silence and emptiness enveloped me like a soothing blanket. I leant my head against the back of the seat and looked out at the checkered greens of the little fields along the flanks of the hills, thrusting upwards between their walls, till they gave way to the jutting rocks and harsh brown of the heather which flooded the wild country above. I felt better when I drove away and didn't particularly mind when the farmer at the first inspection greeted me with a scowl.
This isn't 1 o'clock, mister, he snapped. Me cows have been in all afternoon, and look at the bloody mess they've made. I'll never get the place clean again.
I had to agree with him when I saw the muck piled up behind the cows. It was one of the snags about housing animals in grass time, and the farmer's expression grew blacker as most of them cocked their tails as though in welcome, and added further layers to the heaps. "I won't keep you much longer," I said briskly and began to work my way down the row. Before the tuberculin testing scheme came into being, these clinical examinations were the only means of detecting tuberculous cows, and I moved from animal to animal, palpating the udders for any unusual induration. The routine examinations were known jocularly in the profession as bag snatching or cow punching, and it was a job that soon got tedious. I found the only way to stop myself going nearly mad with boredom was to keep reminding myself what I was there for. So when I came to a gaunt red cow with a pendulous udder, I straightened up and turned to the farmer. "I'm going to take a milk sample from this one. She's a bit hard in the left hind quarter." The farmer sniffed. "Please yourself. There's naught wrong with her, but I suppose it'll make a job for somebody." Squirting milk from the quarter into a 2-ounce bottle, I thought about Siegfried's veterinary friend who always took a pint sample from the healthiest udder he could find, to go with his lunchtime sandwiches. I labelled the bottle and put it into the car. We had a little electric centrifuge at Scaledale House, and tonight I would spin this milk and examine the sediment on a slide after staining by Zeal Nielsen. Probably I'd find nothing, but at times there was the strange excitement of peering down the microscope at a clump of bright red, iridescent TB bacilli. When that happened, the cow was immediately slaughtered, and there was always the thought that I might have lifted the death sentence from some child. The meningitis, the spinal and lung infections which were so common in those days. Returning to the byre, I finished the inspection by examining the wall in front of each cow. The farmer watched me dourly. "What you on with now?" "Well, if a cow has a cough, you can often find some spit on the wall." I had in truth found more tuberculous cows this way than any other, by scraping a little sputum onto a glass slide and then staining it as for milk. The modern young vet just about never sees a TB cow, thank heavens, but screws were all too common 30 years ago. There were very few in the high Pennines, but in the low country on the plain you found them. The cows that weren't doing right, the ones with the soft, careful cough and slightly accelerated breathing. Often they were good milkers and ate well, but they were killers, and I was learning to spot them. And there were the others, the big, fat, sleek animals, which could still be riddled with the disease. They were killers of a more insidious kind, and nobody could pick them out. It took the tuberculin test to do that. At the next 4 places I visited, the farmers had got tired of waiting for me and had turned their cows out. They had all to be brought in from the field, and they came slowly and reluctantly. There was nothing like the rodeo I'd had with Mr. K's heifers, but a lot more time was lost. The animals kept trying to turn back to the field while I sped around their flanks like a demented sheepdog, and as I panted to and fro, each farmer told me the same thing, that cows only like to come in at milking time. Milking time did eventually come, and I caught 3 of my herds while they were being milked. But it was after 6 when I came tired and hungry to my second-to-last inspection. A hush hung over the place, and after shouting my way around the buildings without finding anybody, I walked over to the house. "Is your husband in, Mrs. Bell?" I asked. "No, he's had to go into the village to get the horse shod, but he won't be long afore he's back. He's left cows in for you," the farmer's wife replied. That was fine. I'd soon get through this lot. I almost ran into the byre and started the old routine, feeling sick to death of the sight and smell of cows and fed up with pawing at their udders. I was working along almost automatically when I came to a thin, rangy cow with a narrow red and white face. She could be a crossed Shorthorn Ayrshire. I had barely touched her udder when she lashed out with the speed of light and caught me just above the kneecap. I hopped round the bar on one leg, groaning and swearing in my agony. It was some time before I was able to limp back to have another try, and this time I scratched her back and cush-cushed her in the wheedling tone before sliding my hand gingerly between her legs. The same thing happened again, only this time the sharp-edged cloven foot smacked slightly higher up my leg. Crashing back against the wall, I huddled there almost weeping with pain and rage. After a few minutes, I reached a decision. To hell with her. If she didn't want to be examined, she could take her luck. I had enough for one day. I was in no mood for heroics. Ignoring her, I proceeded down the bar till I had inspected the others. but I had to pass her on my way back and pause to have another look. And whether it was sheer stubbornness or whether I imagined she was laughing at me, I don't know. But I decided to have just one more go. Maybe she didn't like me coming from behind. Perhaps if I worked from the side, she wouldn't mind so much. Carefully, I squeezed my way between her and her neighbour, gasping as the craggy pelvic bones dug into my ribs. Once in the space beyond, I thought, I would be free to do my job. And that was my big mistake. Because as soon as I had got there, the cow went to work on me in earnest. Switching her back end round quickly to cut off my way of escape, she began to kick me systematically from head to foot. She kicked forward, reaching at times high on my chest as I strained back against the wall. Since then, I have been kicked by an endless variety of cows in all sorts of situations, but never by such an expert as this one. There must be very few really venomous bovines. But when one of them uses her feet, it is usually an instinctive reaction to being hurt or frightened, and they kick blindly. But this cow measured me up before each blow, and her judgment of distance was beautiful. And as she drove me further towards her head, she was able to hook me in the back with her horns by way of variety. I was convinced she hated the human race. My plight was desperate. I was completely trapped. And it didn't help when the apparently docile cow next door began to get into the act by prodding me off with her horns as I pressed against her. I don't know what made me look up, but there, in the thick wall of the byre, was a hole about 2 feet square where some of the crumbling stone had fallen out. I pulled myself up with an agility that amazed me, and as I crawled through head first, a sweet fragrance came up to me. I was looking into a hay barn, and seeing a deep bed of finest clover just below. I launched myself into space, and did a very creditable roll in the air before landing safely on my back. Lying there, bruised and breathless, with the front of my coat thickly patterned with claw marks, I finally abandoned any lingering illusions I'd had that ministry work was a soft touch. I was rising painfully to my feet when Mr. Bell strolled in. "Sorry, I had to go out," he said, looking me over with interest. "But I just about given you up. You're hellish late." I dusted myself down and picked a few strands of hay from my hair. "Yes, sorry about that. But never mind, I managed to get the job done." "But, were you having a bit of a kip then?" No, not exactly. I had some trouble with one of your cows." There wasn't much point in standing on my dignity. I told him the story. Even the friendliest farmers seemed to derive pleasure from a vet's discomfiture, and Mr. Bell listened with an ever-widening grin of delight. By the time I'd finished, he was doubled up, beating his breeches knees with his hands. "I can just imagine it. That Ayrshire cross is a right bitch. Picked her up cheap at market last spring and thought I'd got a bargain, but I soon found out. Took us a fortnight to get the bugger tied up." "Well, I just wish I'd known," I said, rather tight-lipped. The farmer looked up at the hole in the wall. "And you crawled through that—" He went into another convulsion which lasted some time. Then he took off his cap and wiped his eyes with the lining. Oh dear, he murmured weakly. "By God, I wish I'd been here." My last call was just outside Darrowby, and I could hear the church clock striking 7:15 as I got stiffly out of the car. After my easy day in the service of the government, I felt broken in mind and body. I had to suppress a scream when I saw yet another long line of cows' backsides awaiting me. The sun was low, and dark thunderclouds piling up in the west had thrown the countryside into an eerie darkness. And in the old-fashioned, slit-windowed byre, the animals looked shapeless and ill-defined in the gloom. Right, no messing about. I was going to make a quick job of this and get off home. Home to some food and an armchair. I had no further ambitions. So, left hand on the root of the tail, right hand between the hind legs, a quick feel around, and on to the next one. Eyes half closed, my mind numb, I moved from cow to cow, going through the motions like a robot, with the far end of the bar seeming like the promised land. And finally, here it was. The very last one up against the wall. Left hand on tail, right hand between legs. At first, my tired brain didn't take in the fact that there was something different here, but there was. Something vastly different. A lot of space, and instead of the udder, a deeply cleft, pendulous something with no teats anywhere. I came awake suddenly and looked along the animal's side. A huge, woolly head was turned towards me, and two wide-set eyes regarded me, inquiringly. In the dull light, I could just see the gleam of the copper ring in the nose. The farmer, who had watched me in silence, spoke up.
"You're wasting your time there, young man. There's nought wrong with his bag.